Hello and welcome to Roll For It, where some of your favourite YouTubers and streamers get together to give you your weekly dose of tabletop roleplay. And dancing. Very good dancing.
Oh, yes. Just the best for you, EE.
This week we're starting a new campaign set in the Warhammer 40,000 universe with Dark Heresy 2nd Edition. The Imperial Man is beset by enemies and only the Force Inquisition, including our players, can hold the foes of mankind at bay. So for those of you who don't know, the 40k universe is set in the future when the Imperial Man controls the stars and we venerate the immortal Emperor, who is currently trapped in the life support systems of the Golden Throne on Terra, formerly known as Earth.
Trapped? No. The Emperor is not trapped. The Emperor is where the Emperor wants to be.
Yes,
the Emperor
definitely.
Heretic.
Yes.
Heretic GM already. This is off to a brilliant start.
The GM can't be a heretic, though. We can't kill the GM. It doesn't work that way.
1d10 corruption points. Add them to your sheet.
Aw, man. And I was doing so well.
Roll for mutation.
Corrupt the GM, we'll get even more dead.
Humanity's faced with
an armpit octopus.
I was trying to do a second arm, but I can't get my hand across in the shirt because I'll bust a shoulder joint.
Because you're too swole. Just rip.
If I do that, I will.
Now I want to see that. I want to see armpit octopus happen. This must happen.
Humanity is faced with a myriad of foes from the foul Xenos, otherwise known as aliens to us, to demons who want nothing more than to corrupt humanity, to heretics of all kinds who shelter dangerous, unsanctioned psychers and deny the truth of the Emperor's divinity. The 41st Millennium
just did.
Yes. The 41st Millennium is a harsh and unforgiving time to be alive, and the duty of searching out foes and threats to humanity is entrusted to the Inquisition. This shadow organization, of whom our characters are part, is charged with a vast mandate and accorded almost unlimited power in its duty to protect the Emperor's realm.
Unlimited power!
That's pretty much the potted summary of the setting for Dark Heresy, Warhammer 40k. I don't want to go on too long. There is a whole load of lore behind Warhammer. But yeah, that's a potted summary. I will explain it as we go along, and because it's a new system, and I know people are like, how does the new system work? We'll explain dice rolls as we get into them, particularly. That's something we will go over it in detail, because we don't want people being like, what are you doing? We'll be like, yeah, we won! How? We will explain the dice rolls as we go through. So yeah, but before we get started, we have a few changes and announcements. Firstly, Bentham, known as Mangledpork, will be joining us on our ventures.
Hello.
Do a dance, Bentham. Rite of initiation.
Yeah.
I like this one.
He's dancing on camera now.
That was a happy
over.
dance. He went
So
for
you
it.
get.
That was.
Yeah, it had some shimmy to it.
Well done, Bentham.
Never
yeah,
again.
So
that was all. That's the quota.
never again. Never.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
I'm disappointed. But yeah, so go check out Bentham's stuff. Probably not now, afterwards. Not now.
I think
Well,
you should
you
go
can check it
now.
out
We'll
now,
wait.
it's fine.
We'll wait. It's okay.
It's fine,
Just
yeah.
let us know when you get back.
Yeah. I have a sandwich sitting downstairs. I can just nom that. We're good.
I can paint.
I want to see Aavak paint.
I have a book.
Now,
Hooray!
the
The last
question
chances.
is it finger painting? Because it better be.
Better book.
I can paint with my fingers, actually. My synthetic is a touch.
Why you gotta kick the table legs out from? I'm only 10 pages in, and now you're just like, oh, the other book's better. No, I'm not gonna read it. See, that's just gonna sit by the toilet
Eisenhorn
forever.
is an amazing book
I'm
if you
also
want to read
like
about the
10 pages
Inquisition.
in.
My copy's over there, and it's all damaged and stuff from I've had it so long and just being in bags and so on. So good. Anyway,
Are those 40k books?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I wouldn't know.
I feel left out of the Shades Brigade. I'm gonna have to put mine on.
Aw.
There's only one person in the Shade Brigade.
I know, but he's the coolest one.
It's an exclusive club. Gotta vote you in. I vote yay
I'm
for
stick-
Aavak.
I had
Yay!
a list.
Benton.
I had a list of important news and announcements, and we've got past one so far. We're doing so well.
Hey, the shades
All right,
are
I'll be
important,
quiet.
okay? Shades are important, man. I'm gonna stick with Bentham and EE. No shades for us.
Oh yeah.
We're the
I'm
square
somewhere,
club.
but I forget.
Mine
This
are
is the
too
Glee
far
Club.
away. Wait, do we get to sing catchy pop numbers?
Oh yeah, of course.
Please don't.
And you have
This is the grimdark 41st Millennium. No catchy pop numbers here.
So it's like
And
lots
you
of
have
people
to shake the
firing at you.
pom-poms.
Just start singing. Hit me with your best shot. No. Okay.
And knee stretch Tom Jones sex bomb, but that's it.
on with the news.
Secondly, we're switching over from our old tip system to a fancy new Patreon system. We have a ton of cool tiers and perks, including MP3s of episodes, so you can listen to them while you're driving, killing heretics, whatever you do in your spare time. We've got behind-the-scenes VODs and stuff, which includes like our practice run, which is terrible and officially in canon never happened, where we spend about 1.5 hours consists of terrible dice rolls, and we keep swinging at each other, and nobody dies.
Hooray!
I stabbed a guy in the face with my sword, and I was like, yeah! And then after that, it took me an hour to hit him another time, and I was like, well, shit. Got me all riled up, and I was all excited for blood and violence, and then I just got that one cut in.
Yep, dice
Trying to
rolls,
invoke the
man.
spirit of corn here, and they're not letting me.
And we also have another tier where you've got like practice sheets and like stats and stuff and character things and campaign dossiers or whatever.
Doodads.
Yeah, doodads, lots of doohickeys. So yeah, go check that out if you want. We also, do still have the tip system and Twitch bits and stuff. If you prefer to do it that way, we'll be very grateful if you want to support however you do. So go check that out. Thirdly, we have 2 new mods, Pavel and Belial. So hello to them. Thank you for helping out. Fourthly, we are getting new art and emotes. We've almost literally finalized talking to an artist who probably won't run away this time. So that'll be lovely.
Don't believe EE.
If he
Wait
does, he's
until
a
you see it.
heretic. If he does run away, he's a heretic.
This is true.
If I've learned anything from EE is don't believe what he promises you about art. It just leads to sadness.
I'm not handling the art this
and
time. It's not my
crying
job
corner.
anymore. So I'm happy.
Yeah, we gave that job to the face. This is his first task as face.
I know what he's
Find
done.
the
fails
artist,
us,
they said.
Then he loses his face.
And late into the night of the librarium, I searched DeviantArt, 1 page at a time, scouring through
You
tomes.
looked at a site called DeviantArt? Heresy!
Yeah.
Dude, it's the biggest art forum on the internet, isn't it?
It's full
That's how we do it.
of
Porn
heresy.
on one window, DeviantArt
Full
on the
of
other.
Heresy.
Yeah.
And then we search for artists.
Heresy, heretical artists. We're all going to be corrupted by chaos.
Admittedly, one of the arts we've been looking at does have a lot of pictures of Tau, so...
He is really into Tau.
Yeah.
He is all about the greater good.
Heretics.
Space commies.
Filthy space communist.
Yeah,
Dirty
there we go.
fucking space commies.
We should go to the Tau Empire, and we should build a wall around them. That's what I'm saying.
No.
I don't think that'll help because they have those jumpsuits with the jets on them that let them fly. It would have to be more of a dome.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Wait, space is
Just
up
make
and
like a
down. It has to be
Dyson
like a sphere. Yeah, like a giant
Yeah,
Dyson
sphere.
sphere.
Well, I thought we had the bottom surface was their planet. Because they only have 4 planets. They don't have that
No,
many.
they have quite a few now.
I thought they were still new. They only had 4 or 5 as of 5th edition or whatever.
They had 4 or 5 systems when we first encountered them, and then we were like, send a fleet. And by the time we sent a fleet, they had a dozen and a bit, and now they have a crazy. Chaos Dispenser just tipped $500.
Thank you,
Hey,
Chaos.
Thank you, Chaos Dispenser. That is one way
Damn,
to start a new series. Thank you very much.
He's trying to tempt you. Who's the evil god of money? Who's that guy? He's trying
Evil
to
god
corrupt
of money.
I'd say
Yeah.
that was Slanesh,
Yeah,
because
that's
money
gotta be
gets
Slanesh, yeah.
I'm down with
Oh,
Slanesh.
no,
sexual
because of
favors
greed.
and limousines.
I've seen that rule
anything says-
34. Me
Every time
like
you
Anything
say
says
Slanesh-
hedonism, like sexual favors and limousines.
Every time you
I've
say
yet to find
Slanesh, all I hear is hedonism bot. That's all I hear.
It's
That's
about right.
basically it.
Yes.
They just kidnap you to the dark realm and then sex you to death. Death by snoo snoo. Over
by
and over and
snoo
over
snoo.
again.
So yeah, that's most of the art
body
covered.
is willing, but the flesh is spongy and weak. No, spongy and bruised.
And yeah, that was it for the announcements. So we are announcements out.
So I think we're ready to go.
We are
Ready to heretic
indeed.
this up.
We are
All right,
indeed
I
ready
gotta
to
put
go.
on my serious RP face. Let's do this. It's
Okay.
time.
So firstly, we're just going to go through each character. Everyone just explains very quickly what the character's called and what sort of who they are and what role they fill in the group very quickly, so people have an idea of who each of you are. So Aavak, who are you playing and who are you?
I am playing Carolinus Dracul, who is a tech priest, effectively. He's a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and he's responsible for saying praise and offering sacred oils of exactly the correct temperature to the machine spirits so that people's guns don't jam and explode on them, and to ritualistically turn the knobs and press the buttons. Technology in the 31st millennium is very complex. Very, very sacred affair. These
See,
other plebs, they don't know. They don't understand.
I could see you doing that job right now, to a lot of people who have computers who don't know how to use them properly. They call up your tech service.
I was over my neighbor's
I'm praying for you right now.
her laptop.
Turn it off and on again.
Yep.
Let's see if it works.
Have you tried praying on it?
Software. She's installed the wrong software. I just had to ritualistically press the keys. It was a very, I had
while chanting
candles and everything.
what was it? Litanies of rebooting. Yeah.
The
Bethan.
ward against the blue screen of death. That's a very important one.
Okay, my character is called Brander Thrail. He is an ex-Imperial Navy pilot and also has a bit of experience with shooting and hitting people with swords and such. General combat stuff.
But how much volleyball has he played? Because you're basically Val
Yeah.
Kilmer right now, just in Warhammer 40k.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brander's call
Are you
sign is
rocking the-
Iceman.
Yeah, you got a high five with the
Of course.
Rolex on while flexing with the Ray-Bans, just like, ugh.
That's that sort of thing.
I go with
That's on the behind the scenes. Totally. Yeah. If you go to our Patreon, it's on there.
We got some behind the
Bethan,
scenes
we
of
need to
character
record
just
something
chowing
later.
down at a bunch of pancakes.
It's the $20 tier. Bentham shirtless high-fiving.
We will be recording our 30 minutes to an hour long after roleplay chats. That will be on the Patreon as well.
Yeah.
I forget which tier that one is. I think it's the
It's
is it the second tier?
$5 tier, the Acolyte tier, I think. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
So yeah, the random chats we have afterwards that sometimes go on until 5 something in the morning will be on there.
Yeah.
You'll like those.
Mostly nonsense. I'm just warning you now. We go very off topic.
You do realize they're watching
Very
us.
off
They know that we're mostly about nonsense.
We don't go off topic at all.
But I mean,
No.
compared to this, we go off topic, which means we go really. We're so far off topic. We've almost circumnavigated
Do we
the
even
globe
have a
and have come
topic?
back to being on topic.
I had a pretty good sandwich earlier. It had just the right
Save-
amount of
save that for
mayonnaise.
that's great material for later, right? That's great material for later. That's perfect. Shen, who are you playing?
Write that down. Sandwich.
Put it on the docket.
Mayonnaise in 21st century? No.
21st?
I'm playing-
41st.
Oh, but today. Oh, goodness. I'm playing as Garrett Ironhand. He is a scrawny little assassin guy from a feudal world. And this is going to be good for me because I don't know anything about Warhammer 40k. I am completely oblivious to it. So my character is very much of the same role. They know a little bit about what's going on, but they don't know much about the Empire yet. So we're going to go learn about the Empire. I'm going to learn, you guys are going to learn, and my character is probably going to die.
Were we also to say the classes and stuff? Because I just said that he's Adeptus Mechanicus for Carolinus.
Oh, you can if you want.
Yeah. So Carolinus is a Voidborn, which means that he was born and brought up on a spaceship. He wasn't on a colony or a space station, literally on a ship, quite a large one as well. His family had gone through generations of doing this one job, and that job had been passed down. Like the Dracul clan were responsible for a very specific task on the ship, and so he got a lot of traditions to do with being in space. He's very comfortable in the emptiness of the abyss and being on planet. That's kind of weird, but
He's the
he's
only
also,
person.
Yeah.
He's the only that's allowed in his entire family to drive forth the sacred rivet. It's the one rivet. That's all that he does. Every 20 years or so, somebody from his family comes down and just goes, "Zip," and then they just walk off.
Yeah, that's pretty much. No one else knows how to do it or where that rivet is. If his family all died to the plague or something, that ship would be completely shit out of luck. It would last for 5 years at most before that rivet just popped out and all of a sudden the life support system failed. No one would know. But other than that, he's also a chirurgeon, which means he's effectively the medic for the team. So he fixes machine spirits, and he also, he doesn't really fix people so much as he enjoys taking them apart, but he kind of knows how to put them back together. Well, he knows what parts connect to what because he's taken them off other people quite a lot.
Does he hum along? The leg bone's connected to the knee bone. Knee bone's connected to the...
It's a little bit different, though. It's like leg bone comes off with a pop and a bit of a squelch and lots of screaming, usually.
He's just humming under his breath while he's doing that.
Yeah. It's basically like the Psycho. It's the Psycho. Kind of like the Psycho. The Pyro from TF2. Just humming happy songs as he's just taking
Everything is rainbows and ponies.
He probably speaks like that as well because he's got all kind of stuff over his face.
His whole face is melted.
Okay, so Splat.
I'm playing as Cassius Caligo the 12th, who is essentially going to be kind of the social guy in the group, and then also he is a psyker, and he's actually got an Imperial mandate, so he is one of the official psykers, not one of those filthy rogues that's running around opening up portals to the other side. And essentially, he's a wealthy noble who is kind of in exile right now. It's sort of a forced vacation, but we'll get to that later.
Forced vacation. Is it paid vacation?
In a way, if purging heretics is a payment unto itself, I mean...
working for the Divine God Emperor is payment unto itself.
Yeah, it brings its own rewards.
Or the Omnisire, as he's correctly known.
So what are the chances that our Psyker is going to...
kill us all horribly by turning into a demon and eating our face? Very high.
Yes.
Very, very high.
I didn't want to say that.
Time
but,
he gets
2.5. That's legitimately the chance that I will blow up the group. It's like 0.025. It's not too bad.
Can we do a roll to see if he's going to kill us today? Just go ahead and roll for it today. Let's see if you're going to kill us today.
Yeah, roll a D100, Splat.
Let's find out if I kill everybody.
Now, in Dark Heresy, low numbers on like a D100 are good, high numbers are bad. We'll get to like what rolls are when we actually do a proper roll. But basically, what you want to look for on the D100 rolls is low is good. 56, somewhat middling.
I didn't kill us, though. I didn't pass the test, but I didn't kill us. Like, I fizzled, but not everybody's not dead, so that's good. I got to roll over a 75 before anything even happens, and then I got to roll over 75 again. It's not going to happen.
It's fine. One in 3 cycles has this problem. It's fine.
Yeah.
We'll try again.
You just turn into a conduit into the warp and demons spew forth and eat us all. It'll be fine.
At least that's one way to go. Right. So our story begins on a space station over in one of the smaller subsectors on the side of the Eximus sector. You've all known and been working for Inquisitor Revan for a short period of time. Most of your cases somewhere below roughly about a year or two. And you're all brought together to the same small conference room at exactly the same time on a little space station out in the middle of nowhere. Who would be the first one to turn up?
I would assume, being a nobleman, I would have the appropriate appreciation for punctuality, unlike the rest of the serfs. So I want to make sure I'm there on time. 10 minutes early, in reality.
Okay, so Garrett, what time were you trying to get there?
I've been there a couple hours before.
Okay, Garrett,
staking it out.
You've been there about an hour and a half before. You got lost on the space station. You're not too used to space stations. You had to ask directions a few times, but it
was embarrassing asking for directions, but we're learning. We're learning.
You passed me 3 times.
I was asking him for directions.
You just keep giving him different ones.
Kept interrupting me, offering the proper litanies of opening to the doors as I was trying to move through.
I don't know anything about
terrible.
That.
Very rude.
You all are crazy people in my world.
Yep. Cassius, you walk into a small conference room, 1 table, 5 chairs, 1 at the head, which is currently locked under the table itself, the other 4 of which are pulled off to the side. The room is pretty boring and stark in terms of its decor. It is effectively a plain steel grey room with the Imperial double-headed Aquila embossed on one of the walls. The table itself is pretty plain, although it is actually made of wood, which is somewhat of a bit of a flamboyance to this room. The chairs themselves, pretty plain, sort of very metal chairs that you would normally get in any sort of mess hall. Sitting there is a somewhat interesting character wearing chainmail and a currently unzipped body glove, which is unzipped around his head so you can see his face. Looks a bit more rustic than most of the people on the space station and is looking around with a sort of slight sense of confidence mixed with awe.
Lots of awe.
Lots of awe. Cassius himself is quite well equipped and robed. His clothes are certainly fine, and I believe you're carrying your fancy sword around with you, aren't you?
Yeah, that's around the back, kind of held like it's in a sheath around the back, and then you'll have the robe over the top, and then I've got like another kind of, it's almost like an Inverness cloak, but it's made out of flak material essentially over the top of that to stop any rounds somebody might fire at me at the time. But I've got my staff in one hand as I enter, which looks like it's made of some kind of fine white wood. And it's been well worked. It's definitely not like whittled. It doesn't look like somebody made it with like a small blade. Looks like somebody spent time on it.
Okay.
Is it
So
a
as you
pimp
enter.
cane? Is it a pimp cane?
It's a staff, and then it's kind of carved in the shape of like a lantern with a seabird sitting on top of it near the top.
Fancy.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually pretty
Schmancy.
fancy. Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything to this newcomer in the room. I know he's not the one I'm looking for.
Yeah, is the person I'm looking for inside of the room, or is it just this weird homely-looking fellow who smells of wheat seeds and
At the moment,
forest?
it's just a homely-looking fellow.
I look at
Okay.
him and I ask, I don't suppose our contact has showed up yet, eh? You're here for him as well, right?
I am. And no.
Do you mind if I join you?
Have a seat.
I flash a smile and walk over to a chair that's facing him across the table and have a seat.
I'm kind of perched in my chair in a comfortable position for myself, a little uneasy in my surroundings. I've got my knees up and I'm hugging my knees and I'm sort of staring at the world. It is all fascinating, and it's pretty obvious that I'm clueless about my surroundings.
Okay, yeah, and outside of the one small strip window that makes up a very thin amount of one of the walls, you can indeed just about glimpse the world of Tylo Prime, which is the capital of this subsector. Not particularly inviting world. It is a little bit grey, and pollution is starting to sort of cloud the skies in a few places. But you can just about glimpse the odd bit in here and there, which looks like it was vaguely at once upon a time Greenland. Branda Thrail, Carolinus, when were you planning to get there?
Carolinus will be punctual and will arrive on time, but not before. He's left
I
with
mean,
enough time. He knows how many doors are between him and where he's got to get to, and other things that might distract him, and he's budgeted for that, so he's going to arrive when he's meant to.
And
I like
he
to
very
imagine
much
that you've
pays
got-
to-
Yeah, he's
Not
got
only
like
that-
clock cycles. He's got it like perfectly timed down to the bottom. Like he knows exactly when he's going to walk through that last door.
Like someone like gets in front of him in the wave going in one of the doors, and he's like, right, I'm now 2 seconds late. So he just speeds up his pace ever so slightly to make sure he is there on time. He knows exactly
Someone
how
was
fast
me.
he's going.
I arrived like 30 seconds before him.
Okay,
Having
so
gone past him, just went through the door.
30 seconds
He's
before the scheduled time for the meeting, fellow who you would probably guess as being possibly one of the Imperial Navy fellows who works on the station walks in wearing, is it sort of a long coat and cap you have?
I perhaps don't have the cap, but I've got the sort of the fancy-ish looking blue coat thing.
You've
Okay.
got the option, man.
It's a
You
little
should
bit
have that
battered.
guy's hat right there. That's the hat you need.
That is
That's
the hat you
that
need.
deserve.
But he doesn't work for
commands
the Navy
respect.
anymore. He switched it out for his little paper hat. He's at the convenience store now. He's the Quickie Mart guy now.
Yep, so
Unemployment is a bitch in the 41st millennium.
No, wow. It's gone from like a Navy man to running a convenience store with a paper hat. What?
Hey, can I get some low sticks real fast?
so yeah,
Two
Brenda,
bags.
Slim Jims.
Brenda Thrill walks in, long blue coat with silver and gold embroidery in a few places. Cassius, Garrett, feel free to make... you don't have Imperial Navy as a law, do you?
No.
Okay, it would just be an intelligence test at plus 30.
Ooh.
So we can explain how a dice roll works here. So basically, everyone has certain skills, a special set of skills that might be useful getting back your daughter in another world. But in this one, you can get them at certain levels. You can get them at trained, known, and going up from there. There's about 4 different levels. If you don't have a skill, you'll be at minus 20. So, for instance, right now, both of them do not have a skill pertaining to the Imperial Navy. So they're rolling a intelligence check, which is their intelligence, at minus 20 because they don't have the skill, but plus 30 because it's a fairly easy test. Which means that they are trying to get a 60 and a 55. Garrett.
Wow.
He
Yeah,
almost critted.
Almost.
that's as,
Explain crits quickly.
it's not quite a crit in the sense of that. There's a guaranteed hit, but there isn't really a crit. So we'll get to that when it happens. But for now, in terms of degrees of success, that's something else you might want to know. A measure of how well they have succeeded at a test is you compare the tens digit to the other tens digit. So 04 compared to a 60 is 6 difference plus 1 because he passed. So that would be 7 degrees of success, which is shockingly high for Garrett.
It's just Sherlock to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Garrett.
He has. He's an expert witness to you, specifically you right now.
Brandon, I believe your previous rank was Flight Lieutenant?
I think so. Yes.
You know what it is?
That's a long time ago. I blocked out those memories.
The reason why I recognize him is because I was just talking to him earlier. I got here early. I was talking around where to go. I was asking him because it looks like he works here.
Yeah, you specifically you recognize the rank and some of the insignia. His coat denotes having been in the Imperial Navy, having been a flight lieutenant, and having some of the badges for a fighter pilot and also a transport pilot. Cassius, you think that the coat is Imperial Navy. You've seen enough of them around the station, but you can't quite place the rank. You're not too sure. And it's about after you've just sort of done this. Oh. And Branda's starting to eye up which chair he wants, that Carolinus walks in and is just somewhat blocked by Branda as Branda's trying to find a place to sit down. Carolinus wearing the heavy red robes of the tech priest with white trimming around the edges and a strange
almost
long...
like the sort of the white trim has almost got like cog teeth along it.
Yeah, like crenellations, yeah.
And then just like the sort of like the I'm not sure when like a robe has a hood, but the hood is almost attached to another piece of fabric which kind of comes down over the shoulders. I forget what that's called. It might be a cowl.
Mantle.
Yeah,
cowl.
A mantle.
Yeah.
mantle. That works.
That's
too.
all white, and then the trim around his hood is white as well, and it's got this kind of teeth design, and then the back is red. But his robes themselves very, very rich kind of red, and they look like he's worn them for quite some time. He's had them for a while. They're not frayed or anything, but they're definitely not brand spanking new.
Yeah,
Kind
you
of
do
like
spot
threadbare at all.
Yeah.
Not quite threadbare, but you do spot some sort of stains of oil here and there. Generally taken care of, but certainly getting worn. You also notice that out the back, sort of curled around him at the moment, is a dark, sort of steelish type tube, which moves around
Segmented
him.
along
Yeah.
and there's one that's actually kind of coiled around his chest, almost like it could almost be part of the robe, maybe like some sort of belt or even perhaps chest protection, just coiled a few times around. But there's another one just as he comes through the door. You don't see it at the beginning, but then it sort of just pops up and slowly, as the room opens up, just moves into the room and just starts moving around. On the front, it's just all of these different lenses. Some of them move, you like hear these little like motors moving as like certain parts will twist and smaller or larger lenses will move into a focal point. And it's got like these little, almost like little, just like kind of radar, sort of like antennas, just very, very fine things just probing out as if he's just like scanning the room, and it's just moving around on its own. But Carolinus is looking at the table and the people on it.
Okay.
And I recognize both these guys. I've been talking to them already.
Yeah, you've seen them around the
Look at
station.
him.
You've been there for about a day or two in private
He's
quarters.
probably seen quite a few on a space station.
But you've
Just
all been
surprising that
housed
the people we had
in the
spoken
same
to
wing
still
so
show
far.
up.
Ah, yeah.
So you may have seen each other around. Because at this point, immediately the sort of Carolinus Drackle enters. That the door at the other end of the conference hall that's currently sort of been sitting idle opens, and with that steps out a man, probably a good 6 foot, like 6 tall, wearing very sort of well embroidered, engraved gold carapace armor, this chest plate and this set of gauntlets gleaming with the small amount of light that's put out by the light bulbs. You can almost smell the scent of incense and sacred unguents that have been sort of washed into his white robe that sits underneath this armor. And holstered across his chest is a quite elegant looking bolt pistol. He's bald, has a large scar down the side of one face, and the other side of his face is covered in a horrible sort of burn pattern, either from some sort of flame or possibly some sort of acid. He looks up at you with sort of very pale, grey, steely blue eyes almost. And he takes each of you in for a good 10 seconds each as he moves his gaze between you all.
As he does this, I stand and I make the sign of the Aquila and bow slightly.
He nods at you, makes the sign of the Aquila back.
I will stand to attention and do the same.
He nods. He gives the other two a somewhat disparaging look. I see we're all here. Right. Would you all take a seat?
I nod and head back to my seat.
Okay, as you all
I'll
sit
take a seat as
down,
well.
the middle of the table rises about an inch and turns around 90 degrees so that it's sitting slightly sort of odd angles since it's a rectangle fitting in a rectangle slot to begin with, and suddenly there are two holes out the side. Out these holes sort of extend small metal arms with small crystalline sort of lenses on them, and suddenly light sort of begins to sort of splutter around them, and then sort of a hologram appears in the center of the table, and it's a planet. Aavak,
Wow.
can you make me... You've got Mechanicus lore, haven't you?
Yes, Adeptus Mechanicus.
Sure. Could you make that with a plus 10?
Sure.
I'm trying not to look too amazed by this globe.
64, your type was 52, so you failed the test. The world doesn't look familiar. You would possibly guess that it was either a hive or possibly... maybe not a hive, maybe a very lowly populated hive slash sort of waste world. Possibly a lowly populated forge world by the look of it, but you don't recognize that off the top of your head. This is Arnhaus. It's a planet not too far from here in the subsector that was reclaimed from the warp storms as they retreated just over 50 years ago. Notably, it is currently a forge world, although the actual Mechanicus presence on the planet is fairly low as they clear the debris from the world having been uninhabited for a good few millennia.
The moment he mentions that it's a forge world, the mechadendrite, which had more or less just been watching the rest of the room, suddenly zeroes in on this world and is now just changing its perspective whilst looking at the hologram.
Okay. You do, and you start picking out a number of different locations on it. You start being able to realize that, okay, there's a certain structures here, and even from the good quality of the hologram, you actually start to pick up which ones are probably inhabited and which ones are probably still in disrepair. And yes, you store that for later. Being a member of the Mechanicus, knowledge is pretty good for you. He continues, eyeing your Mechadendrite a little bit, but recognizing that is somewhat of your job. Recently, there have been a spate of incidents involving cybernetics developed on Arnhaus. We have 16 reports of either bionic limbs or bionic organs, apparently shutting down or killing their owner or others around them. In one case, a bionic arm pulled a pin on a grenade during a live fire exercise of the Imperial Guard. In another case, another one managed to stab one of the generals, although not fatally so, during a staff briefing. Wow, that is a really loud keyboard.
That is like, is that a mechanical keyboard?
It is, and I wish we didn't have automatic. Sorry. I'll stop. I'm taking notes. I'm trying to take notes.
Okay.
He's probably just used to TeamSpeak.
I have
where
push to
you
talk
have the
normally,
threshold.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, what? Oh, I didn't remember that. That would be why.
Everyone was probably trying to blame me, but no, not this time.
Yeah, does push to talk even work on Skype? Like, is that even like an option?
It is an option, but it's really complicated to set up.
You can just push the mic button with your mouse.
I don't have a
That's
mic.
true. There's
Where?
a mute your microphone button.
Yeah.
I'll forget to turn it off.
He's in there just like,
In other cases, we've seen at least 52 suspect deaths after people have been implanted with bionics, notably cybernetic organs that came from Arnhaus. In these cases, we cannot trace the deaths directly to actions of the organs themselves, although they do seem to be suspiciously timed. We would like you to go and look into this. I will be your point of contact. My name is Interrogator Titus Khan.
This is going to be annoying because I don't want to like clickety-clack all the time like I did in Shadowrun, but let me find something to write this down. I'll just try and keep it to only the really important stuff, like names, because that's going to be really bad if I forget the name of my bloody
It's okay. We'll spend like the break. We'll go through and find the push to talk button.
Just
I'm
forgive
taking
us
it
for
old
the
school.
clickety-clack for now.
Yeah.
Got the notepad.
See, man, that's what I do as well. I was going to have it the wrong way round.
Hands?
And then
But a special red pen.
Your camera keeps auto zooming on the pad.
I know. It's terrible. It gets to the limelight. Tedescam pauses and then continues. Inquisitor Ravan has sectioned you to my command. The point being that some of the fringe worlds over here on this side of the sector could do with a bit more of a personal touch and have some investigations without necessarily having to pull the Inquisitor away from his God Emperor's given work. Hopefully you can be trusted with the work of the God Emperor and the Inquisitor.
Of course.
He looks at you and somewhat sneers in the direction of Garrett.
Granite.
That's going to stick. You realize that, don't you?
That's his code name, Granite.
Yeah. My Lord Interrogator, if you would indulge me, can you give me a rough sequence of events you would like to see throughout our investigation? Is this one of simply investigation and reporting? Would you like to know what's going on? Or should we be actively hunting the enemies of the God King?
My duties take me many places as well throughout the subsector, and you're not the only band I have to divert my attention to. Should something incredibly important that you cannot sort yourself, then you need my attention, come to light, feel free to contact me. You can contact me through my offices at this station. You already have the anthropathic code, and it'll be given to you and delivered on the data slate along with the rest of the briefing information. He tosses a data slate across the table and it sort of skids to a halt against the projector. It is for you to decide what to do and how to prosecute the heretics there, and I'd expect a full report when you're done. If something particularly heretical comes to light where you cannot deal with it yourselves, feel free to contact me, but do not take it lightly. My time is pressing and fleeting.
Do you have any more information on these implants? Like what kind of implants they were?
He nods to the data slate, indicating one of you pick it up, and raises his own and starts scrolling through it. There were 5 bionic hands, 3 bionic arms, 6 bionic legs, 1 mind impulse unit, and 1 set of bionic lungs.
How many mind impulse units?
1. That was directly linked to deaths, although including the 52 case of suspected heretical action, that number would go up to 3. However, we cannot include those 52 just yet, as they are only suspiciously timed rather than actually having any direct causal link.
Very well, Lord Inquisitor. I assume that my brothers of the Adeptus Mechanicus have already been busy at work investigating these
No, they haven't, Tech
wayward
Priest.
machine spirits.
We've specifically not informed them because we suspect there might be malice involved. If someone is deliberately damaging the cybernetics and before releasing them, possibly corrupting their machine spirits within, we do not want whoever it is going further underground by launching a widespread investigation at this point. Now, if you should deem it acceptable and prudent when you get there, you may facilitate getting allies and attention from the local tech priests, or possibly even, should you need to, go as high as the fabricated general. The authority of the Inquisition does extend that far.
At that
However,
point,
be cautious.
my character actually looks up and is full on facing him now. To a large extent, he's been looking through his mechadendrite, and his hood is being quite low down over,
At one point,
over his brow.
Your hood, first person I, my hood.
My hood. I apologize. And I go on to query that, though I look a little bit skeptical. how long ago did these malfunctions begin?
Of the 16, the oldest occurred 7 months ago. If we were to include that up to the 52, that would make it 10 months ago.
And these instances have been largely kept secret from any of my brothers on the planet. It's clear that it's not that he's doubting what the interrogator says, but he's finding it hard to understand how that could have happened.
The produce of this forge world go throughout the sector. It only came to our attention after one of my adepts correlated the data after some mysterious incidents and managed to find out that there was definitely a link back to this forge world. Now, the history of this forge world is very important. This forge world sits on the edge of the warp storm in the sector, the one that has been retreating for the past several centuries. It was lost 2 millennia ago, and was quite an important manufacturing hub for bionics. Unlike some of the other forge worlds, which facilitated construction of battleships or tanks, these bionics were just as important as they were to any other war effort, and in fact were exported far beyond this sector. Now, getting this world back, having thankfully been reclaimed from the warp just over 50 years ago, is going to do a great deal of good for our war effort, but unfortunately, should these all be tainted, should it be the entire planet that is tainted, that would be a very definite blow to the Mechanicus in the sector. Should we be able to find that it is merely one traitorous devil poisoning the entire pot, hopefully you can facilitate the removal of that. The issue is, if we make it a more widespread known issue, the Mechanicus might be more loath to give up from the planet that they've recently been given back. Reminded that the Forge World title not only bequeaths the planet entirely to the Mechanicus, but also makes it their sovereign domain. They would not be as willing to give up a planet as, say, we would, should we find the stench of the demon there. They would insist on looking into them themselves, and it would be a long, protracted, drawn-out affair. Now, we can override that if we want. We are the Inquisition. We do have authority to do so. But to do so would be to sour relations with the tech priests. And we do not want to sour relations with the tech hood unless we have to. Now, you have the right to...
Is there a logical place... My lord, is there a logical place you would like us to start with our investigation? Are there any leads, or is there anything indicative about the case?
All of the cybernetics that were defective were manufactured from the Lazarus Forge on the northern side of the planet. You can feel free to ask questions, interrogate people as you will. Just be very cautious about how you apply your power. This is the tech priests we're dealing with, and not some mere Imperial hive city. That said, should you deem it prudent, feel free to enlist allies and notify any of the authorities of your investigation should you deem it so. But be cautious about who you bring into the fold. Now, before you leave here, we will be perfectly happy to give you whatever cover you want and give you credentials, should you wish to carry out your method and your investigation in a clandestine manner.
I should think it would be wise for all of us to be certified with the Adeptus Mechanicus. Our brother over here, what was your name?
I turn to Cassius and nod to him to begin with. Carolinus Dracul.
Very good. Our brother Carolinus is the only one who is going to be accepted when we go to the Lazarus Forge. The rest of us will more than likely be put on hold, and then we'll have to supply some form of credential to prove that we should be there. If we could be set up with credentials to certify us as assistants of the Mechanicus or something along those lines, it would greatly move this along without us having to bring improper heat down upon the Inquisition without having to show our hand too early.
Very well. Arrangements can be made to have the exact requirements that you want in your specifications for your credentials. Now, these will stand up to all but the most rigorous inspection. Bear in mind that you will not always have this facility available to you. Now, should needs come, I have talked to the Fabricator General in charge of the sector. And unfortunately, it is just him, me, and Inquisitor Ravan who are in the loop currently. We do have permission to operate on Arnhaus, but no one on Arnhaus is currently privy to that information. Feel free to carry out your duties as you will. And remember, the Emperor protects.
Indeed he does. Lord of the God King. And I show the sign of the Aquila again and bow slightly.
He makes a sign of the Aquila, nods to you. Any more questions?
I look around the table expectantly for anyone else to ask anything.
How did you make that globe thing?
At that question, I turn my head and just a brow arched. And then I look away and I reach for the data slate that has been left. Am I right in thinking no one has picked that up yet?
No one's touched it.
Then I'll pick up the data slate and I'll start looking over the information.
Okay. Yep. All the information on each set of bionics is there, each incident, along with the fact they will trace back to coming from the Lazarus Forge on Arnhaus. Titus Khan looks around, nods.
No one can take Cassius seriously because there's some sort of cat demon thing prancing around behind him on the chair.
It's just Cassius' familiar.
Don't notice it. That's how the demons come. Don't notice it.
Acting! Roleplay!
Good. I see that you are little words and sound mind. Carry out the duties as you've been awarded them. And hopefully, my faith in you and the faith of the Inquisitor Ravan will be well placed.
As he says this, I stand up quickly and kind of my boots clicking on the floor. As you wish, Lord Interrogator. Locking eyes with him and once again with the salute.
I'll follow suit.
He does something weird, which you think might be a grin, but the problem is the side of the mouth which goes into that section of burned face kind of doesn't move very well and ends up being some sort of weird, banal sort of smirk coming half through. But you assume that it might be some sort of appreciation, possibly. And with that, he turns around and exits through the door he came through.
I turn on a boot heel as he leaves and looking at the rest of the group say, well, gentlemen, it appears, though, we have a task in front of us. Does anyone know of any place we could go to recline briefly, maybe imbibe a slight bit and talk about what it is that needs to be done? It seems as though we've got quite a bit of information on the data slate to parse. Is that true, Brother Mechanicus?
How much information am I looking at the moment?
Well, there's
A significant
basically
amount?
Yeah, all the base data, including each incident in which a cybernetic prosthetic has failed. So there are 52 of the background ones plus 16 incidents that are effectively entirely well-detailed investigations.
Without looking up, though, my optical mechadendrite does sort of swivel around and start looking at Cassius. In fact, you notice the lenses just kind of rotate several times until you can only assume that you're under like an enormous amount of magnification as I'm just staring down at the data slate and just murmur, indeed, very much so.
Seeing the mechadendrite kind of taking interest in me, I raise an eyebrow. Your pet, it's not malignant, is it? It's not harmful, correct? And I look as though I'm briefly pondering taking my staff and poking it, but I'm really kind of holding back from doing it. Like, it's really taking some restraint.
At the question, I take a few moments before I look up and I turn my head to him. And so we're eye to eye at this moment. And there's a confused but quizzical expression on my face as I ask, is your hand malignant? Is it your pet? For this is as much a part of me as your arm is a part of you.
Pardon my ignorance, brother. I meant no offense. I found it to be quizzical in some ways. Curious. A curiosity is all.
Is it
My expression betrays that this is not the first time someone's asked that question.
Is it alive? Does it think on its own, or do you control it directly?
At that point, I look up again. Whilst this line of questioning may bear some relevance to our current objective, I think we may be wasting time asking about me, whilst we should instead be finding somewhere to retire so that we can discuss our immediate objectives.
And I look straight at our naval friend here. I assume he knows exactly where we should be.
Would I know where we should go?
Roll. It would be roll Imperial Navy, because I guess you have served around here, and you may have a plus 30 because your background does actually relate to this side of the sector.
Right.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but your cat was like jumping at a light switch behind you. Okay.
There's a small fly which she's been trying to get for the last hour or so. Yes,
He's trying to purge the heretic from your apartment.
Yeah, indeed. My parents were trying to do exactly the same earlier, but they not quite as jumpy as cats.
So if we switch over to the feature, we can go and have a look at exactly where Arnhaus is in the sector. So, players, if you are currently on this page, I think you are. You can go over to the right-hand side, roughly middle, and you should see Arnhaus.
It's all by itself next to
I actually spelled it right in the notepad. Nice.
Well done. So yeah, you're currently at Tylo Prime, which is a hive world. One of the smaller hive worlds of the sector, but it is nonetheless a hive world, and it is currently, I believe, capital of the Orphan sector. Oh, actually, no, St. Aurelian is. Although Tylo Prime does most of the admin work, along with most of the actual people, because St. Aurelian is a shrine world. Nonetheless, Arnhaus is newly added, well, as new as 50-something years ago is an imperial time, to the sector. And it's currently only probably about 6 days warp travel, as rough as you can be in the warp. It could be 3, it could be about a month. Garrett.
Yes. Just wanted to ask, can you clarify?
Please, sir, please.
What is a hive world, and what is this forge world that we're going to?
Okay, so a hive world is a world where there's just so many people, they've started to live in just giant conglomerations, basically building on top of each other until you get this sort of massive structure of just building, which is effectively a hive. The designation can be used for quite a lot of things, but basically it tends to denote ridiculously populated to the point where most of the other land that's not taken up with people is becoming barren from just the sheer amount of pollutants and overuse.
To give you an idea of the scale, like many hives, or at least like the capital hive of a world, will be so tall that spaceships don't need to enter the atmosphere. They can simply land on the top of the hive.
Not quite generally, but
the capital ones,
small ones maybe
are on some of them.
If you think of it kind of like in Judge Dredd terms, it's kind of like Mega City 1 amplified and like stacked on top of itself.
Yeah, like
the
a
biggest
normal
ones
hive
have
world
been
will
for
have
so long that the bottom like chambers, they just fell into disrepair ages ago, but no one bothered fixing them because there was already so much weight on top of the tower. They just kept building upwards instead. So there's like hundreds upon hundreds of floors worth of just, cracked domes and stuff at the bottom, and full of like septic lakes.
So
people who live inside can often never see the sky and things like that.
Yeah, sky is typically like very expensive because it's not crappy and it tends to be newer. So
you've got to be one of my people if you want to look on a luxury like that.
I've seen my fair share of skies. I don't know what you're talking about.
I saw the sky once. It's really cloudy.
Whereas a Forge world is a world that's been given over to the Mechanicus, which is effectively the cult that lives inside of the Imperium of Man, which has a very parasympathetic system in that they are allowed to worship their own god, called the Omnissiah, the Machine God, despite the fact that he is not exactly the same as the Emperor, although the Emperor is apparently, according to most tech priests, a sort of manifestation of him. They basically are the ones charged with looking after and maintaining technology. if you find any sort of new technology, they'll be the ones to look at it and probably either deem it heretical or accept it, and that can take a very, very long time. They're very much more protectionist of the current technology than they are tinkery. They don't tend to improve on things very much, although it does sometimes happen, but it's very limited. They don't really do research as such, as we would call it today. Forge World's been given over totally to them and tends to be about manufacturing.
Is there like an uneasy relationship between normal people in the Empire and the techno Priesto guys?
They're seen as very... The Imperium needs them, so the Imperium just kind of goes, okay, you do your thing, but I have no idea what you're up to, you're weird, and they all kind of take a step back and they're sort of treated with a sort of slight awe and reverence, but at the same time, it's not the same awe and reverence that you'd give to, like, a famous preacher of the ecclesiarchy who venerates the Emperor. It's kind of the
a Space Marine.
It's kind of, yeah, you wouldn't want to get to know a tech priest as maybe a social person. They have a very different way of looking at things to the average person.
Technology in the 41st millennium is... Best way of imagining it is if you can imagine a very technologically advanced civilization, which also happens simultaneously to be in a very, very grim Dark Ages part of its like life cycle. That is what technology is. It's all very mysterious voodoo to like most people. They have no idea. Even the Mechanicus don't really. Mostly, they just know if they chant the right litany and, do the ritual of turning the knobs just so, and then, pour the sacred oils that have been heated to exactly the right temperature, just in this knob there, and then press the button. It works! Oh, it's a miracle. They don't know how it works. They don't
Praise the Omnissiah! The Omnissiah provides.
That is literally how technology is.
Yep.
For them. They do kind of look at some things, but generally because of the kind of insular nature, the xenophobia of the Imperium, they don't do like much research, especially not of like superior xenotechnology, because there are some.
That's heresy. You better slow your roll. So we're standing right here. This can turn into a fire real quick.
Wow.
Heresy.
It's session one.
The Xenos tend to, well, except for the Orcs, which just believe it works, which is actually not that far different. But like, for example, some of the other races, they actually perceive technology like we do right now. It's a machine. I know how it works. I build it this way. The circuitry is working this way. There's certain things going on. If I press these buttons, I'm sending it commands. The Imperium no longer thinks of technology like that. They believe there's a spirit inside the machine.
Well, in many cases, that is actually a...
Yeah, in many cases, it is actually
But we're getting
true.
way too deep into the lore for the... So, yeah, effectively, it is a world given over to the Mechanicus, tends to be about production and so on. Very specifically, the Forge World designation means that they have sway over it, they have control over it. There isn't a normal Imperial system there.
Okay. And are the Techno-Mechanus people, are they humans that are just altered?
Yeah, they're originally humans. They tend to be recruited from humans, and then they tend to have a lot of bionics and cyber implants and so on because they believe it elevates them and gets them closer to their machine god.
Cool.
I cleared my throat. So were we going off to confer here? I'm sure our naval friend has figured out where we can stop by. Is there an officer's lounge or some sort of cafeteria or mess hall around here we can speak in?
I think there's somewhere that could suit our purposes. And then
Lead the way.
Then I lead them off to wherever that is.
Okay, you head off to... There's a little officer's lounge that you could go to. Alternatively, you have a perfectly good room here with a holographic projector if you want to talk here.
I guess we're on the way to the officers' lounge now, so...
Okay, so you head to the officers' lounge, which you've been given part use of because it's one of the few places on this military space station that is somewhat equipped for reasonable people of your standing, not much higher, but also you don't have to effectively just chow down in the just massive mess hall with all the teeming deckhands. So you head in there. It's basically unused at the moment. There's 3 people at the back playing poker. One of them's complaining loudly about one of the other hands and saying that someone must be cheating. But it all seems to be in jovial, good spirits. There are some chairs at one side which you can use.
I look around the room briefly before having a seat at the chairs that were indicated.
Yeah. Sure, make a perception check.
Oh yeah, we get to do that. Any pluses or minuses?
Only
I get like a
total
plus
awareness.
20 for fluorescent lights, huh? It's well lit in here.
It is really kind of well lit and everything's kind of obvious. Yeah, plus 30.
Yay! I'm still gonna fail though.
20.
Nope.
So
Ooh,
that's
I succeeded.
3 difference, plus 1, so 4 degrees success. Yeah, 3 guys over near the back. One of them seems to be a little bit older. Looks like he's maybe a higher rank. The other 2 seem to be more junior officers. The more jovial one was the one going, "Oh, you must be cheating." It seems like he was saying it jovially. The other 2, however, got pretty nervous when he said that because he's a superior officer, and then were sort of that kind of like, "Oh yeah," relieved when he sort of let on that he was joking. But yeah, other than that, it seems to be pretty fine. There was a spirit cabinet over at one end, a little bit away from where they're playing cards, and there's a number of chairs near you that seem to be suitable for your purposes. A couple of wingbacks, and a little bit of a small ottoman, and then a tiny little side table.
I produce a glow stick out of my robes and proceed to light it up. And
Yeah.
taking a smooth drag off that lovely glow stick, look at the rest of the group and say, well, where do you think we should begin? Carolinus, you see anything on the data slate that's of note, or should we need more time to study it on the way over to Arnhaus?
Do I see anything of note on the data slate that would imply where would be a good place to begin?
So make a intelligence scrutiny. So scrutiny is a skill used for looking at things in detail and trying to pick out particular facts or facets of something.
Do you have scrutiny?
Intelligence scrutiny, did you say?
Yeah, can you roll scrutiny of intelligence?
No, it's perception or fellowship.
Yeah.
You should be able to roll it with that, but we'd have to...
Logic? I don't know.
Yeah, just
Isn't
roll
it
a straight...
scrutiny for...
Yeah, but
What was that,
scrutiny, it's
sorry?
kind of you're looking through like a load of data at the same time. I guess it would just be perception scrutiny.
Okay. That would be... a mechadendrite would give me extra on any perception test.
Do you have scrutiny? Nice.
14.
Yeah, so 3 degrees success. 3 minus 1, 2 plus 1 for the pass, so 3 degrees success. Yeah, you quickly look through the data slate, and after about a good half an hour of churning through it, well, some of the others just sort of sit down, discuss, chat about, little background things and some of the details of the upcoming mission. You manage to quickly find out that of all the prosthetics and all the impulse units and so forth that have all come out of there, most of them seem to have been developed, particularly built after the expansion into the new mining area up north, with most of the cybernetics relying on some of the mines in the mountainous region, probably a good 30 to 40, 50 miles away, of which a lot of the metals and things like the neural sort of synaptic wiring that goes into them and the interface crystals, all of that is mined out of these places in the north. And you actually look through and you actually come to the conclusion, especially given your background, that the reason this planet is so important to the Mechanicus isn't because of all the forge technology that's already there. That's a nice bonus. But it's because of certain materials already present in the planet itself, means that they can mine them on site and quite easily get them to the forges, a lot of this material being somewhat rare and hard to find in its purest form. For instance, stuff like the neurosynaptic wiring and some of the more rare elements of metals and some of the mind impulse crystals that are used to interface with the nervous system. So those all go into the cybernetics, and those have been made using the newly opened mines that have only been open probably in the last year or so as they've been mined out and expanded.
Okay, and do I have a name or any part of like a location that I can tell my companions here, or just say the mines in the north? So
Okay.
north on a planet is quite a large area.
Well, yeah, the mines north of the Lazarus Forge, there's only 3 of them, and all of them do relate to the Barnix. So you've got the Taurus mine system, you've got the Charian mine system, and you've
Sorry,
got
what was that word?
Charian,
Charian.
yeah. And then you've got the Forza mine system as well. But the latter one is much smaller, somewhat newer. It's still supplemented by off-world supplies for the neurosynaptic wiring.
And looking at these mine systems, is there any one of the three that seems particularly relevant that opened around the sort of time that this sort of stuff happened, or is it indicated that all three are
all three are only recently opened. It was part of after they set up and managed to clear out the forge there. They then went and then cleared out the mine systems. And once they had sufficient materials then excavated, they then started producing the cybernetics again.
Okay. Well, I'll disseminate this information, pass it along to my companions, discussing the pattern that seems to be present in that it's only since these mines were opened that this sort of thing started to happen. These mines are all in the north, and I'll list the names Taurus, Charian, and Forza as likely places that we could start looking into this.
Very well. It's a good eye you've got. Apart from that, did the interrogator mention how we were going to get those certifications and all of those qualifications to be your companions on this, so that we would be assumed to be Mechanicus without any problems?
He merely stated that it would be provided, not how or when.
I'll just assume that it'll be so then. He doesn't seem like the sort of man to forget things like that. My guess is that maybe it'll be waiting for us on the transport. Do we have any idea when our transport leaves?
Effectively, it's on the data slate. Effectively, there will be a transport leaving in 2 days' time. So you can make any arrangements you need to do.
Okay.
We have 2 days.
Well then, I think we should partition our time and use it well. With the Emperor watching, we definitely don't want to waste it. How should we spend the next 2 days? Should we continue to just make plans and go over this and come up with a game plan for what we want to do when we make it to Arnhaus? On just a part 1, part 2, part 3? Basically just come up with steps that we want to go through? Or do we just want to wing it when we get down to the planet? Go with whatever takes us?
How much planning can we achieve from space?
Well, we know that there are mines that we should start at, and I assume that if we know there are mines, and that's all on the data slate, perhaps we can find more on each one. If it turns out that there is no more legwork to be done up here, then unfortunately we'll just have to wait our time out in the warp, and when we get to the planet, we'll go on site at each place, posing as members of the Mechanicus. I assume...
Which
do you know what kind of
mining systems and was open the oldest? Which one is the oldest?
The oldest.
Sorry, that was a terrible way of explaining.
So Taurus was open first, but
is it the largest?
Yes, it is also the largest, but it wasn't actually fully operational, at least in any sort of real term, until much more recently.
Okay.
Charian was opened shortly afterwards and was cleared very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Cleared as in completely excavated, or?
Well, as in made operational again fully.
Right. Okay.
Or at least up to the amount that the forge could currently process. But yeah, so Charian, while not the oldest, is the one that got completed first, or at least back to production schedule, whereas the others lagged a little bit behind.
Looking to Cassius, I tap the data slate with my one of my fingers and say that whilst Taurus appears to be the largest of the mining complexes and may well be the site most ripe for information gathering, Charian was the soonest operational of the three. And if this, whatever it might be, has been festering for some time, as it seems to have been the case, then that might be the most likely site where we would find information.
I think that's the best place to look.
Indeed.
He said these problems occurred 7 months ago that he knows about, and perhaps up to 10 months ago that he's unsure of. And all of these have opened up recently, but you're right that one was finished first. Best place to start looking. That's where they're receiving all of their minerals from, for now.
You're the expert here, Carolinus. So we will be deferring to your expertise. I know that, I am not familiar with your order, but forgive me if my, I guess, perception is wrong, but we'll be deferring to you a lot during the course of this because this happens to be Mechanicus business. Would it be a good idea for us to make contact with the Fabricator General as well before we go into the mine and check out down there and begin our investigation? Or should we keep him in the dark?
Rolling my eyes for a moment as if in thought, I take several moments of silence to consider the question and the implications of the various answers. After some time, I look back down to the data slate and say, we might wish to begin with the workers of the mines, especially those who may no longer work there, any injured, as they are often the most open to heresy. They might not be located in the mines, but around it. We may not need to enter the mine as yet, and such I recommend we do not cause any ripples in the pond that we do not need to.
Would the Fabricator General have access to any tablets or any information that would let us know who might have been fired from the mine or those who have been laid off for injuries or anything along those lines? Anything that stands out in particular? Or would we rather go to a foreman for that? Either way, I can talk to just about anyone. My skill sets and my contributions to this group, I can virtually assure you, will not be those in combat. Unfortunately, it's just not my forte, but I do have a knack for people, and I do have connections.
Many of the servitors in the mine will be watched over by my order, but the miners themselves, we likely would wish to speak to a foreman.
Okay, very well. So we try to find ourselves a foreman who's got a list of who's been injured or who may have been put out during their mine work. And then we look for anything that stands out among those cases. If there's nothing, then we go on with a full investigation of the mine. If there is, then we run down those leads. Are we all in agreement?
I think it's a good place to start.
That's reasonable.
It's at this point that an individual in quite light, sort of flowing robes, looks kind of worn and haggard, bit old, sort of graying beard, bald-headed, comes in through the door and walks immediately over to your group after spying you and goes, hello, my name is Acolyte Zachariah. I was looking for you. I was informed by Interrogator Khan that you needed some documents made. Is this correct?
Absolutely. It's good to meet you, Zachariah, and I extend my hand.
Oh, thank you. And he sort of shakes yours very gingerly.
How can I help you?
Well, I was informed that you wanted some sort of writ of passage and that you're working for a tech priest under the name of Carolinus Drackle. I believe that's you. What exactly are you there for? What is your mission? Is some sort of survey or what?
Our work takes us down to Arnhaus, where unfortunately we've been tasked with looking into some Mechanicus dealings.
Yes.
And so ultimately we are on board. Apparently the Fabricator General is okay with our presence there, but we plan to be investigating some mines first, and so we'll need some sort of fabricated document giving us access to mines or mine work or some type of machine work down in there so that we can actually get a hold of the foreman and speak with him.
Well, yes, but what reason are you there for? Why would you be investigating these things? Why would you be investigating?
We're investigating on behalf of the interrogator, and unfortunately our business is classified.
Yes, don't worry, I know all about that. But what reason do you want me to put on the dossier, or the credentials? Yes.
The reason for being down there could be something as simple as maintenance work. Let's say that we need to perhaps deal with the air scrubbers to make sure that they don't suffocate down in the mines.
But then why would you be coming from off-planet?
Perhaps they don't have anyone there that's got the time to do it. Either way, we just need to ask a few questions. We won't be there long.
I can put that down if you want. It does seem a little bit curious. It
seems such a reason is likely to cause more questions than we would like. Put down that we are there to investigate the servitors. Looking across to Cassius, I ask, would it be uncomfortable for the interrogator if we implied that there was some malfunction, some report of errant behavior amongst the servitors?
Not at all. I can't see how that would cause us any problems.
It might-
As always, I defer to your expertise in this regard. I was just trying to come up with something simple, but if you've got something that actually rings true, by all means, speak your mind.
I can put you down as you're a random testing branch from the Fabricator General of the subsector, with permission to go and do random spot checks on servitors to check the integrity of their machine spirits.
Seems reasonable.
Considering that the planet has only just come out of a warp storm and is currently getting up to strength again, it would be prudent to... Yes, I can do this. Just bear in mind that if we do get found out, it would definitely sour relations to have forged Mechanicus documents, but it should be fine. I will arrange these to be sent to your belongings in your rooms.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Zacharias.
Yes. It was lovely to meet you. May the God Emperor protect. Agents?
Of course.
He bows and does the same to Quilla and starts hobbling away.
During this conversation, I am staring at Navy Boy over here, and I'm just like, what the hell are these guys talking about?
I explain on the way.
I agree with Brander's assessment. Make whatever preparations you need. I think we've got a solid plan right now. We'll head down to the plant, or we'll head to the transport in 2 days, and I'll see you on board.
Sounds
And
good.
with that, I stand up, and you can hear my boots clicking off into the distance. Not really a click, kind of like that, that commanding authority sound when boots hit like a polished floor. That's what
Heavy
you
thump.
hear.
Clack, clack,
Heavy
clack,
thump.
clack.
Yeah, exactly. As I walk off to wherever my I guess residence is for now, our temporary hotel or whatever it is they put us in, our Hab Tavern, wherever it is we're staying.
I got the broom closet.
You've got small individual rooms, although they're individual rooms on a military station, which are pretty small, all sort of next to each other down this one corridor. The rest of the corridor is unused, as far as you can tell. A couple of days go past. Anyone want to do anything in those couple of days, or are you good to...
I'm checking all these doors to see if they're unlocked. I'm curious about this place.
They all are, unfortunately, locked.
Oh, well. Are there any windows in the hallway?
Yeah, there's actually a very large one down the end of the hallway that looks over... Actually, doesn't look over the planet because it's facing the other way. It looks over towards the star, and it's permanently polarized so that you don't get blinded instantly. But you can just about see this shimmering ball of light taking up most of one side of the viewport.
Well,
Do you
during
know
our
the thing
2-day
with
trip, I am there most of the time, staring out this window, wide-eyed.
Somebody
It's
had to do
crazy
first
special.
research on that. Somebody built a space station without the polarization and walked past the window and was like, I'm blind! And then they're like, well, now we know we gotta polarize the windows from now on. Thank you for your sacrifice to the Emperor. The Emperor protects, except for your eyes. Those are a sacrifice, I guess.
Yeah, and then after they polarized it, they had to put a couple other people in there just to make sure that it was safe again. It's like, is it good now? Are we good? Are you burning? Can
Stare
you see?
right at it. I want you to look right at that sun. Just stare right into that thing.
And that is how we do
close.
product
course we don't.
testing in the Imperium. Yeah, so 2 days go past without much fuss. On
In the 2 days, I would actually like to visit each of my companions individually and inquire as to the equipment that they'll be bringing. I guess I will start with Garrett. So I've shown up at
you find
the,
him right next to that window as per usual.
right at he's basically not moved.
No.
Like I've passed him several times doing my various things, and there's one time I stop and I talk to him. So I pause and I wait, and I wait, and I wait. I'm waiting for him to notice me, but he just never takes his eyes off the window. So
Senpai
eventually
does
I
notice
go,
you, but he doesn't take his eyes off.
I notice him, and eventually I go, Carolinus? Can I help you?
As it happens, yes, you can. I wish to inquire as to what equipment and resources you will be bringing with yourself down to the planet.
Are you looking for weapons? Armor?
I am asking
Electronics?
after any mechanical equipment you might be bringing, though it would be of use for me to know what equipment you might bring, that if someone should ask a question while we're there, such as why is one of your retinue armed with whatever you might be armed with, I will have an answer prepared.
Okay. That sounds reasonable enough. I have myself a pistol. I'll show him the Laz pistol. We can all go to our quarters, and I guess I can just pull stuff out and show him.
Yeah, I would be happy to accompany you to your quarters to look at your Laz pistol.
So you go to
Let
his
me go
quarters
show you my pistol.
to play. I show you yours, you show me mine as you get your weapons.
Oh, no, I'm not showing it mine.
No, you have to.
need to
You
know
have to.
about
Tit
mine.
for tat. I'm
Alright.
poking your Oculus tentacle every
Yep,
time
it's
you
tit for
don't
tat.
show me.
He's giving up a lot of tat. He's been giving up a lot of tat. So where's it at?
So damn it, Splat. so I show him my pistol, my Laz pistol. I show him the battery pack. I turn it on, turn the safety off, just so he sees how it works. You've seen a Laz pistol before, haven't you?
Of course I have.
I show him a Laz gun, same concept, energy pack.
Mm-hmm.
Turn it on. I go, I like this one. Sounds pretty. And I show him a chain sword, just in case anybody gets too close for comfort.
You turn it on.
Okay.
No. That might draw some suspicion inside a naval base like this. And that's everything I plan on bringing. I've got I may have an injector for dosing someone. Maybe. I'm not sure I'm going to be bringing that for any purpose.
Well, what
Do you
condition
think we'll be
are
needing-
these items in, by the way? When I'm looking over them, when you're showing them to me, are they well maintained? Are they new? Are they decades old?
They are extremely well maintained. I have been fascinated and obsessive over everything that's come ever since my ascension into
In
the
that case,
stars.
as I'm looking over these items, as you take them out and show them to me, I make appropriate, sort of slightly surprised, but in a pleasant way, noises at the general well repair of your equipment.
This is why I wanted to know how that globe worked and how I'm be pestering Carolina so much over the course of this. Just asking him how everything works because I want to know.
What's
everything.
that?
The
Can
answer
I
will
touch it?
almost
What's
always
that
be the
button
same.
do?
How does that work? By the omniscience will. How does that work? By the omniscience will. How does that work? By the omniscience will.
How does that work? That's
Over
a fork.
and over again.
Yeah.
And
I'm imagining he's asking Carolinas about his own things. He's like, I don't just know how to fire
Yes.
this.
To be
They've handed me
fair,
this strange metal stick and it glows and it makes a noise. What does it do?
to be fair, it's not exactly like I would be that unfamiliar with people just coming up to me randomly asking me how their stuff works. That's not actually
That's
that
true.
far.
That's true, but they probably wouldn't want to know how it works. They just want to know how they get to use it. How do I make
that part would be the
things?
worrying part. They just came up to me with a Laz pistol they've had for a long time. It's like, how do I make it do stuff? It's like, Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
then I have a question for you, Carolinas. Do you think we'll be needing a means to take people out on this mission? Are we actually going to need weapons on this?
Ideally, no. It would be troublesome if we were to start damaging the property of my order.
Well, I got the feeling
Those
that
outside the arena of usefulness, less so. Wounded
got-
miners are of little use.
I got the feeling Interrogator Khan didn't want to upset your people in any way.
Wisely.
Well, would a non-lethal option be better for this mission?
Non-lethal options are always better. A corpse cannot talk, and if it does, it's heresy.
I can't argue with that logic.
Thank you very much for your time. I would recommend bringing the sidearm. It would not do to be undefended, perhaps even the sword, though the lasgun would be difficult to conceal and even more difficult to explain, given our reason for being here.
Well, so long as we are allowed storage on this facility, I can leave any number of things behind.
Oh, I'm certain we'll have somewhere that we'll be able to stay planet-side. As long as you can bring it with you, but don't... I recommend you don't carry it around with you openly.
Yeah, someone might try to take it.
Yes, the Arbites, for example.
There aren't Aavaks on the Forge World.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, aren't there Arbites?
It's Grand Theft Auto out here. We could do whatever we want.
Yeah, the
No,
Empire
no,
doesn't
the
really
Skitarii
have
will
that.
probably
No.
murder you.
Okay, sorry. What is the enforcing...
It would be the Adeptus Mechanicus' Skitarii divisions.
It would be the Skitarii.
Yeah. They
Okay,
don't really need law
yeah.
enforcement, they just have military.
They sound like aliens from a Marvel comic. The Skitarii. Sounds like
Actually
somebody
do, don't they?
Captain
do.
America would be fighting.
Okay, with that, then I make my excuses and I leave, and I go to visit Brander. I check the obvious place, which is a bar. I mean, he's a Navy man.
You find Brander and Cassius talking together in a bar, getting to know each other. Also, they happen to bump into each other in the same bar and just had an awkward silence when they were like, well, we're sitting next to each other, so...
Well, we might die together, so we may as well drink together. Let's get this over with, socializing and all that.
Amen to that.
I walk up to the table they're at as they say this and say, gentlemen, I'm glad to have found you together. I have
Carolinas.
some theories.
Join us.
I look at the drinks that they've got in front of them. What drinks have they got?
So what would you be
I
drinking?
guess Amasek?
Amasek?
That's the like standard.
Shenryyr
Okay,
dying. I
booze.
just want to check. Is he okay?
Some kind of stout if they have it available. If not, I'm drinking brandy. The classiest of drinks.
I don't think they would have a stout in the officers' quarters. However, both of you do have then a fine quality Amasek. Or at least the finest one that's available in the officers' quarters. And not
Take
in a
it.
lock and key.
Okay. At the offer, I look as if I'm considering refusal. My hand is partially lifted as if to wave off. And then I lower it and rethink my option and then take the seat. Very well.
I smile and go, there he is. So how can we help you? What's up?
I wish to inquire as to what equipment and resources you might be bringing down to the planet, both of you, that I be better familiar with what I might have to explain to my brothers, should they inquire.
Absolutely. I slide a long, straight sword out of a sheath that's behind my back, basically I guess parallel to my belt line, and it's just a long, straight blade. And I say, this one, easily enough, is my main weapon. This is what I've trained with for most of my life. You can explain it as a cultural thing. On my planet, a man is never seen anywhere without a blade. It's just not done. It's simply not acceptable. It's a Versepian custom. And sliding the blade back in, and then I produce a las pistol from inside my cloak. And aside from that, this is all that I've got. Wasn't really planning on fighting, to be honest.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. But at that point, I draw my attention to his staff, though I am maintaining eye contact with Cassius, whereas my optical mech and dendrite is just slithering around and then just kind of homes in on it. And again, the lenses start rotating, and slowly the lens starts at a big lens, and then a smaller lens rotates into position, and then another one kind of brass, trims around them.
Noticing this,
Just
I start
focusing
for a
on the
moment like,
staff.
oh yes, my walking staff. That's actually, I would never use that as a weapon. It was a gift from my father before I left, and so it's got sentimental value, so I bring it with me everywhere. Somewhat of a good luck charm, if you will. I like to think it carries the Emperor's blessing.
Indeed. I'm glad you mentioned it, as you do not seem frail enough to require a walking staff, but a memento from your family is easily enough explained.
That's all
And
that I
I
carry with me, though.
I nod. Good. Easily enough. Oops. Easy enough to explain, should my brothers inquire. A sidearm and a blade. Hardly out of the ordinary. And then I turn to Brander. Has Brander got his chainsword with him? Has he got it like strapped to his hip?
Yep.
I tip my head to the side and I look down at the chainsword and then look up at Brander and you.
Well, I see that you look and I say I have this and gesture to it. It's not looking so great in terms of condition. It looks like it was once quite nice looking and had a bit of sort of decoration to it, but it's quite worn and scratched and so on. Though it is still well polished and such. It's like it's well maintained as much as it can be.
Right.
I gesture to it and say that I always carry it with me. I realize it may be somewhat unsubtle, but if possible, I would like to keep it with me. It's taken me through some tough battles.
I shouldn't imagine it would be too difficult to explain. Are you going to be bringing any other weapons?
I pull out a stub automatic pistol and gesture to it. Perhaps I don't know what tech priests think of projectile weapons. They might prefer las, but yeah, I will guess that they don't.
Well, actually, you won't notice, but perhaps when Carolina sat down, perhaps the seam on his robes would have parted slightly, and you'd notice that he does actually have what looks like the handle of a handgun strapped about his waist, but it's that's all you can see of it. It's just like, in a holster, but it's clearly not a las pistol.
I'll draw and show it and say, I imagine you're familiar with such weapons. Also, in my quarters, I have a combat shotgun, but perhaps that is not suitable for this sort of mission.
I'll tell you the same I told Garrett, and that is that you're welcome to bring it, but we would likely be best served with subtlety rather than aggression, at least until we can isolate the source of this heresy.
Indeed.
I finish off my drink and standing up. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to excuse myself. Carolinus, if you could come by my quarters a little bit later, we need to speak in private. There's a few matters that I think you and I, as members of the Imperial Service, should speak of. Is that all right?
I nod.
And then I retire to my residence for now.
Okay.
Looking back to Branda, are you going to be bringing any other resources to the planet?
I do possess a rebreather. Perhaps that could come in useful if the mines are in not good condition. Apart from that, nothing of note.
Perhaps.
Apart from some armor.
And the armor is?
I have a flak coat and a flak helmet. Standard Imperial issue. Guard issue, I guess.
Nothing out of the ordinary again, though it might seem a little suspect should we be seen walking around the mines.
What's all the banging?
I was wondering the same thing. I think it might be on Shen's side.
It might be my chair. I'll stop.
Perhaps we should avoid wearing armor unless we suspect that we'll need it. But to a certain degree, it might be expected of a man of your particular qualities. I look over the Imperial Navy uniform he's wearing.
I could pass as a bodyguard.
Indeed. These are dark times. But that should be adequate. Thank you very much for your time. And I rise to leave, unless he stops me.
Oh man, I'm just imagining Carolinus as a character going around doing all these little interrogations on people, just investigating his new mates, and he's got this tentacle with his eyeball and all these swirling lenses and shit, and one of them has to be a little monocle lens right in front. Has to be.
Is that what you've been laughing at this whole time?
Yes.
Why didn't you just share that? We could have laughed with you instead of being like, what the hell
dear.
is wrong with Shen? Is he?
Oh, dear.
He's lost
some
it.
weird gas in there?
Falling apart.
Okay, so later, Carolinus, you head over to Cassius's.
Yes. In
Sure.
fact, soon after.
Yeah.
So yeah.
As you enter, you find me kind of standing looking out of a port window with a low stick burning in my mouth. I see you come in. Carolinus, good. Could you close the door behind you when you come in?
I turn to close the door. And then turn back to face Cassius. But as I do, I nod to the low stick and murmur, be careful which part of the station you wander whilst partaking of that particular brand. The machine spirits are sensitive.
I grin, the low stick hanging slightly off at an angle out of my mouth. Like, don't worry, I don't plan on setting us all on fire in the depths of space right now. I'm glad that you came. There's something important that you and I need to discuss that I wasn't quite sure if it would be privy to release to the rest of the group just yet. But there's a reason I was selected for this mission to be along with all of you, and one that I think will put me at a bit of odds with our more primitive friend out there. He seems quite confused by space, and so I'm assuming he's never been out here before.
Do you know much of our friend?
I know nothing. This is our first meeting. I've never met any of you before this. I assume, and I trust in the interrogator's will to have properly assembled the group, and so if he wills it, he wills it. However, I've been selected because I am a sanctioned psyker from the Astra Telepathica. I realize that this will take some back.
He hears like almost like a chittering and a clack, and then a woo, as the medical mechadendrite, the one that's just been wrapped around Carolinus this whole time, just slowly uncoils, and you can see all of these like little piston injectors just kind of firing and clicking, little scalpel blades, chain scalpels just moving, and then it just kind of stills, but it remains uncoiled now, and he's got both of them out. The optical one is still moving around more or less as it had before, whereas the medical one is a little bit more precise in its movements. It doesn't weave as much as it just moves around, and he nods. Rather, I nod as I look up a little bit more squarely to him. I see.
You might be wondering why I've chosen to let you know about this instead of the rest of the group, and it's simply due to the fact that you're a member of the priesthood. I'm a member of the Telepathica, and therefore we both serve the God Emperor on a bureaucratic level. We're both part of the great machine that runs the Empire. The other members of our group, I'm not quite so sure how they would take it just yet. As a Navy man, I don't know if Brander has ever been exposed to someone like me, and I'm not entirely sure what to think about Garrett at all. But I figured at least someone in the group should know so that when the time comes, there's at least someone there to lend a calming voice to the situation and reassure the others. If you think it wise that I should tell everyone else, then I will go ahead and do so, but I wish to seek your counsel first.
Called Garrett primitive, I take it that isn't simply an idle observation. I have noted the way he seems fascinated by matters quite mundane.
Well, I mean, the man's wearing chainmail. I mean, certainly we don't need to discuss that too much further, but it seems like the sort of thing that an Underhive ganger would wear, or someone from a planet where they can't put together exquisite protections like the ones you and I bear. That being said, he does also have that sophisticated suit on, so he's a bit of an oddity.
You hear a knock at the door.
Yes, who is it?
Turn and step
hello.
away from the door a bit.
Yes. Sorry, it's me, Zachariah again. I just wanted to let you know that here are your identifications. Oh, hello, Carolinus. There you go. There's yours too.
As I take the documents, I ask, Zacharias, how long were you outside the door?
Had 4 minutes, 22 seconds, and 216 milliseconds.
You wouldn't have happened to be listening to our conversation, would you?
No. I've been listening to our conversation for the last 2 days, but okay.
Can I use, let's see here.
Judge intentions!
Yeah, can I use an awareness check with Fellowship to see if he's deceiving me or not?
It would be scrutiny with Fellowship.
Oh, I don't have scrutiny, so never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Never mind then. Zacharias, I'm sure. Thank you for your work. I'm sure you've put all of your efforts into this as the God King wills. And I give him the sign of the Aquila and I bow.
Yes. Yeah, by the way, your transport ship is due to leave in about, about now, actually. If you would want to gather your things and head to the launch bay.
Very well. Thank you, Zacharias. I appreciate your assistance.
Yes.
I nod to him, my head bowing a little bit more than necessary for a simple nod, but I don't speak.
Yes. And he makes the sign of the Omnissiah and heads off.
At that, I reply with the same sign.
Yes. He heads out.
I close the door behind him and I say, well, I hope he wasn't eavesdropping on our little conversation. He strikes me as being a bit of an eccentric, but I'm sure he's harmless. After all, he works in the service of the interrogator.
Of the same interrogator. I should imagine we have little to concern ourselves with.
You'll understand. Someone in my position learns to be quite paranoid, even with an imperial sanction. I mean, even with a badge. Unfortunately, there are many who do not like my kind.
As he says that, I respond with "indeed," and there's an inflection on it, like a protracted "indeed." But I don't go into any depth on that response. But there is very much that sort of like, yes, I imagine, sort of thing.
Noticing the inflection, I smirk a little bit and take another drag off the low stick, and exhaling. Well, either way, I'll see you aboard the transport, yes?
Yes, shortly.
Very well. Then I'll take my leave for a bit to prepare.
Out of curiosity, E, how exactly would one make the sign of the Omnissiah?
I always thought it was like a little wingy, like.
No, that's
like
the Aquila.
Oh, that's the Aquila.
Oh, that's the symbol.
The Omnissiah is
I know this.
a little
Sure.
bit more complex.
Brander knows.
Speak up.
It is this.
Oh,
Make
it's the
interlock gears.
interlocking gears, isn't it?
There we
That's
go.
the one.
Oh, gears.
Because you've done the Aquila for every other time that you've mentioned it. And I was imagining that the chat might like to see it.
Bethany's right.
Cogs of a machine.
Now before the stream started today, EE told us that he was actually part of the Crips. So if you want to show us how to do the blood in the Crips, go for it.
I'm good.
EE has a
Even
vicious crip walk.
Mhm.
I was just joking around one time, and he took it wrong. He started crip walking up on the camera. I was like, "Oh shit!" He's about to let it go.
Yes.
About to let loose. I quit. I'm not part of the group anymore. I'm scared. I
Faux
can't be
shizzle.
affiliated. I got priors.
Did you just say faux shizzle?
Yeah. Yeah, I dizzle.
Oh, don't do that again.
But anyway, you all head out to the transport. Carolinus gets there last, shortly after Cassius. Brando and Garrett have been there for a little while waiting.
Did we at least meet with Zacharias to get our identities and stuff?
Yeah, Zacharias did give you
Okay.
identities, and
Oh, thank goodness.
you're all good.
New names.
The information includes all your first names, but your last names have been changed. Carolinus is now Carolinus Dragula. Brander is now Brander Thrasis. Garrett is now Garrett Steeljaw.
He's no longer Brander Thrail, he's Brander Fail.
And Cassius is Callius Montague. So yeah, you head out on the transport ship. It takes you a very short journey over to a waiting nearby Imperial frigate, which is currently going on patrol around towards Arnhaus and will be dropping off in system when it gets there. The journey itself is pretty uneventful. Garrett, however, is locked to every window possible, even when it enters the Immaterium and the ship shudders and blast doors come down and seal off the views to the outside, so you're not maddened by looking directly into the warp. Garrett is very disappointed he cannot see. The few days journey goes pretty uneventfully. And
I find Garrett while we're in the warp while he's staring at a window.
oh dear,
A shuttered
okay.
window.
It's curious, isn't it, Garrett?
Don't you ever wonder what's out there?
Well, that's what's curious about it. Were we to look outside of this window right now, our minds would be driven to all forms of heresy that you couldn't even speak of. I find it curious that a thin plate of steel separates us from such a fate. Does it not interest you?
how does it protect us?
By simply blocking your view, you just can't look upon what's out there. It's forbidden.
Does the ship have no outside view?
No, only when we come out of the warp.
Well, what is out there? What is it that it's protecting us from?
That would be for greater minds than I. However, lest the Gellerfield fail, and I make the sign of the Aquila, God King forbid, we should never find out what's out there.
It's just very strange to live a shuttered life and to finally have open eyes, only to see that people who have had open eyes for centuries still live a shuttered life out here. It's fascinating.
I would be careful with words like those. However, I do see your point, and we are in private right now. It's very much... Did you ever, on your home world... So for me, for example, my family was highborn. There were certain areas that I was simply not allowed to go based on my standing in society. Space is much like that. There are places you are still not meant to go or at the bare minimum look upon. There are forbidden areas. Was there anything like that for you when you were growing up or when you were a child?
Very much so. My world had unspeakable forbidden things everywhere imaginable. And yet here I am, out in space, someplace that was not strictly forbidden, but so unlikely that it might as well have been. So I'm wondering what else in this vast space, this vast universe, this galaxy, what else is there beyond what we see right now?
More than we could even speak on, my friend. And I slap him on the shoulder and excuse myself.
Okay. And Garrett does wonder what is out there and what more he can see for the next week until the ship suddenly shudders and enters back into real space over the blasted form of Arnhaus. It's a fair journey in system. It takes about just over a day to get from the edge of the system into Arnhaus, which orbits a quite a large red star, which is slowly beginning to cool.
We will have been in transport for a little while. I imagine there would have been plenty of instances where I would have seen my companions and noted how comfortable they seemed on the journey. How did your characters, how did my companions seem insofar as taking a trip like this?
I was right at home because it's a Navy vessel, isn't it?
That would have been expected, yeah.
I was at home as well, giving off all the decorum of someone who has experienced long-term space travel and who has done a considerable bit of movement around the sector.
Mm-hmm. And Garrett?
I am absolutely fascinated by everything. It's really hard to contain both excitement and wonder when all I'm doing is staring outside the windows, staring at everything inside this ship as if it's just utterly amazing.
Not just in terms of how...
That's going to be a perception roll, because he's trying to play it cool. He's just not the best at it.
No, not he. You. I. First person.
Yeah, I'm trying to play it cool. I'm trying to be as calm and cool as a cucumber. Just not that.
And it would be scrutiny, not perception. It would be scrutiny, fellowship.
Scrutiny, fellowship. Any mitigating factors?
Not really. It's hard to tell because he's very interested in everything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a success. So, yeah, Garrett, how home are you feeling?
Yeah.
Say it again?
How home are you feeling?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm feeling like the hairs on my skin are crawling around and just making me feel ridiculously uncomfortable.
Yeah, he seems to be putting on this persona to distract people from the fact that he is actually somewhat scared.
Yes, very.
You notice that he's also not used to the zero gravity as well, but the artificial gravity that's being generated by the deck plating. There are slight sort of micro fluctuations in it, and he seems to be trying to compensate for it by having a very large, wide stride, like he's on the deck of an old ocean-going vessel. And he looks very curious, walking down the very middle of the rooms, going like this. And everyone's sort of giving him a bit of a wide berth at the stages because you don't really do that on a space vessel. In fact, you want to stay near the wall, so you've got a handrail should the plating fail. Yet he seems to be somewhat straddling the middle of the room, trying to compensate for some sort of listing of that's just not happening.
Oh, what? What?
Out of character question. What type of gravity are they experiencing out here? Like how many G's?
It's about 0.9.
Okay.
It tends to be somewhat standard to leave it at about 0.9, 0.95. Military ships are probably a little bit higher, but it wouldn't be a full cruiser just because they don't have the same reactor, so it'd be about 0.92 or something.
Do you know offhand? Do you know offhand how strong the gravity would have been on Garrett's homeworld of Nor?
Yeah, it would have been about 1.05.
So this is a little bit enlightening.
Yeah, a little bit enlightening. It does feel a little bit weird to you, especially in a raid. Like, I'm like, whoa, okay. And you have some fun with it, sort of jumping up and down, taking a spring in your step every now and again.
Hope
And then
nobody
you
saw
suddenly
that.
realize that it's making you feel a bit nauseous, and you're like, no. Yeah. But anyway, you get back to Arnhaus, make transit into the system, and eventually you're in a small transport heading down to the surface, along with a few bits and pieces of guard and navy equipment that need to be looked at and analysed, along with 3 servators. The servitors sort of plugged in at the back, unmoving, unblinking. These human-like machines that have now been, once originally upon a time were human vessels, are now kind of given over to machine parts here and there as they perform very basic duties in the Imperium. These ones appearing to be on standby at the moment. And you slowly make planetfall and land at the Lazarus Manufactorium up on the Lazarus Forge. And this is probably a good place to take a short break. So we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Feel free to go get snack, tea, recaf, toilet break, pray to the Emperor, bless your computer with the Omnisci or whatever you need to do to make sure
Soy
it keeps
product.
working.
Soy calf.
Pork pie.
Yep, definitely all of the above. And we'll be back in about 8 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Unless it's to go
Toodles.
do those things.
No, don't go. Don't do it.
Do them where you're standing? Because that.
Milk for the cornflakes.
Yes, indeed.
Learning it.
So welcome back to Roll For It, where we're currently playing some Dark Heresy 2nd Edition. So in the grim darkness of the far future, in the 41st millennium, there is only, well, instead of war, the Inquisition
There
and
is
heresy.
only puppies.
There's only war, except in the places where there aren't
What
war.
a show.
That was the 29th millennium. It was a lot better, frankly.
They had a
yeah,
good supply
so,
of puppies back then.
We're back with our first episode of our new season Roll For It. We're doing some Dark Heresy. Just a heads up that we are now Patreon supported, so if you're interested in supporting us, do go check over at Patreon, patreon.com/Roll For It, which is, easy to remember. Go check over there. There's some awesome tiers with some awesome stuffs that you might be interested in. But yes.
Secret videos for only the best of heretics.
With even more tears.
Best of heretics? No. The heretics don't get the videos.
Yeah, the heretics
Or
get
even
to
the
listen.
best servants of the Emperor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or the Omnisire. You knows it.
Shenryyr.
Omnisire, best sire.
Is that what you have like on a t-shirt underneath your robes?
Omnisire,
Omnisire, best sire.
No, you should see his like spaceship. It's got a bumper sticker on the back which says, "What would the Omnisire do?"
Oh, God.
I want that as a bumper sticker now. I don't have a car to put it on, but I want that as a bumper sticker.
I want a bumper sticker for my bike.
My other car is a
slow
craft
down.
world.
Mechadendrites on board.
Little tendrils instead of a baby.
It's just like a
goodness.
servo skull in like a pram. Right, but yeah, welcome back.
Oh, that would be great.
Acolytes have managed to find their way to Arnhaus, which apparently some cybernetics that are killing people are coming from, and been told to investigate. And they are just about diving down to the planet itself and are about to land at the spaceport.
Sorry, sound at me.
Let's see if I
Jetson
have
style.
some...
What's the thing we're in?
Da-na-na-na.
We're in a cargo frigate, right?
Yeah, you've just come out. You're in basically a small lighter. It's basically a ground land craft from orbit to ground. It's basically designed exactly for just doing the orbital drop and then going back up. It's basically a cargo hauler. But yeah, you're in a rather cramped unit at the back with 3 servitors, along with a few supplies and crates. And slowly, after entering the atmosphere, you manage to make your way down to the somewhat, if not busy, certainly a bit busy with servitors, although the actual signs of any intelligent people certainly limited. You can spot like 1 or 2 tech priests sort of directing the unloading of craft and so on. But beyond that, it does seem to be rather deserted. Deserted using kind of an interesting term. Yeah, Garrett?
Question about the servitors and the tech priests.
Sure.
You said they're directing things, but are they actually like having a conversation with these servitors, or do they just control them through, like is it like an RC car or something?
Servitors, I guess you can do them via RC, but most of the time they understand very basic directions. They have the very basic neural structure of like a human in there as well, whether they're vat grown or whether they're just like old bodies of convicts or whatever, that they're like, cool, we'll just use this convict. And then basically they added like... Yeah, and then they replace lots of your brain with technology. So basically they understand certain like phrases and keywords and directions, and to a certain extent can interpret what you say to be like, pick up that box, and they go, okay, you mean that box, and pick up. They understand that sort of basic level of like
Just
action.
to clarify for Shen, because this may be something, obviously, if it is the case, his character would have an extra layer of confusion. Are the tech priests communicating with the servitors in binary? Or are they using just Common Old Garden Gothic?
Right now, as the back of the shuttle opens and you descend down onto the landing pad, all you can hear is sort of the dial-up sort of modem kind of, which is a staccato binary being transmitted at very high speeds. There is no Low Gothic to be heard here at the moment. Low Gothic, so your home being the language that's basically Common or Garden that's spoken everywhere.
Cassius would be quite familiar with High Gothic, though, I should imagine.
Weirdly enough, nobles do not get High Gothic. That surprised me.
Oh, really?
I was really surprised that nobility does not get High Gothic as a starting language. I was like, really?
Genuinely,
that
I am
seem
actually
obvious.
surprised by that.
Yeah, that's
ecclesiarchy thing.
It feels like it's an oversight. Like I would have to check the website for any of the things that they...
There isn't on there. I checked.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure the errata didn't say anything about High Gothic. I would double check.
To be
That
fair,
really-
Adeptus
feels like an
Mechanicus don't
oversight.
get binary by default either. I had to purchase that, so.
But as you descend down the cargo ramp, one of the servitors comes forwards, and a small loudhailer built into its lower mouth, and its sort of jaw has been kind of distended with the speaker there instead, comes up and goes, "State your purpose."
With regards to the certificates that we've been given, the license to be on the planet, I imagine we've all had time to look at ours. Certainly, we know what our supposed name is. How was it stated on there? I know what we spoke to Zachariah. Yeah.
You'd be Tech Priest Carolinus Dragula.
Yes, but what in the license that was on there? What was stated there? Literally, I would echo that rather than just make something up.
On direction of the Fabricator General of the Eximus sector, these persons are directed to investigate and analyze spot samples of servitors to ensure that the machine spirit is pure and that no deviancies have been found on the world of Arnhaus in the sector, blah, 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 blah.
All right, then effectively, I would echo that to the servitor, obviously, replacing these persons with "I am here," that sort of thing.
Okay. The servitor sort of pauses for a moment and then, "Please speak to Tech Priest
Bill."
Harlon." And it sort of turns to the side, and one of its arms sort of limply goes up and points in the direction of one of the nearby tech priests who's fussing over a couple of the servitors.
Okay. At that point, I nod to the servitor, though it's probably quite an empty gesture, and start striding confidently in that direction, pausing only to look back at my companions and just call them to me. Come. I go back. My mechadendrites at the moment are both just coiled around me. The coil is fairly tall across my whole ribcage because, although I hadn't actually mentioned it previously, the mechadendrite is about 2 meters long, and the optical mechadendrite is about 3 meters long. So I've effectively got 5 meters worth of thick, kind of metallic cabling just coiled around my torso.
Okay, so you head over to the tech priest who's fussing over the two servitors, and you can see that he's currently got his combi tool out and he's fiddling with one of the chest plates on one of them, while the other one sort of assists him by pointing a lamp in the right direction. Blasted thing. If I just shift that around and this bit here and who are you?
I pause and. Initially, I nod to him, I bow my head, I make the sign of the Omnisire, and I say, "Greetings, Brother Harlon. I am Brother Carolinus, and I am here." And then I, reel off the purpose of my visit again, once more, and I gesture back to my companions, and these are my assistants.
Assistants? You an interesting lot. Give me your papers.
I hand over my papers.
You give him the data slate, and he looks over it, pulls out a connector, and just plugs directly into the bottom. He gives it back to you with sort of slightly furrowed brow, which is kind of interesting to see, considering that most of his lower mouth is taken up by cables and pipes going into different parts of his jaw. Everything seems to be in order. Can I help you in any way?
This investigation may take several days. I was told to expect accommodation for myself and my assistants whilst the investigation is ongoing. To whom would I report?
I can allocate you a few bunks in one of the annexes. We have a fair amount of space still in this place.
And he sort of gestures up, and you see over this very large sort of expanse of buildings that effectively forms like just a giant metallic dome. It's not a dome as in it's all flat and polished and smooth. It's more sort of a broken sort of struts are sticking out in some places, other parts of obvious spires that are coming out in terms of buildings. But the entire area is somewhat a very, very large dome, with this spaceport being a somewhat recessed, almost horseshoe-like area.
We have plenty of space at the moment, particularly for agents of the Fabricator General. He sort of bows low and very quickly makes the sound of the Omnissiah again. And then there's a of binary as he gestures to one of the servitors, and it comes over. Show them over to East Wing, room 73721. Yes. Follow me. And the servitor just turns around and starts walking off.
Okay. I turn, prepare to follow the servitor, but then pause for a moment. I will only take up a moment longer of your time, brother. I can see that you are busy at the moment. Rather than take up any of the valuable time of yourself or any of our order, are there any foremen that I could speak to who could direct me to the locations in the mine and the servitors, rather than, again, trouble?
He pulls out a data slate and he starts flicking through it.
If you want to discuss the mines in particular, you'll need to talk to Magos Quintilius. Magos Quintilius is in charge of most of the operations of this forge. And that includes the jurisdiction of the mines.
Thank you once again, brother. And I make the sign of the Omnissiah, bow, and then turn to follow the servitor.
I will need you to make a deception check at plus 30.
Okay. Deception check at plus 30.
Now, here we get on to another fun aspect called subtlety.
Is that
subtlety.
fellowship or intelligence for this one?
Oh, it would be fellowship.
And that was, sorry, plus 20, did you say?
A plus 30. You've both knowledge of
plus
Mechanicus
30.
and you have some excellent papers at your disposal. And he is busy. 09. Wow.
I was
Okay.
worried about that roll, honestly. If it wasn't clear on my face, I was genuinely like, oh, this is where I fall apart. I'm not the talky one, damn it.
So, subtlety
I'm
is
just
a
glad
mechanic
you are.
that determines how well-known and how secretive the group are being. 100 being they are invisible, almost. No one knows that they're there. They are completely and utterly off the radar from
We're a
anyone.
ghost in the night. Just
Yeah. Whereas
Predator.
one is you kick down the door and go, the Inquisition is here, tell me all your secrets. And everybody
No
knows
one
you're
expects
coming.
the Inquisition.
Yeah,
Wah!
pretty much.
Only in the 41st millennium, everyone expects the Inquisition.
No, the Inquisition are kind of shadowy figures that no one really talks about.
Really?
Because they're scared of you.
Oh, okay.
There aren't that many Inquisitors per subsector, and there's billions of people on a planet.
Fair enough. My bad.
But your subtlety starts at the very beginning of the game at 50. Should you do actions that decrease your subtlety, it will start to go down. If you increase it, it starts to go up. If you particularly do well at sort of making yourself stealthy, you go into depth of making cool disguises, and you do well at ingratiating yourself into like the enemy forces to hide amongst them to be able to find out more information. Stuff that doesn't distract more. If you go the route of, hi, I'm the Inquisition, I need information, your subtlety decreases. Now, both ways are ways to do investigations. However, it is much easier to tank your subtlety than it is to increase it, so bear that in mind. However, I will not tell you at any point what your subtlety is unless you start doing tests and asking around, at which point I can give you some vague information. So your subtlety was, at the beginning of this game, 50. However, because of a very, very good deceive roll, it is now increased. Yeah, the tech priest you just spoke to. We'll get to it in a minute, Shen. The tech priest you just spoke to completely and utterly believes your story so far. What is it, Garrett?
I just wanted to know, at 50 subtlety, what are people thinking about us? Are they actually thinking, those guys might with the Inquisition?
You currently don't have a reputation, so you're generally okay. However, it's possible that someone could track, the way your shuttle path, or possibly the way your credentials are forged or whatever, and that sort of stuff can lead back to you. In addition, some might know Carolinus from somewhere as being a place with a load of Mechanicus. It's possible that they could trace that back.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you head along. You follow the servitor towards a set of rooms. These rooms look like they were at one point belonged to a medium-ranked tech priest and possibly a small retinue. There are actually a few adjoining rooms that at one point possibly looked a little bit better, but have been repurposed to be acceptable. No longer is there any sort of inlaid, encrusted enamel in some of the walls, and any wood furnishings have long since passed. But the bare bones of the metal table, metal chairs, certain bed frames, which admittedly don't have any spring in them.
I don't think I want to stay in a hotel room that's encrusted. I think that's an adjective that I would avoid when I book on hotels.com.
Unless encrusted with the jewels.
Well, they got to be specific, though, because encrusted can lead into a lot of objects.
Yeah.
This is very true. You move into there, and you notice that this entire wing, you're pretty much the only people there, apart from a lot of servitors going up and down, some of them moving steel beams and other more esoteric equipment, and doing some minor maintenance work.
Do we have separate rooms, or are we all in one?
You've got a little suite of rooms, so effectively most of you would be in the same room, although there is a second separate bedroom, which is slightly better looking, outside of the main living area, which has got some cots and stuff in it as well.
Okay. Well, once we're there, I turn to my companions. Very well, get yourselves situated. Stow any belongings that you do not wish to have to explain. And we will prepare to head out and meet with foeman, was it Magos Quintilis?
Yes.
Magos Quintilis.
Magos, sorry, I apologize. Magos Quintilis. Looking around, I also say, it seems we may be alone here, save for the servitors, but that is a blessing. The servitors are likely entirely focused on whatever task that they have been given and will pay little heed to our comings and goings, but it would likely be to our benefit to remain as subtle as possible, nevertheless. The less people around, the easier it is to notice someone around.
Are you saying that it is impossible for these non-people to be suspect?
Nothing is beyond the realm of possibility, and that is why we're here. But servitors are typically very simple in their actions. It's possible that their machine spirit could be corrupt, but unlikely.
You seem to be doing quite
very obvious if they were working in any manner untoward.
Would you like to, so Carolinus, I don't know if you would prefer to continue handling the talking. I can take over if you wish. However, this does seem to be your realm of expertise, so...
Indeed, it's something that occurred to me before we met with the fellow of my order. I will speak with any of those of my order, and certainly with the servitors, but should the opportunity present itself, I will defer the discussions to you. I have the impression that perhaps you excel in this particular role, and perhaps certain trivialities are beneath me. I am focused on a specific task.
I shall watch for your cue then.
I'll nod.
Is there anything in this suite of rooms where we can hide anything? Like, is it a drop ceiling, or is there any compartments in the walls, or anything underneath any furniture, or what's around it?
Make a scrutiny test.
Okay. Perception?
Yep.
Okay.
Scrutiny's fellowship or intelligence, I think.
No, it's perception.
Is it? Oh, no, that's right. Scrutiny is perception and fellowship there.
Yeah, you managed to find one of the panels on the wall in particular. It's actually a little bit looser than the rest. Although they've recently gone over it, this one seems to have warped somewhat. And you managed to pull it away. And inside there is a decent space in the wall in which you can store things.
All right, I'm going to put my las gun in there.
Okay.
What are you up to over here?
Put Put the panel back.
The...
Just bang on it a little bit. Make sure it's secure. Just making sure that nothing's listening to us through these walls. I don't really trust anything here.
The shotgun in there, perhaps, and I guess my armor.
I'm not sharing this space with anyone.
Your armor is
I'll
just
find my own spot
is it
then.
an armored cloak or?
My armor.
Yeah, what is it?
It's a flak coat.
You'd probably be okay with a normal issue flat coat. That would be.
Yeah,
Well,
imagine that would be
too far?
fine.
Yeah,
Helmet's iffy.
I'll keep hold of the coat. I'll put the helmet somewhere safe.
Okay.
And the
The
shotgun.
coat is a utility item that happens to be armored, whereas the helmet is specifically something for keeping your head from being shot off,
Yeah.
and likely something you'd only wear if you expected to be in a situation where
Yeah.
it
So
might
you
be
dump
shot
those
off.
into the wall. Make sure they're behind the panel, securely stored.
Whilst they're doing that, I'm going to look over the data slate again and see if there's any mention of Magos Quintilis.
So Magos Quintilis is in the data slate. Magos Quintilis is Magos Biologis Quintilis, specializing in a lot of the biological aspects, particularly the interfaces with cybernetics, which is why Magos Quintilis is in charge of the Lazarus Forge and the Manufactoriums up here. 251 years old, heavily cyberized, specializes in that, and is probably one of the leading experts on bionics in the subsector. It's in the entire sector.
Okay. Any other information specifically like where he might be?
Well, sure. Quintilis actually runs the entire hive, so you'd quite easily look either in... Well, actually, you could probably contact them if you just asked any of the nearby tech priests to just phone in, because they all have implanted comms around here. Other than that, you could wander around and have a look, although it's possible that he might be looking over some of the manufactoriums or doing site repairs, or in fact might be in one of the workshops. So it's a busy job being in charge of a entire forge complex.
Okay. Right. I'll turn to my companions then. We can set off immediately to speak with Magos Quintilis, or we can investigate the area. We have only just arrived. It might take us a little time to seek out the Quintilis, but I defer to your judgment on this.
I'd suggest we go to the mine first. We'll look around there, and what we'd like to do is prime the well a bit here. If we go to speak with Magos right now, we're just going straight in and asking, hey, we're from whoever, and we're looking for, this, that, or the other. Why are we here? It will show our hand too quickly. If we go to the mine posing as who we say we are, and we actually find something incriminating there, then we will have put a little bit of water into the well so that we can actually be like, well, we found these indications here while we were on a routine sweep doing our work, and we'd like to ask you some questions. That way we don't give ourselves away too quickly.
I concur. That seems reasonable. Garrett? Branda?
I think that makes a lot of sense. The problem I see is anyone who's involved in the mining operation is suspect. Anyone. Even the headman. So if the
No one is
Magos
beyond suspicion, brother.
if the Magos is someone we can speak to, then fantastic. But I think it should be done in minimal capacity. Do not let him know exactly what we're looking for.
We should be careful about wandering around the mines without first informing someone who would like to know such things.
Oh,
A word with the foreman, indeed.
That is an excellent observation. Do you offhand, Carolinas, do you offhand know the procedure for one of these types of investigations coming from the what was it called? The head foreman or the head forger?
The Forge Master General.
The Forge Master General. So coming from the Forge Master General, what would be the
That's a
normal
little
type
bit
of
high.
Fabricator General.
Fabricator General. I apologize. Fabricator General.
What would be the normal type of procedure for this type of investigation? Would they even inform anyone, or would they just go in looking around?
Can I make a law mechanicus check?
Sure, but it would basically be a decision based on however that fabricated general chooses to run things. They do have a pretty sort of hodgepodge mix of how they run things in different areas of the Imperium.
Yeah. Well, I'll just communicate that there is no set procedure. It depends on the situation and for whom whom is running the investigation.
And might I suggest we go to the fabricator then, since he already knows who we're working with. He might be able to set us up with even further credentials or procedures, as would be expected on this world.
Certainly.
Would that be possible, or is he someone of a stature who would be difficult to get a hold of? I would assume he'd be quite difficult, considering he runs the entire Forge world.
If it would be possible to get a hold of him, it would take time. And in those sorts of situations, starting the inquiry sooner will mean it'll be finished sooner.
Then I suppose we put in the inquiry while we go to the mines and try to find a foreman with at least a work roster.
Very well. Okay.
I think the sooner the better. Think if anyone asks questions, we're there for a purpose, and it would also take time for them to challenge our purpose there. Everything we have is legit, and they can't challenge that directly.
In terms of the OC side of things, EE, because obviously my character would have basic running knowledge that I don't. Would this be something that you would take to that sort of title? We're just here to do spot checks on the servitors, or because there's part of me that's wondering if that might be beneath someone like that. That's something you would take to a lower station, and then if they felt it necessary, they'd filter it up. Like you don't go to the CEO of a company.
It would be something like you might take it to the head of the particular forge, just to like hi, we're here, we're on your territory. I know,
that's what I was sort of thinking. Rather than going to.
Yeah, you might not take it necessarily to the person in charge of the entire planet, considering it is somewhat a more local manner. If you choose to, you could.
This seems a task that would not warrant their immediate attention. In fact, if we can conduct our inquiry without ever notifying them, then I would consider that a personal success. We would be at least... It would be polite to notify the local. Sorry, what would they be called? The local of that particular forge.
The Secretary.
No, the local sort of like the person in charge of that particular forge that we'd be visiting. That we'd just say hello to.
Oh, effectively, this would be Magos. Magos biologist.
It is Magos. Yeah.
It does vary. The title of people in charge of different forges. But in this case, it is Magos, yes. Yeah,
it would stand to reason to introduce ourselves to Magus Quintilius, but we need not inform his superior. Should he wish to, he might, but ideally he would see no reason to.
Sounds good to me.
Then I would suggest
no argument here.
I would suggest making that connection as soon as possible.
Understood. Cassius, perhaps acting... I pause for a moment, I consider it. I will make the introductions. Once I've introduced myself, you will be in charge of delivering any data slates and expanding on our direct purpose beyond that point. Should I need to, I will step in and speak. But you can handle the directly passing on the credentials.
Okay.
At that point, I hand him the data slate, which I've been carrying this whole time.
Okay.
I take it and I conceal it in my robe, my cloak, whatever it is.
I believe it's a cloak.
Very well.
Yes,
shall we be on our way?
Of course. Let's go. I might leave my las pistol behind. I see no reason to be bringing firearms to something like this.
Sure. Okay.
On that point, I will actually leave my hand cannon behind for the same reason.
Okay.
I'm on a forge world. I'm effectively in my element. I should see no reason to be concerned for my well-being.
Okay. So do you go and ask around?
I keep my stub automatic hidden, though.
Okay.
It's only a pistol. It sounds like it isn't, though.
Can I use my, let's see here, my inquiry skill to just generically ask around for like an hour?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you want to
who-
do an inquiry, you can do that.
Okay. And are there any pluses and minuses?
Yeah, you can plus 30. It's fairly easy.
Okay.
I try that too.
You don't need to. Cassius walks up to like the first tech priest in this area and just inquires, and the tech priest just pauses for a moment, unfocuses his eyes, and then focuses back in and says, I believe that the Magos is currently in a meeting with the Fabricator General, but if you would like to talk to them afterwards, I'm sure you can discuss with them. If you go in that direction, in fact, I will get one of the servitors to show you the way. And you follow a servitor down several hallways. You get to a small rail car, the servitor gets in. You go down the rail car for a good, probably about 10, 15 minutes before the servitor gets off at another station. Traverses again through many more hallways. These ones, even in better condition, they're starting to look like they're almost to a normal standard. Every fitting and fixture has been put on. There aren't any missing light bulbs. All the coverings and so on them are on. Gleaming strands of fiber optic cable here and there are sort of still being tucked into, wall slots. But other than that, the entire place is pretty much spick and span. And Carolina recognizes it a little bit. It might not be, a void ship, but at some point you did spend some time on some Forge Worlds at some point in your training, and this does look very familiar. Everywhere around you, people are busy at work, going to and fro. And as you get closer towards where you think the Magos is based, you notice that the number of servitors, the number of menial workers that you see around, starts to decrease, and the number of just tech priest people garbed in the red flowing robes with the white trim of the Mechanicus seem to increase. It's also here that you start to glimpse your first Skitarii. Warriors wearing the same robes, but with long, elongated guns standing to attention in some places, guarding certain hallways. Heavily augmented. You can't even really see any flesh left on their face as you see bionic eyes, certain lenses glowing blue with a sort of baleful presence, watching, making sure that everything goes according to plan and that the Omnissiah's will is carried out. So eventually you get to a door where the servitor stops and says, "The Magos has been notified of your presence. Please wait."
I look at Carolinas and I say, these things give me the willies. I kind of give it a disdainful look, almost pitying though.
Is there any seating?
There is no seating.
All right, I'm gonna sit on the floor.
Garrett sort of gets down and sits on the
I don't sit. I
metal
simply
floor.
stand. That's fine.
I glance down and roll my eyes.
What? It could be a while.
We're about to meet some of the most powerful men on the planet. My suggestion would be that we show the appropriate amount of decorum.
Well, let me know when he's coming and I'll stand up.
Should you like me to stand at the corner and whistle? Or shall I just stay right here?
Whatever you prefer.
I simply stand still. I'm content to wait. I clasp my hands together, and the sort of heavy sleeves on my robe kind of meet in the middle, such that my hands can no longer be visible, but you can see that I brought them together in front of me, and I simply stand there, my head partially bowed. My optical mechadendrite on this hand, just constantly watching around, every now and then looking straight down at Garrett on the floor. There's sort of weird chittering going on underneath the robe that Cassius would recognize as the Medicaid mechadendrite, just clicking. The injectors kind of, and the occasional of the chain scalpel going off.
It's somewhat disconcerting.
I take no heed.
Okay, so you wait there. Time passes. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
See, I'm glad I sat down.
40 minutes later, the doors open, and out march two Skitarii in flowing red robes, white trim, guns at the ready. gleaming metal implants, really high quality by the looks of them. You can see them almost polished to a machine in places. And they very carefully clear the corridor while they walk with their arms stowed, watching, giving you the eye, but walking past, noticing that you're not really a threat. And out marches a female figure, a tech priest, but a lady, wearing very rich red robes with white trim at the edges, along with gold embroidering, wearing arms, both of which appear to be high-grade cybernetics. The fingers sleek, almost human-like in their form, but actually metallic. Each joint is so carefully crafted that you can barely see the seam as it moves. She looks around, notices you, and you just hear a random sort of burst of static. Carolinus, please make a linguistics roll for your binary.
Okay.
Nice.
6.
Nice.
The rolls are on. I'm so glad this isn't like the practice session.
Yeah.
God.
If this is like the plastic session, they wouldn't even
Plastic
believe I was a
session.
tech priest. Mech would then
We
let me down.
plastic
They'd be like,
session.
"You're just faking it, aren't you?" Those
We'd
are
be
actually
machine
made of
gunned to
plastic.
death already. Yeah, we'd be eating
Yeah.
Skitarii bullets.
So, 5
haven't got to
hits.
the combat yet.
You caught what the binary was. However, it was encoded in one of the more common Mechanicus ciphers. Luckily, you are actually familiar with that Mechanicus cipher, having studied biologists sort of for a while you did your stint to become how's it pronounced? Chirurgeon?
Chirurgeon.
Yeah. So you're actually versed in that, and you did learn that certain cipher. What was said was, Quintilius, take care of these people. I've been expecting them. Show them every accord. Make sure they see all the surveys they want. And with that, she continues to walk past you. Another 2 Skitarii bring up the rear. Smell of flesh that has kind of been a bit seared around the edges of its contacts with metal, iron and machine oil, very heavy in your nostrils as she walks past. And with that, another figure appears in the doorway. This one, a little bit heavier set, a little bit more crude prosthetics, but much more utilitarian in their prosthetics. This one being, by the look of him, someone of the rank of Magos. Can I help you?
As he approaches, I lift my arms and the sleeves roll back a little bit to show that I've got my hands together again. The sign of the Omnicide, and I bow to him slightly. Magos Quintilius, I presume?
Yes.
I nudged Garrett to tell him to get up.
I presume
I'm
you would
already
be.
up.
Oh, okay.
So
I
what was
presume
that?
you would be Tech Priest Dragula.
That is correct. I've been directed here to begin my investigation with a list of servitors and also...
Come in. Let us not do business in the hallway.
As you will.
The
I
Omnissiah.
gesture to my retinue to follow me as I follow them.
The
Follow them.
Omnissiah protects and serves us all well as we toil in this great service, but preferably let's not do this in the hallway where we can get in the way of those others toiling in the Omnissiah's great service.
Of course. Please forgive my eagerness to begin the investigation.
I just keep making the Omnisire thing. I'm doing the best I can. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
He's sitting over in the corner. He's not even facing you. You're just like
He's like,
in the background.
yeah, he walks in, and you notice that as you say that, Carolinus, he sort of nods, but the way he nods is very distinct. It's almost like his head isn't really connected using the same muscles that are in his shoulders. When people nod, you kind of expect the sort of the sympathetic motion in their shoulders. You don't get that with this guy.
Okay. Fantastic.
But he enters the room. You notice that the room is very heavily covered in all sort of bits and bobs of technology. In fact, to a certain extent, there are small plinths with mechanical arms and legs, and even in one case, a mechanical heart that have been opened, and you can see some of the internal wiring and some of the circuits and certain parts of the pumps and so on, all have been left open to display. Some held in sort of very ancient but well-working ground suspensors held in the air. Others opened on a sort of a very gentle velvet table just to be inspected. You get the feeling that this person is a Magos that takes his work seriously and is very good at it.
Okay.
I can't help staring at all these things. Hearts, arms, legs.
I too, having never seen anything like this, do seem kind of interested in it as well. Carefully studying while we're walking by. It's definitely caught my eye.
I'm trying my best to ignore it.
You've seen too much, man.
I've seen some shit in Space Nom.
No, not the PTSD.
Okay, as you get in, the door closes behind you, seemingly out of nowhere until you notice that the walls themselves have two arms that are currently hanging limp as they've just pushed the door closed behind you, each one just about a foot in from the hinges.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Carolinus
doesn't... I mean, he takes a lot of this in with his optical mechadendrite, just kind of moving around, but it isn't super focused like it's been on things when it's clear that it has his quite a large portion of his attention. He's looking around himself, but if he is surprised by any of it, he's suppressing it. It's more likely that he's used to it. Certainly, he doesn't even really pay a second glance to the cybernetics and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
As he just follows along Quintilius. And how is Quintilius moving? Has he stopped? Has he sat down?
He stopped.
Has he turned to face him?
There isn't actually a chair in this room as far as you can tell. He's now standing very rigidly, like all his joints in his legs and pelvis seem to have pretty much locked in place. And he seems very still from the waist down. He turns around to you, now notices you're all inside and continues talking. What is it I can do for you?
I nod my head and then turn to Cassius and wave my hand as to beckoning him forward. I have licenses and you're gonna have to humor me here. I'm afraid I've forgotten the English word for a writ that says we've used the word earlier. I'm sorry, it's getting late. My Welsh brain is turning on, but instructions rather. So our paperwork seems a faster way of explaining the situation. And Cassius is reading that this Magos would prefer not to talk when he can simply see the information. It's a little bit more efficient, and he's trying to appeal to that side of it.
Very well.
I step forward just in case.
If you'll give this here, Cassius, is it?
Indeed.
So what do you want to investigate particularly?
Well, it's come to our attention that there has been some oddities in some of the cybernetics, and so what we'd like to do is we want to go through the production process and check upon the servitors along the way and just make sure that nothing is getting lost in any of the details. My friend here is more than well equipped to check them, and we'll be all eyes out. We should be in and out of your hair very, very quickly. It's
Oddities
just to make
of the
sure
cybernetics?
Indeed. Strange oddities. There's just been some things that have come through that we'd like to investigate.
Interesting. Your paperwork says you're here to investigate the servitors in particular. Is there any problem with the cybernetics under my manufactorum?
Not by and large, but there's been several cases reported, and so we'd like to start with the likely case that perhaps some of the mindless drones are doing something that they're not supposed to be doing before we start pointing fingers at anyone who can take the blame.
Interesting. Could you furnish me with these incident reports?
I look
It's my
to
duty to the
Carolinus
Omnisire to make sure that my manufactorum is operating at 100% capacity, and should some of my products be defective, I would be severely disappointed.
I look to Carolinus for a moment for any indication of facial expression.
Carolinus' face is largely obscured by the shadows cast by his hood, but you can see that his lips are drawn in a grim neutrality. if neutrality can ever be grim, this is the time that it can be. After a moment, I speak up. There have been incidents reported of servitors that may have been furnished with cybernetics from this manufactorum performing their tasks erratically. And after a moment, I nod to Cassius.
Indeed, I'm sure it's not someone of your stature. It's not something that someone of your stature needs to be bothered with. This is simple day-to-day functionality type things. There's nothing to be concerned about. And we'd like to get it done so that you can focus on more important things, obviously, if you keep the counsel of the Fabricator General.
And the Fabricator General of the sector sent you to investigate these small, unimportant incidents without informing my forge.
That would appear to be the case, but in this situation, we just want to get the job done and be out of your hair.
Make a deceive roll at +10.
Okay.
Can I interject just briefly, or is it too late now?
It's kind of too late. I've taken the conversation as it has been up until now.
Okay. Nice roll.
Right.
Yeah. That'll increase your subtlety.
When improvisation fails, make with the good dice rolls. Hey!
Very well. Far be it from me to question the will of the Omnissiah through its divine conduit to the Fabricator General.
I heard Omnissiah.
I very much appreciate your cooperation. It's nice, to be honest.
Yes. Nice indeed. How may I help you with your investigation?
Simply, we'll need some type of writ that gives us access to the mine. Which mine was it that we needed to take a look at, Carolinus?
After a moment, I mentioned Charion.
Charion. Just some writ that gives us access to the mine and also the ability to speak with the foreman and take a look at the servitors without being bothered. And that would be about all we need from you for right now.
Interesting. I do not believe we've exported many servitors from that mine particularly recently, but we will be happy to give you access. That said, I'll just try and pronounce this properly.
Reykjavik?
Reclamator Glish is a bit of a nomad. He is not particularly fond of visitors, but feel free to present him with the writs I will give you. Bear in mind, however, that all the servitors over at the mine are actually relatively new models and have been created recently, so I do not think that those will be a problem.
At that, I interject and ask, perhaps there are servitors at other mines that might be more useful to our investigation, or even any mining personnel who may have been furnished with cybernetics.
In which case, you will be wanting to look at both the Taurus mine, which is heavily populated by servitors, and also some indentured workers. And you can also look at our third mine, which, although operating at a nominal capacity, is mostly run by a worker force drawn from certain penal worlds. They have, to a certain extent, sometimes received cyberization, although most of them have not. It's not been worth the cost to cyberize those workers with the goods of the Omnissiah's own flesh made whole.
Indeed.
If you're looking to go to the Taurus Forge, the person in charge of that would be Excavator Lun. And should you wish to go to the third mine, that would be Tech Priest Feral.
Is he happy?
Is who happy?
Sorry, Tech Priest. What was the third one for?
Feral.
Feral, Tech Priest Feral.
That was out of character. Don't mind me.
Very well.
Thank you very much for your time. I wouldn't wish to take up any more of it. It's clear that you are busy at task.
I can arrange for you to have a skimmer from one of our hangars to be able to go and make your journey there and back.
That would be deeply appreciated.
Very well. Please conduct your investigation as quickly as possible, and if there are any problems, please do let me know so I may adjust our manufacturer's procedures correctly.
Of course.
I bow, as you will at Megas.
I notice that many of you have comms. Should you need to contact me, this is my direct comm number. Please do not waste my time, but if you do find something of note, I would be more than happy to try and fix the situation.
Should that occur, you'll be the first to know, Megas.
As the Omnisci wills it.
As he wills it, and I make the sign. I emulate as I saw Carolinas do it.
I try my best.
What are we doing?
Exactly.
Oh dear. By the way, who's a vacuum cleaner in the background?
I know.
That's landscaping outside.
Oh dear.
Too much
It's
about it.
Wednesday. They were doing it earlier at my house too.
Yeah. Splat knows my pain.
Yep,
Alright.
every Wednesday, man. It's the landscaping day.
Yeah, so, you leave?
With that, with everyone creating the sign of the Omnisci, I bow and start stepping away and say, and as I start to move, come, let us not take up any more of the Magos' time.
I nod to the Megos and I turn around and follow them. On a boot deal as usual.
I'm already at the door. I'm waiting for those giant arms to open it up. I'm like trying to like stop myself from reaching out to grab the handle. I just want to see if it'll do it on its own again. That was amazing.
Yeah, the door opens. The arms at the side extend out of the wall. They sort of just slowly grab an extra sort of half meter on each side with another 2 elbow joints, and they sort of fold inwards, grab the door handles, and open the doors for you.
I nudge Garrett and I go, who knew a door could be so well armed?
Ah! And I head into the hallway.
As you do so, Garrett, you're probably one of the like more perceptive of the group. You notice the Magos behind you. You're not sure if it was a suppressed laugh or not, but you kind of saw the shoulders shudder for a moment.
I think the Magus liked you.
Oh, well, I have that effect on people. I don't know why. They just always seem to love me. A status of my condition, I suppose.
So as we're heading back to the shuttle, right?
Are there any details on the skimmer that he said he would furnish us
Skimmer.
with?
Yeah, they gave you directions to one of the northern hangars, and there is a ground skimmer awaiting you. It's a 4-person seater. Doesn't really get more than 20 meters off the ground, but should be able to get you there and back inside of a day.
Doesn't count as aeronautical, does it?
No, it would be surface.
Oh.
Sad
my
friend.
thing.
Apparently I can use, which is not too bad.
So-
okay. Sorry, was there a pilot servitor on this? Or was it? No, it was just a 4-seater, wasn't it?
Yeah, just for yeah.
All right.
Cassius, I assume while we're walking to this thing, Cassius, I didn't expect to hear the truth from you back there. I thought for sure we were going under the ruse of inspections without detailing our reason for being here. And yet, you spoke of the truth. Was that expected?
No, and for that you have my apology. Unfortunately, when put to the crucible, I appear to have been found wanting. But next time it won't happen again. Luckily, I was able to talk us out of it, but that was a mistake, and hopefully the last one I make.
Well, it seemed fine. He seemed a perfectly amicable man, and he didn't seem to want to impede our investigation in any way.
Yeah,
It was just-
Carolinas. Was there any indication when they came? Do you know why he was so amicable to the situation? That went a lot easier than I thought it was going to go.
My response simply is yes. After a few moments of what I suspect is a silence forming, where it's clear that, there was more information desired, I speak up. He was instructed by Sorry, would I recognize the obvious garbs and vestments of the female tech priest?
Yeah, you could guess that she was Fabricator General.
Yeah. He was instructed by the Fabricator General to facilitate our investigation.
Ah. Well, in that situation, that explains why he was giving us so much leeway during the negotiation.
We have been given a
skimmer flies by.
Fortunate. Indeed.
The industrial work going on here is pretty potent.
Yeah. Either that or it was a really, really janky loud hailer on a server that was going bonkers. Either way. It seems we've been afforded a pass for the unfortunate mistake. Mistakes do, of course, happen, though in the employ of the Omnisire, we should aim to minimize them.
Indeed, the God King protects. That's all I can say about that situation. Shall we go to the mine?
As we stand by the skimmer, I assume we've arrived now. I pause, furrow my brow, and then look up at each of my companions. There are 3 destinations, 3 individuals with whom we can discuss our investigation, and 3 mines. Which do you think we should go to? It was implied that Charian, although our best bet, might not be the more obvious location, though he mentioned the servitors were of a newer model that may imply that they are using fresh cybernetics. Indeed, any manpower, any indentured servants at that mine may also be equipped with more modern cybernetics, and it appears that that may be more useful to our investigation.
My vote is for Charon, and the reason being is that he said that the servitors there were the newest, but to my mind that speaks volumes as to they being the most likely to have been tampered with more recently, since their assembly is closer. The older servitors, not so concerned about those. We can go to all the mines, but I think that Charon is where we want to go first.
Well,
Again,
we did tell the Magos that we were going to Charion first. We explicitly told him that. If we've been honest with him so far, we might as well keep to our word.
Explicitly asked for his additional information on what might be a more relevant location for this particular investigation.
Got a bug over there. Damn.
Yeah, it's a daddy long legs.
I
have
a
a
native
strict
to this
no
world.
killing daddy long legs policy. They are free to roam my house, as are all spider kin. Except the ferrets occasionally eat them if they journey to the ground.
Nom nom nom.
It's a sacrifice for the treaty.
Interesting that you mentioned the Forza mine was manned almost entirely a workforce from penal world. Is that not something that raises suspicion?
Not particularly. Many of the servitors may be such individuals. Should their debt not be sufficiently paid by the time that they should die, then they continue to pay it in death.
To be fair, mining is not work that is... It's inhospitable work that is not suitable for an able-bodied member of the Emperor's kingdom. Only those dregs down beneath us.
Looking, I hold out my hand for the dataset. Cassius, may I have a look at that for a moment?
Mm-hmm. I hand it off.
Looking over the information, I look for anything which might betray errant servitor behavior or an excessively high mortality rate or injury rate amongst the workforce.
Looking at the workforce at each of the mines.
Yeah.
The third mine with the penal force did suffer a few cave-ins, which damaged their manpower reserves and somewhat slowed down the actual reconstruction of many of the tunnels down there, which is why it's running behind time. Charion, the tech priest in charge, decided to redo most of the models of servitors, saying they were simply not good enough for the task intended and that he can improve efficiency, and apparently has done so, having completed faster despite starting later. As for at Taurus, Nothing particularly of note. There was one accident with a servitor where it accidentally impaled one of the indentured workers who stumbled in front of it in the darkness of one of the abandoned tunnels where they'd got lost. The indentured worker did survive. Other than that, nothing really stands out.
Is there information on the destinations of the cargo from these mines? Like, for example, does the cargo from Taurus primarily go to a part of the manufactorum which is dealing with cybernetic legs?
So all of them to a certain extent. Now, Taurus exports basically the raw allies needed to do certain sections of the bionics, particularly a lot of stuff like certain titaniums, and also several conductive things like silver, because it's very hard for the body to reject something like titanium. It's very biocompatible, so it's often used to graft it onto bone. The crystals over at Charion are actually very important now, because the world itself used to be quite useful for mind impulse units, and the crystals for those are very, very delicate. However, it appears that most of the crystals available in this world have been somewhat damaged, so the crystals coming from the Charion deposit, which are tourmaline, are actually being used by most of the... Oh, hello, Skype crashed. Skype may have crashed. Skype has crashed. Whoops. Back in a second.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, let me just go back to.
Back.
There we go. I think we are live. Let me just launch.
Did your internet die?
No.
But the stream went down.
No idea what happened. I wasn't hosting the call this time around, was I? Though.
I was hosting it.
You were hosting it. Did the call continue or did it die?
Yeah, it was fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just you.
dropped out on my end.
Eventually, your camera just froze, and
What's weird is when you said Skype crashed, we were still seeing your camera just fine, and we could hear you just fine, and it kept going and kept going until you closed the program.
we were listening to you until you left.
Wow.
You could have just kept going. It probably would have been fine.
Okay.
That's what we were
yeah.
trying to
So,
tell you,
where did you heard up to everything there? Okay. So Charion, basically the tourmaline that comes out of Charion is used in low-grade mind impulse units, along with a lot of the connections between your nervous system and the individual cybernetics themselves. Whereas the last mine itself just does effectively some of the more important superconductive wiring that basically acts as the nervous system inside of the cybernetics. Other
So
than
they're all
that
used
said, the last mine is only providing part of the stock being used. The other has to be imported off world because the mine is running behind schedule.
So they all do different parts of the cybernetics. They
Yes.
don't really focus on one specific type of cybernetic finished product.
Yeah.
Well, after a time of studying the data slate and specifically this information, I look up and direct my gaze to Cassius before I say, it seems that the mines serve a different function in the manufacturing process of cybernetics, whereas Taurus is largely what was it? Was it tungsten or aluminium? Did you say?
Titanium, silver.
Titanium. Sorry.
Some tungsten, no aluminium.
Is mainly plating and the structure. Charion supplies the materials needed for the what's it called? Mind interface unit, MIU, is that right?
Yeah. To an extent, all bionics have a small one of those inside them, a very, very small amount to be able to interface with the nervous system. Yes.
Charian seems responsible for the materials used for the interface unit with the bionic to connect to the host's nervous system, whilst Forza, to a certain degree, provides materials, superconducting materials and the likes. Though interestingly, this mine is underperforming, and is part of its output is being requisitioned off planet. Of the two, Charian and Forza both have some interest. There may be some happenings at these mines that would be a root of the anomalies. It's less likely that Taurus is.
Then let's go to Charian first.
Specifically, Forza is an unknown. I have no particular data where they're requisitioning their materials from to make up the shortfall. Is it possible? It has just occurred to me that whatever may be happening here is a result of tampering off-world.
I think it's possible.
Seems a good rabbit hole to search down. I said we go to Charian and see what we can uncover.
Looking back over the data, would I be able to see, like, how much Forza is outputting into the process? Like,
roughly 50% of required output.
Okay, so 50% of everything it's outputting is coming off-world right now. Is that what you're saying? Like a large part of its output?
If it was operating 100%, it wouldn't need any off-world. It's currently only operating about 50, maybe 55%.
So it's pulling in things.
Yeah.
And in regards to, like you mentioned, like superconducting materials and things like that, I imagine very small amount of the materials coming out of Forza goes into any particular batch of cybernetics because it doesn't use a lot of that. Okay, to my companions, I say, it is possible, based on the amount of materials being used from Forza, that the small amount used in any particular cybernetic, combined with the roughly 50% of output that is coming from off-world, would explain why only a small number of anomalies have occurred in the last 7 to 10 months. That we know of. Certainly, if there was something happening at Charian, there would likely be a significantly higher instance rate of malfunctioning cybernetics. If the interface unit itself were in some way compromised due to whatever heresies might be occurring, then we would likely have seen far more anomalies taking place.
That's a good point.
Astute observation. So what is your plan then? Where shall we go, Carolinus?
I feel Forza would be the more obvious location, though unfortunately it is the least populated by servitors, which does pose a unique problem for us. I imagine there are some servitors, though, and starting at that plant, we would have to make swift investigations to account for the diminished number of servitors be investigating.
I think it would be fair to speak to the non-servitor workers there to ask them about the servitor's behavior.
Indeed.
I can handle that.
Very well. Then to Forza. I look around for... Okay.
Agreed.
Very well.
Okay.
We move to get into the skimmer.
As you're going into the hangar itself after having that conversation, you notice that as you're looking towards the skimmer that is being prepared, obviously the one that the servitors have picked out for you, another skimmer is coming into land nearby. And it's sort of a big, sort of red, almost sort of oval shape, but not quite oval. It's more sort of angled. And it lands nearby, and out gets a tech priest on a set of 2 legs that sort of end in small track caterpillared feet. And he starts rolling towards you, notices your group, and cocks his head to the side. Interesting. May I inquire as to your journey? I have not seen a group of non-adepts of the machine god in quite a while.
I look to Carolinus.
I nod to him. Cassius, explain our business here.
We seek transport to Mine Forza. Is that possible?
It would indeed be possible. If you wish to wait a couple of days, I'll be headed back up there myself. I am Tex Priest Farrell.
Greetings, Tech Priest. It's good to make your acquaintance, and I extend a hand.
As Cassius introduces himself, I say, brother. Exactly the person that I was interested in speaking with. How fortuitous the Omnisire must will our meeting at this moment.
I release his hand quickly and step aside so that they're both facing each other now and I'm not in the way.
Yes, it is indeed must be the will of the Omnisire. I was called in by the Magos himself only yesterday.
Oh, am I interrupting a meeting? Of course, we can speak afterwards if need be.
I'm not due to meet him for another 2 hours. 16 minutes and
Wonderful.
30 seconds. I have time.
Perhaps then we could retire to somewhere not quite so obviously in the way of passing traffic. I look around at any servitors that might be moving around the hangar.
I have something that might suffice if you wish to talk briefly. And one of his service skulls that's been trailing him, he's got about 4 of the little things, just skulls that are fit with grav units and then some sort of technology, each of them serving a certain function, floating around. One of them looks down at you and starts projecting a cone of some kind. You see the air ripple around you, and then suddenly everything outside of a few meters around your group suddenly gets a little bit dimmer and dark and hard to see. We're now protected by a null sphere. We can talk, and no sound will be able to be heard or tampered with from outside of the sphere. What would you like to discuss?
Not quite what I was imagining, but this will suffice, certainly. I have been tasked with investigating some servitors, potential anomalies, obviously, on a planet that had so recently been part of a... what was the term? Warp storm?
Yes, indeed.
There are concerns, and I'm here to assuage those fears. And at that point, I direct Cassius. Cassius, the data slate?
I hold up the data slate for you. I hand it to him, or shall I give it to the Magus?
I gesture to offer our credentials to the Magos.
I produce my credentials along with the credentials for everyone else, take a collection, then hand them off along with the data slate.
I appreciate the compliment, but I'm a mere tech priest, no Magos as of yet. And he pulls out something and plugs it into the data slate. Looks at it.
You did
very
say it was
briefly.
tech priest, Sorrel. I apologize for that.
That was my fault too.
Hands it back. How curious. You may, of course, inspect all the servitors. However, unfortunately, currently, most of our servitors are offline. We are currently waiting upgrades. We are due to be sent a batch from upgraded tech servitors from Reclamator Glish, who has promised to upgrade them with the same quality of the ones upgraded at his mine.
I see. It appears that Reclamator Glish has made significant improvements to the servitors at...
4.3% increase in efficiency.
Impressive. I understand that Forza is largely manned by indentured servants and not by servitors.
We are fortunate in that these conditions in the mine actually contain a number of oxide-bearing rocks, which allow us to actually have enough oxygen down at those levels to sustain a indentured workforce. It was thought that the servitors could be better done somewhere else, particularly with less broken terrain, so that they would perform better.
Understandable.
It is a shame that the indentured servants are somewhat more afraid of their, unfortunately, meat bodies. They are somewhat scared now of the previous incidents with the cave-ins, which is unfortunate because they seem to value their mortality more than they value honoring the Omnisire by expanding the mines.
A tragedy, indeed. But perhaps those lacking the mental fortitude and desire to serve the Omnisire are less deserving of his... I'm struggling with this one due to my lack of knowledge. Basically, metal bodies instead of flesh ones. I can't even think of how to put that phrase together, I'm afraid. Less deserving is of the Omnisire's blessings.
Yes, quite. It's fortunate we do not
So sorry about that.
use most of our prosthetics on them and cybernetics. It'd be quite a waste to use them on some mere penal legions.
Ah, you do not have a largely cybernetic workforce then?
No, it would be a waste. Only in very rare circumstances do we fit any of them with any sort of cybernetics.
I see. Given that, what kind of percentage of your workforce are you looking to upgrade to servitors?
Once we are currently through the current attrition rate, my estimates are we will be needing to replace the entire workforce within 6.7 standard months. Preferably if we could replace the entire workforce with servitors by then, that'd be advantageous.
And the current workers, how would their manpower be redistributed?
At the current attrition rate, we will have none of them left in 6.7 months.
Tell me, Tech Priest Varel, what is the current population of your workforce at Forza Mine?
12,326.
I look to Cassius and nod down to the data slate. Oh, actually, is this data slate the sort that can have input data as well?
Yes.
Or is it just a reader? Ah, okay. I nod to Cassius as if make a note of that.
I make note
and
of
then
it.
Continue talking with
You gotta
Pharrell.
state it, otherwise later he'll be like, "You never said it. Mm-mm. You never said you made note." And I'm like, "Well, now I don't know the information, and it's all my fault. We die."
Alas. Are there many... Do you happen to know of the ratio of indentured servants at the other mines?
I believe that Charion does currently have no indentured servants, having upgraded their workforce and removed all indentured servants. Luckily, that gave me an extra boost to the manpower at my mine. As for
I see.
Taurus, I believe they have some workers, disciples of the Machine God, but unlike the Penal Legion, they are not to be used so much with so little care for their safety. They are worth far more.
Understandable. Well, thank you very much for the information. Before I move on with my investigation, I would like to ask your permission to speak with some of the indentured servants at your mine, given that the servitors are currently offline. There may be information that they can provide on their observations, though I suspect it will be of little use. It would be remiss of me to fail to make note of it.
You may, of course. However, I do question why you would want to talk to such convicts. But your business is your own.
Thank you very much.
Far be me
Brother.
from preventing you from carrying out the Omnissiah's work. We all serve in our own ways.
Indeed. And I would not take up any more of your precious time, lest you be delayed for your meeting.
Very well. I still have 1 hour and 52 minutes, 16 seconds.
I step aside, as if to indicate my readiness to move on.
Should you wish to talk to me at the mine, I will be available there in 2 days.
Very well, thank you very much. You have been most forthcoming.
May the Omnissiah guide your forges. And he starts to walk on. You notice that as he walks on, 2 Skitari follow him, along with his little train of service skulls.
He's rolling.
Okay.
You said he had little foot skates.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got tractors.
Fantastic. It's Wally, version 5821.
With floating
0.3.
skulls. Wally loves floating skulls.
Yeah.
His friends.
Okay, well, as he rolls on, I look to the rest of the group. It is likely that our investigation at Feroza will be quite short, but we have made our intentions of visiting the mine clear. We should follow up on that, though perhaps we will find less there than I had hoped. Still, there is a possibility that the fugitives. Well, actually, fugitives. No, the
Indentured servants?
No, I was looking for the penal workers. Is that the right term? For basically, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
That are convicts. I mean, either or.
The convicts. Thank you. That's the word.
They're not pianists.
The convicts may have information. It's possible that they may, the murmurings may move around as does with such workforce. Rumors, true, and an awful lot of false information, perhaps, but there may be some small nuggets of information, especially if many of them came from the other mines, as was implied. Forewarned or armed.
Should be able to get more information from them than from any servitors.
Very true.
Perhaps.
You would be surprised.
You can get a lot of information from a servitor.
Yeah.
It's in a different form.
Yeah.
It sounds like...
Well, you just tech use them, and then you get out all their data cores and be like, whoa, all this info.
How should we get to Forza? Do we have any plan on how we're going to arrive there? 2 days is certainly not acceptable, so we should be able to charter some transport by ourselves.
We have been furnished with a skimmer.
Can anyone drive? Unfortunately, I've never had the opportunity.
Before I volunteer the services of my character, I must check my stats.
Yeah, if we get in that skimmer and you roll a 97, I'm going to be very upset with you. I'll be very, very upset. The team dies on their way to their first mission. Oh, well.
I'm capable of piloting a skimmer, yes.
I would be more comfortable on the saddle of a riding beast, but this will do.
We take what we can get. I tap Garrett on the shoulder and hop in.
I'm in there, baby.
Okay, well, I move into the pilot seat of the skimmer.
I'll take I'll take shotgun. I gotta see.
Yeah, you ride in the front so I can shield my body with you when he crashes this thing.
I just gotta see the thing. Is there a nice big window? Tell me how big the window is, or is it all just there's no vision at all? Is it all like electronic?
Yeah,
is it like a cam?
Pretty much entirely open top. And
nice.
It's like the one from
side.
Star Wars, the first episode 4 at the beginning, where it's like across the desert.
Similar, except it's also got open sides as well. Like you can just step in and out.
It's just George Lucas hasn't rubbed
If I roll really hard, you'll fall out.
Yeah. So yeah, you do belt up with the crossways belt to make sure that you don't come out. Brander and Cassius get in the back, and you head out for Mine Forza. The journey does take you most of the next sort of 5-6 hours as you cross the pretty barren wastes. It's a lot of broken ground, and the skimmer doesn't go particularly fast over such broken ground. Its grav unit having difficulty getting traction on the surface. But you eventually do make it, and Carolinus is getting the fuel for the skimmer in the ground, thinking that maybe you could push it a little bit faster next time. Now you've got the grips of it. You pull up to what is effectively an open mine. This one is pretty much an open pit. Going down further, and as you see near the bottom there is in fact a mine shaft with a descending lift, and you notice that around it are camped out in a number of pop-up hubs here and there, pretty much a large town of people.
Okay.
Can I use inquiry to go about the town and just make general inquiries as to any weird happenings taking place?
Sure. So yeah, that's effectively a good thing about inquiring about this game is that it does just go, sure, you want to ask around? Make an inquiry test. So yeah, you make an inquiry test if you want.
Any pluses or minuses?
Plus,
I feel I need to speak up here as a good player. I'm just checking that as the GM, you deemed the role for using the skimmer there was so mundane. There's no way I could realistically fail it.
You don't need to roll to just drive a skimmer that you don't
just
have to drive.
it.
No.
Yeah,
it's not one of those
just
campaigns.
Double check. I'd need to use it if I was trying to use it in some way that is not what.
We don't need to roll to wash our hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just checking how those sorts of roles work. Is that more something that if something happened, like
if
you
there
were
was
going
something
over
that I could
terrain
at
it
all
wasn't meant
think
for?
was tough, you would test for it.
Okay.
But if it's not, then you're fine.
But because I'm just regularly driving, okay.
Yeah, you're just going from point A to B. Like it's not hard. So yeah, you're fine. So if you want to make an inquiry test with a +20, +20 because there's quite a few people around here, and you can just go, okay, I'm gonna go to another person.
I could try this too. Unless
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna fate that.
Yep. Okay. Are you fating it with your magical ability, or are you just fating it with your reroll?
Yeah, I'm just doing the reroll.
Okay.
Haven't you got a magical ability that would auto succeed it?
There you
That's
go.
true. But that's only with charm, interrogate, and something else. It's not inquiry.
Okay. Yeah, Brandon, if you want to do an inquiry of +20.
I have to find it. There it is.
So 1 degree of success for me.
Okay.
Fellowship.
Kind of a rough roll.
Yes.
Any modifiers?
+20.
That's funny.
Aw.
I do
It was a good roll,
have
though.
the ability to re-roll it.
We're -10.
It's a-
So yeah, just add
it's a-
+10 as a modifier this time. Because you've
It's a
got the ability.
25.
What is it?
So this
Clues from the
isn't-
crowd.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one I wish I had.
Yeah. Anytime you
Use that
fail,
once a
you
day.
can basically re-roll with -10. No.
Oh.
Okay. Unfortunately, you go around, you don't really get much. Obviously, you sort of kind of look a bit like a naval officer with that cloak and coat, and people begin to sort of get a bit like, yeah, Imperials, leaving us down here in the pit. The Emperor protects, but you know, he doesn't have to protect the lines. It's for you.
So they talk to
Heresy,
the
I hear.
noble.
And then
They
another
talk
one,
to the noble, but not the Navy man.
and another one's like, oh mate, those are nice boots you got there. And you like quickly back out of that street.
Your butt looks good in
Oh,
those
man.
jeans, boy.
I kind of expected him to just finger the chainsaw at his belt and just like flap his coat out to reveal it. It's like, yeah, they are, and they're staying on my feet.
You can say that if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, at which
goodness.
point about another dozen guys all join the first one. You notice that you are currently in roughly a town of penal convicts. Over 12,000 of them.
I will turn around and walk away.
As you walk back towards your comrades, noticing one of them is a tech priest, quite obviously. And they let you be. Cassius, on the other hand, you managed to...
concerned that we may have just killed Brander.
I was-
Oh my lord.
I
First
was
episode,
waiting.
Brander beat to death by Scrub Squad. Out in the middle of the desert. Ah!
He is buried in space without his boots.
Yep.
Cassius, on the other hand, you managed to get a little bit of information out. You eventually find someone who actually worked at one of the other mines briefly, Charion, and they mentioned something about there were some of the penal force here were stationed there. However, once one of the extra tunnels was excavated, they quickly replaced the force with just extra servitors, and the rest of the indentured force were either shipped out, or those of whom were in the tunnel apparently died from a unfortunate containment failure on one of the small plasma generators that they'd sent down into the mine to power some of the technology down there.
Okay. I add that data to the slate with our investigation.
Okay.
Does he now, like, because he's made those inquiries, does he kind of have that person that he spoke to as someone? Are they now not a part of the crowd, but they're a person that he can then actually interrogate
I mean,
further?
if you want to ask them any more questions, sure, but they're not going to be particularly in a information-y kind of mood. I mean, anything you want to get beyond that from that person, you can ask.
Can I do a Psyniscience test inside the camp? Just to see if, like, how is the veil here?
Sure.
Is the veil
Demons.
strong? Is it weak?
There's no demons happen.
I'm just looking for other psychers or other things that might, be out of place. Opening
You
up
can
my
roll
warp eye.
This is where we all die.
Don't like that
This
roll
is-
when it's to do anything
This is
with
where we
psychics.
all die.
Psyniscience, nothing bad happens.
Psyniscience
It's just
is
I don't see
passive.
anything.
It's much sort of feeling
Okay.
the warp and sort of feeling how it is
Oh.
around you and seeing it with
I
your...
don't like the trend that your dice have been taking. Cassius,
Yeah,
I've
what the
got to be
hell?
honest.
Can we just take your
It's
dice away?
fine. That was a pointless roll anyways. I just wanted to use Psyniscience once in the first
See,
episode.
Now,
Yeah.
now you know what it's like to be the face.
You see
All of a sudden
effectively
your
a
rolls are
rolling
shit.
sort of ball of emotion that you get when you get a lot of people in one place, and it's very hard to really make anything particular out, especially considering the sort of the teleempathic metals that you use for the wires. That they're actually digging out of the ground. It's kind of all throughout this area are definitely kind of amplifying that background and then channeling it in certain ways. And the warp is a lot more kicked up over here, so it's very hard to read anything in particular.
Okay. After not feeling anything, I head back to find Carolinus and the rest of the group.
Okay, while he was looking around, I will have looked for, well, I imagine the servitors would be stored somewhere since they are currently offline. Would I need to inquire about that, or would it be...
Yeah, you can make an
are there
inquiry
any
check.
functional servitors or anything like that I could interrogate in that way? Or are all the
there are no functional servitors that you can see. However, you can
So
make an
as
inquiry check.
far as we're concerned, we've just come to this place, and there's pretty much no one but convicts that we've seen. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The advantage about having the blasted barren waste all around you is no one's going to run away because there isn't anything for them to eat or drink.
This is going to be a terrible roll.
Oh.
36, but I've only got like 12 because I don't have inquiry.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
members of the Mechanicus who stray down certain alleyways into the penal area where effectively you are slave masters, it tend to end badly. Luckily, you have enough street smarts to go,
I'm not in Kansas anymore.
yeah.
Turn
Do
around.
they have the
Turn
remote,
around.
though, with the explodey collars or whatever? You'd think they would keep their convicts on a tighter leash.
Oh, yeah, they do have exploding collars and stuff, which is also partly reason why no one's feeling free to make a spirited jog out into the barren wasteland around them. But there is just a barren wasteland. No one seems to want to leave here, other than the fact that they want to leave here, but they really can't.
I imagine part of it is also if they see a tech priest, they assume that someone would notice a tech priest going missing, but someone else going missing. No one's going to notice it. So
Yeah.
there may be a certain degree of them like, yeah, let's not beat up the one person they might come and look after, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, a bunch of us get.
It's why they're a
tortured
little
to
bit
death.
reticent to push that boundary with you, though they certainly stalk you down a few alleyways, and you suddenly get the sense that maybe I'm pushing my luck here.
Yeah. There are certain places that I shouldn't go, even if I am a tech priest. I'll just turn around.
Yeah. This place smells
Yeah.
really kind of bad. 12,000 penal convicts
Heresy.
with inadequate washing facilities. But yeah, you quickly regroup at the lander and you explain what you found.
Okay. After a moment,
Carolinus.
Yes?
I think the Charion is probably our destination. As we thought, Forza appears to be a shallow well to draw from in this investigation. After asking around with some of the penal colonists, it appears as though some of them were working at Charion up until a certain incident. They opened up a new mine shaft down below the earth, at which point there was some kind of critical failure, and at that point all of the workers removed and replaced with servitors. So it sounds like something has gone on.
They replaced.
Do I have access to that info on the data slate? Did they tell me that?
Yeah, you can access more information and so on. You find out very quickly that the servitors were replaced the manual crew basically as soon as the new mine was opened up. The crew that were originally in that area of the mine were kept, but they did die the next day due to a containment accident on the plasma reactor.
I see. Well, that does seem to be the most likely place for us to investigate, though it would be suspicious if I left Forza without first having investigated at least a small number of the inactive servitors. Perhaps you could make inquiries as to where they're being stored, Cassius?
I surely can. Let me go back and ask. I head back into, I guess, the penal colony to ask around where the servitors are
Okay,
stored.
you only get a plus 10 this time because people are starting to catch on about your group.
Okay.
Oh.
You are soundly rebuffed as people start giving you a stony wall of silence.
Let me go ahead and re-roll that one with fate.
Okay.
Come on, face.
I know. See, the difference is Caber had good dice. We're level 1, so I have shit dice.
You are quickly rebuffed, and those people who take themselves a little bit more seriously in protecting the rest from the interferences of outsiders start following you and warning people away from talking with you.
On my way back to Carolinus, I say, it appears as though we've run into a brick wall here. We'll have to find the servitors on our own. unless you wish to simply move on.
You note that you are now being watched by several of the colonists, the convicts, who are now sitting near the edge of the landing pad.
Looking around, are there any? Because obviously there'll be like living like huts and that sort of thing, and very simple accommodations for the prisoners. Are there any utility buildings that we would be able to see in amongst all of this? Any larger structures, storage structures?
Perception check.
Okay.
With plus 40.
I'm also going to check. No, I'll poop. My
You'll poop.
PDF has crashed because I haven't accessed it since the stream started. So I just need to bring up the core rule book again. So I'm just going to check my auger implants. I need to know what bonus I can get from that.
Plus 20.
The important thing for the audience to remember right now is that in Shadowrun, we came in as very experienced Shadowrunners with like good karma who could actually do jobs. In this game, we're like level 1 people in D&D. Like, we really, really have terrible stats right now. And so calling anybody any sort of specific job is kind of a rough stretch at the moment. Give us a couple more sessions to level up, and it'll be a little bit smoother where we all actually have jobs that we do.
Okay, can everyone else make a perception check for me? Well, it's awareness. Awareness is a skill. Plus 40.
Okay. Plus 40. I was going to say, think of a Star Trek red shirt, and that's essentially what we are.
Man. There we go.
Okay, so other than Garrett, Carolinus is like banging his auger array on his Mechanidrake, trying to get it to work. And Brando and Cassius both look over behind them, and effectively there is a big tent sort of structure that's kind of made of sort of preformed plastic, only about 20 meters away. And you both sort of look back at the tech priest and go,
yeah, it's just there. Right, okay. Well, for future reference, I'll remember the modifier that I meant to use. In fact, it's meant to be 10 higher than that as well. So it's actually very easy if I really want to look for something.
you ping your auger array, and your auger array sort of indicates that there is some sort of technology, possibly servo skulls or possibly servitors, currently recharging and offline in the hab unit behind you.
Okay. Well, at that point, I turn around and I head in there.
Okay. You head in there and you notice that there are 3 servitors currently charging.
Okay. Right, so is it a case of just running tech use to try and gather information from the servitors, like their memory banks, that sort of thing?
Their entire memory banks?
Well, specifically, these are servitors, like they're a small number of servitors. Like looking at the data slate, and from what Tech Priest Pharrell mentioned, they had a very small number of servitors here, and they've basically decommissioned them for upgrades. Is that right?
Yeah, looking at this unit, there are like a lot more bursts for charging servitors and a lot more room for being able to work on them. However, there's only 3 currently in the charging banks. The rest of them you haven't seen.
Okay. Well, given that, then I would probably just make a cursory sweep of them effectively. I mean, I'll gather what information I can, but mostly I'm just doing this to look like I've investigated the servitors.
Sure.
But
make a tech use test.
Okay.
If he critically fails, are they going to blow up like little subhuman grenades and kill us
We're
all?
all doomed. We're all
You
doomed.
accidentally convert the servitor into a crack grenade.
No! I failed on that one.
As far as you can determine, there is nothing wrong with these servitors. Their memory banks have been wiped clean, ready for some sort of upgrade possibly. As far as you can tell, they're pretty much in charging.
That's fine. It literally, Carolinus is only trying to make, just do the rounds for anyone who might be watching for all intents and purposes. And should this sort of thing be logged in the servitors in some way, then there will be a log that he's done it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that sort of thing is actually kept with
servitors. Not while they're offline,
but
and probably not where they're going to be upgraded. But possibly. You can't be too sure exactly what stage these servitors are at in the upgrade. They're certainly missing a few parts here and there.
Okay, well, I would take time to just look around them, and that's pretty much it. And then once I've done that, which would involve no small amount of chanting, and
Yeah.
you know, there would be a lot of religious.
You check whether they're plugged in. They are.
Yeah.
You do literally
Dancing with a
plugging
rain
in,
stick, just shaking it.
and you head back towards the skimmer.
Yeah.
I'm
Given
just-
that,
I'm whispering to Brandon that this guy is just so weird. Have you seen people like this before, or is this guy just a strange figure?
Oh, this is normal.
Really? Man. Okay.
Meanwhile, he's moonwalking in the background with like a smoke decanter. He's trying to make shit work. Like, come on.
I don't look at
Okay,
all
so-
surprised. This is just normal for me.
You're like,
Moving
this is
back
how
in
our
that-
fleet works.
we head back to the skimmer. Very well. Are we heading to Charion then?
That would be my suggestion, yes.
Very well. I look to the rest of the group. You have the communication for the Magos. However, we have no other communication codes. Is that correct?
Not at all.
Yes.
Well, we should make it a priority to notify Excavator Lun that we have arrived as soon as we do, given that. Make them aware of our investigation.
Sure. Are we sure it was Excavator Lun and not Reclaimer Glish?
Reclamator
I'm sorry.
Glish.
These names all run
Is-
together for me.
Is
I
this some
consult
way
the
of me
data
doing a
slate.
memory test? Because I'm completely convinced that Excavator Glitch is Taurus, but I could be wrong.
We could just check the slate. We got it all written down for
That's
the
true.
investigation.
I wrote down, this is OC, I wrote down Reclamator Glish was the guy doing the upgrades. And he had just finished upgrading everything at Cherry on Mine, and now he's going to upgrade the stuff at Forza Mine.
Ah, right, okay. Is that what we have on the data slate then? I'm going to
If
assume
Garrett
so.
wrote that down on the data slate, then that is on the data slate.
Very well, then we'll speak with Reclamator Glitch. I apologize for my mistake.
Back to the skimmer we
And-
go.
Indeed.
Okay. So you head out towards Charion Mine. By this stage, it's starting to get darker and colder, but you do manage to make it there about 3 hours later as the sun starts to set behind you. As you get there, you notice that this facility is mostly underground. There is an entrance passage which seems to be big enough to accept a speeder down it. And it ends in a big set of brass doors, one side embossed with one half of a black skull, the other half a white skull, together making a full skull, both in black and white, this being one of the symbols of the Mechanicus. You park the speeder up in front of the brass doors.
Yep.
Getting out of the speeder, I tut my teeth a little bit and looked at Brander, and I said, this place is doing a number on these boots. I'm gonna get a brand new pair by the time I get out of here.
My boots aren't, like, as he looks down, he sees that mine are not clean. It's making no difference.
So, clarify this for me, Thrail, but in the Navy, don't they force you to keep that stuff ship-shape?
Well, I'm ex-Navy. It's been a while.
So, old habits died quickly then.
While they're talking, I look around for any signs of life above ground. Any
State your
personnel.
business.
Okay. Do I see where that came from?
Best
Make-
voice modulator ever.
An awareness check.
I'm just imagining the little green wizard head from the Wizard of Oz.
That's what I was thinking too. When you see Wick at the big head.
I'm just imagining like a trumpet that's extended out like Bubba's.
There we go. Right, there we are. Let me just try this in. Sorry, it's on the wrong screen again. Boom.
That modulator has to be in every quest now. There's no way we can get rid of that
I have
one.
no idea what I said. I've got to listen back to the VOD afterwards.
It was the best.
Yeah, okay, so you managed to do it with 3 degrees success. So you notice that in the door itself, where the eye socket on the one-hand side, on the left-hand side is, there is actually just a very faintly embedded speaker. It's very hard to see, but there is actually a speaker there. And on the on the other hand side is a tiny camera that you notice as well, peering down at you.
I step up towards the door, and I speak confidently. Let me just...
Yes?
Tech Priest Dragula, here on official business, by order of the Magos. Or with permission from the Magos.
I see no record of a scheduled visit by a Dragula.
Then your records are incorrect.
We've offended him now.
My records are definitely correct. My records are updated to the highest priority in proximity. Your schedule is... No!
I step up to the door, and I say, perhaps I should go back all the way several hours to the Magos and get him to send the order in again. Would that be to your liking? And there's definitely kind of a threatening inflection there. And then I'm going to use my fate to auto-pass.
Any intimidate check with a number of degrees of success equal to your fellowship bonus?
Yes.
Okay,
So
so
4.
those you don't know, each person has a special power granted them by their particular role. In this case, Cassius has the ability to just auto-pass any particular charm, interrogate, or intimidate check with a number of degrees of success equal to his fellowship bonus, which is like the tens digit on his fellowship. So his fellowship is like 40-something, so you've got 4? Yeah.
Yep.
In this
Means
case...
that I pass resoundingly in many cases.
You pass quite well.
Just imagining green smoke coming out.
What is it regarding?
I hold my hand out as though to invite Carolinus to explain our situation. A slight bow.
You're here to investigate the servitors.
Carrot's in the background just holding up the sign of the Omnicide.
You wish to investigate my servitors? Why would you do such a thing?
This information should be in the communication that you will have received from the Magus. Or, alternatively, is on the data slate that I hold here.
Very well. I'll permit you entry. Please do not interfere with any of the works of the Omnicide going on inside. I'm rather busy.
Of course. I bow my head at the camera.
The doors open, and you slowly step inside into a somewhat run-down but very large room with several speeders arrayed to one side, bits of debris, piled crates, and a lot of servitors working inside. You can probably see about a dozen servitors from here quite easily. More still offline or in pieces.
Is there anything interesting about them that I would be able to perceive?
Make a scrutiny check. Based on intelligence for you, because it would be a determining especially what tech thing you were looking for.
Scrutiny, intelligence. Very well. Damn.
There doesn't seem to be anything particular.
I'll actually use one of my fate points for that, actually.
I'm going to do another roll. I want to roll that same thing. Garrett wants to get on the action here. He wants to observe and be actually, curious about things.
Okay, you can
Is there
make
anything
a scrutiny.
devious going on here?
Oh, devious or like
No,
wrong technologically. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
make a scrutiny
scrutiny
check.
Yes.
Okay,
That's a bit
Caroline, so you notice that at the base of each of their necks, it looks like the technology around there, the particular units have been replaced quite recently. The flesh is definitely more puckered. And if you look very close, it looks like certain, like maybe the crystal and the mind impulse unit that's used to interface between their cybernetics and their neural system has been replaced.
Okay, and this is present on the majority, or if not all, of the servitors that I can see. Is that
All
right?
the ones that are currently operational, yes.
Okay. Other than that, they appear to be normally equipped, as far as I can tell. Nothing outwardly obvious about it.
Yeah. One of them turns around and begins walking over to you, and the loud hailer on its mouth starts speaking with a familiar voice again.
Okay, how can I help you? Let us make this quick.
I turn to Cassius. Cassius, I direct him to proffer the data slate and begin talking.
So I hand over the data slate with a slight bow.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, we've been sent here on behalf of the Megas to investigate some anomalies that have been reported on behalf of the servitors. We have full clearance in order to do so. You have only need contact the Megos if this paperwork does not suffice.
This paperwork is acceptable. What are you investigating in particular? May I help you in any way?
Carolinus, what behaviors were reported from the servitors? And I look to him.
I step forward slightly. I nod to the servitor, as if greeting the person beyond it. General anomalous behavior. Tasks left unfinished. Errant directions. Servitors wandering off alone. Nothing that you need concern yourself with. This is just a routine investigation as we try to eliminate the obviously correctly functioning servitors that I've heard so much about at your facility.
I'm out
You've
of
received
character.
high praise from your brothers.
Yes.
I would like you and Cassius to both make deceive rolls.
Okay.
Plus
As far
10.
as... What was the name of the thing that broke down in the bottom of the mines? The plasma what?
Plasma generator.
Okay.
Didn't so much break down as explode.
Okay.
Oh, that was bad. I will fate that one as well. And then I minus 10 from it if I fate it. Is that right?
No, you just reroll.
I gotta fate that one. I just can't let that stand.
Okay. Feel free to reroll.
Good God. There goes the
fate
dice,
points
man. They're
are
falling
like
apart
edge
right now.
in Shadow, and they allow you to do certain things, including reroll tests.
Fate likes me.
There you go. Look at that.
You
Oh,
both
well,
managed to
better.
pass. Well done, Fate.
Take that, E. Shift our subtlety. We win. Ha ha.
Very well. 1 second.
And the servitor
You
just
also
turns
let me
back to
hang
what it
in
was
there,
doing.
Splat. I thought we were tight into this, dude.
Huh?
I said, Fate high five, and you just left me hanging.
Oh, fate high
Oh,
five.
there we are. Okay.
Sorry,
The
I was
servitor
zoned
goes
out on
back
my
to what it was
96.
doing, just turning away from you, and goes back to sort of sorting through piles of bits of servitor. And one of the doors off to the right opens, and out comes a figure in red robe. Edging is sort of a grayish white, so it looks like rock dust has sort of made it a little bit of a different color. Scrapes on the person's hands, as you can see that they have some prosthetics in terms of their jaw and so on, their arms as well. And you notice that the paint that has been previously all down the backs of their hands has started to be scraped off in many places by abrasion from what appears to be rocks. The person stands forwards, several mechandrites moving around from behind them, making them look a bit like they've got an octopus stapled to their back. And you notice that as they step forwards, they have a big, heavy staff, which on the end has several rotating chainsaw blades and what appears to be a arc sort of torch in the center. This you might have seen before, Carolinus. In particular, is designed to be a boring tool for sifting through somewhat loose rock. Basically, it's a sort of chain spear that you can use to dig by jamming into rock, and it's designed to wear away the rock. And also, the center burner is designed to sort of weaken the central core. Particularly used by people who are excavating. He walks over towards you slowly.
How may I help you? I need to be clear that I can allow you to have a look at all the servitors up here that you wish, but unfortunately you will not be able to see the mines because we still have issues to clear up with the containment accident.
Well, there can simply be no argument along those lines. We are supposed to look at a small sample of all the servitors, not just the ones above ground. The work must be completed.
It would be very hazardous to your health. I would severely suggest that you do not do so. Were you your flesh to become too weak to be able to undergo the service of the Omnissiah, then I would be very remiss in my charge.
Would it be possible to remotely control one of the servitors from the top and take it down to the bottom to observe and interface with other servitors that have been doing the work down there?
Make a charm test.
Ooh la la.
Any pluses or minus or just native?
Straight native.
Your tentacles are so...
Oh, that was a
alluring.
92 for a moment. Now it is a 12, yes!
I don't watch the dice. They make my heart hurt.
Make a fellowship scrutiny.
Make a what?
A fellowship scrutiny with +10.
Okay.
The charm wasn't good enough? It wasn't good enough.
You passed the charm test.
Whoa!
Damn! 0-5, target 30. Okay. He kind of gives a bit of a... I'm still talking that voice.
Sorry.
I know. I was going to tell you, but I was like, no, I like this voice.
He
thinking in
gives
his
kind of
voice
a
now,
bit of
too.
a sigh and sort of a slight shrug, which looks very weird with both his obviously mechanical arms sort of moving very differently than a normal shrug would. And you get the sense that he's not so much acquiescing as agreeing that he can't disagree with you anymore. And he doesn't look like he's about to agree anytime soon, but he says,
Very well. If you just wait here, I will just go get the proper equipment to be able to remote control one of the servitors up from the mine shaft below.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your cooperation.
As does the Omnisire. I chime in.
and he walks back through the doors he came through.
I whisper to the group, be careful. Something's afoot here. Something is odd.
I don't think he likes you much.
All of
As
you
you
make
do
deception
that, though.
checks.
Okay.
I murmur, you're performing your duties exceptionally well, Cassius.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I've got
Perception
a
checks.
distinct feeling it's going to go
Awareness,
very,
yeah.
very wrong.
Just awareness, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said perception.
Oh, sorry, it should be awareness.
Oh.
You can re-roll
Failed
it as
anyway.
awareness if you've rolled something else.
Well, thanks to my auger, I can re-roll my perception-based checks whenever I get them wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, cybernetics, so good.
Target 6.
Oh,
Wow,
I can't do anything.
it's all right.
I can
Let's
shoot
look
things
up-
and hit
Oh,
things.
no! Oh,
Carolinus,
Don't even
your auger is overcome with reverbing sort of signals off a lot of the ores around here. Your auger will not function for the next hour.
Filthy spirits.
Um,
They're attacking the machine
When that
spirit.
happens, I mean like, oh, and I start intoning things and just generally making hand signals and various things like that. It's not going to fix it, but this is obviously Carolinus' response. That,
yeah.
Oh,
if
the
you
machine
put
spirit's
the
in my
sacred
auger.
unguents on it, it will make it work again, but that would be a use of sacred unguents. However, as you're trying to fix that, you all suddenly become aware that the servitors in the room have stopped what they're doing, and they've been positioning themselves so that they now surround you. You didn't notice in time, but their choreographed movements now have you boxed in.
It's about the shooting and hitting things.
All that effort to warn people, and then we just sat there being like, I am observing things, while failing to observe all
tried.
the things in the room were surrounding us.
tried to observe.
They haven't all surrounded you, but they've got you in a position where they have boxed you in without you noticing the auto escape route has been cut off, effectively.
Okay.
They were all buzzing around, but they were buzzing around now in a slightly different pattern that resulted in them just happening to be surrounding you. I would like to roll initiative. Now, I do have a question for the group. This is effectively the last combat of this episode. We can do it now, or we can do it next week. We can do it now. It won't be a long combat. Or we can do it next week. But that said...
I played last week, and it took us an hour and a half to fight 2 guys.
Yeah, those are
Yeah,
guys
we
using
were-
cover. Servitors don't use
we were
cover
terrible
because servitors
last-
are stupid. But the
Well,
question
the
is, can
winner
you go for
died
another
very
half an hour?
frequently.
I can definitely go for longer.
I can do that.
But,
It would just kind of
I
suck
can
to
always-
leave literally a combat next week and then be like, okay, new mission.
All right, I can do it. Let me take a bathroom break real fast, though.
Okay, we're going to take a short, 3-minute break just so that we can go bathroom breaks. And we're back with you with the rolling initiative phase of this combat.
Poop.
No.
Pooping, if you can do it in 3 minutes. Okay, welcome back. I'm just putting the map together now.
It's a good map. Utility Servitor.
Is there an
Utility
input value? My
Servitor.
initiative button stopped working. It was working for the practice stream, and now it's not working.
Have you got your character selected?
Yes.
I've got my initiative button.
Yeah, I've got the same thing that I had last time, and it's saying it needs an input value now. Is the input value my agility?
Maybe?
No, I think there's a modifier, perhaps.
Yeah, it should
Just
be
click
effectively
it
your
in,
agility
click
bonus.
submit.
It should be like D10 plus your agility bonus. The way I wrote that macro originally, you meant to enter your agility bonus.
Oh, right, you meant to enter your agility bonus. Oh, balls. Okay. I need to redo mine then. Can this overwrite?
Yes, I think so.
Got to select my character.
There you go.
Shit.
Right.
How do I select? I'm
Click
the
on it.
Measuring tool.
Just don't be on the measuring tool. Be on the top one, the pointer.
Okay, right. I'm going to show you the map now. Boop.
Bentham?
I did it.
Got it.
Right, is
13.
everyone on the initiative tracker?
Yep.
Yes, including
Are all-
8 of the servitors.
Are all the servitors going to go at the same time?
Yep.
Holy crap. Okay.
Right. I believe the group is something like that. Right. Brandon Thrail, you're up. Combat time.
All right,
This is where there's a really good chance that all of us are going to be horrible.
Right, I will quick draw the pistol. It's a free action.
Please tell me your pistol is made
You
me
had
draw.
your pistol concealed without a concealed holster. In which case it'll be a half action because you've got quick draw rather than a free action. Because it'll be a full action to get it out from where you've hidden it. So yeah, you can do it
So
as
it's
a
a
half
full
action.
action to do that.
No, with
It's a
full
half
action normally.
action,
You've
okay.
got quick draw, so half action.
Right, I'll half action to draw and then half action to fire at the nearest servitor.
Okay, which one are you targeting? The one near Cassius and you?
I'll take the one above that.
Okay, so the one near
Ping
the
it if
console.
you can.
I'll do ping.
That.
Yeah, there you go. Just hold it down
that one.
on the location.
Okay. So you're going to shoot that one? Go for it.
Right.
Okay, so the way initiative works in this system is the D10 plus your agility bonus being the tens number on your agility. A 0.6 with your stub automatic.
Almost.
Nice.
That sounds pretty good.
So you had a target of 46. Did that include the plus 10 for single shot?
I didn't do
No.
plus 10, no.
It doesn't say plus 10 if you mouse over it.
Yeah, it should have been 56 instead.
Yeah, so that should be 56, because when you take a single shot attack, you get a plus 10. When you take like full auto,
right.
you're minus 10. When you take a semi-auto burst, you take a 0. So that should be a 56. So in fact, you hit really well there. 6 degrees of success, so feel free to roll damage. You hit the target in the 0.6, which is a 60, which I believe is body. And you get Righteous Fury.
Wow!
Okay.
That is
So the
first
way this
Righteous Fury we've
works,
seen so far.
if you roll a 10 on your damage die, you get something called Righteous Fury. Righteous Fury inflicts critical damage, which has a special effect. You roll a d5, and you can then pick on the whatever it is. It's like a 3. You look at the critical damage table, and it has a special effect. However, to mooks, critical damage instant kills them. You take aim at the servitor, quickly pull out that pistol, and
All
one
those years
round.
in the service, see?
And the one
Being
round
surrounded by
just
Xenos on every
straight
side.
in between the plates of its machine chest, ripping it open and going straight into the innards, exploding its mechanized heart, and it just collapses.
I'm imagining this was all in slow-mo. Like, the moment we
yeah.
realized what
Oh,
was
yeah.
going on, slow-mo
Yeah.
just...
Each of these turns is like 3 seconds.
It was like
So
in
it's
Killing
definitely all
Floor
slow-mo.
when you shoot
Yeah.
something in the head, it goes.
Uh,
follows the
down.
bullet in.
Carolinus.
You don't survive this long being in the Imperial Navy by being easy to kill. He's got his danger sense wired.
Actually, sorry, it's
All right.
Garrett. Garrett, because Garrett has got a higher agility bonus than you. So in case
yeah,
of a tie,
okay.
Garrett, you're up.
All right, Garrett's gonna head back up behind this vehicle here. And is that out of sight of everything?
Where? There.
Right
Ooh,
there.
Okay, that's a full run.
Yes.
You might think so. So that's your turn.
Yes.
Okay. Right, so that's your turn getting there. Carolinus.
Okay. Seeing all of the servitors clearly moving with some sort of malign intent, and of course Branda Thrail, feeling threatened by the situation, immediately, just taking out a pistol and downing one of them in a flurry of sparks and blood. I'm going to start moving. Now, movement, regular half move is just 3 meters, and that's just a half movement, isn't it?
Your agility bonus.
Like
in
that's
meters.
Yeah, and that's like
Yes.
half of my move. Yeah.
That's a half action.
And how much is talking, like, in terms of action? Is
Depends
that
what
a
you're gonna
half
say.
action generally? Okay. Well, I'm going to just measure how far we can go. Okay, I'm going to move up here, and as I'm doing that, I'm going to call out. Reclamite Glish, explain yourself. What is this?
Make a straight fellowship check with a plus 20.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll use a faint point for that.
Okay.
Is that your last fate?
Yes, it is.
Wow, your
Oh,
fellowship's really good, man.
Oh.
Why is it my rolls are getting worse over time? Oh, damn.
Okay. That
Holy
makes it
fantastic.
utility servitors. Ah, I'm looking forward to using them.
Servitors.
Why are you suddenly Leonid?
Leonid. Right. So that makes my move at a full run.
Are there space Russians? We need to have at least like one guardsman group that's
there's
like space
totally,
Russians.
There's totally going to be space Russians. Don't worry. I was playing around with the idea of a space Russian tech priest. Where's my move on the character sheet, by the way? Oh, there I see it. Don't worry. 12 meters.
Wow. I moved 2 meters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he was looking at full run, though.
Excellent. That's a charge. That's a charge. That's a charge. That's not in range. That wouldn't be in range. That wouldn't be in range. Okay. So charge. Utility Servitor runs straight at Brenda Thrail. The other one runs straight at Cassius. And this one here runs directly at Dragula.
So how does a charge work?
It just gives them a plus bonus to
Yeah,
hit.
they get a plus bonus to hit from their momentum. Oh, whoops. Nope. Then
You
I
moved a car?
I moved a land speeder by mistake. Yep. Nope. Okay. And I get to do some charge moves. Is it plus 20 from a charge?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I get to make a single attack, which is a plus 10, so that's plus 30. Oh, I'm so looking forward to this. In fact, I should probably pull my character sheet out.
He's gonna kill us in the first episode.
He's just rubbing his
Well,
hands
that's
together.
it for Dark Heresy. We'll see you guys next time.
Oh, yeah, totally gonna be amazing. Right, weapon skill. This is against Cassius. So this is a total modifier 30. 83, target was 55. The servitor runs forward, swinging widely with its hand, which has got some sort of heavy bladed instrument on it, obviously used for shifting through large amounts of rubble and dirt, sort of spade-like. But you definitely duck under that. The next one swings over at...
They should get the single attack bonus, by the way.
Oh, okay. The next
Charge.
one swings over at Brenda then.
Yeah, charge is a full. It takes up your entire turn, so no other action is declared.
But shouldn't they get the plus 10 because it's a single attack, or can they make different attack types of it? Because they charge
I think
and do a
single
lightning
attack is. I don't think it'll stack because it says that it takes a full turn to do a charge.
Yeah, but then what does it say about the attack type? Does it say you can do any attack action then? Or is it just you have to make a single attack?
Let me see here.
Because the question is, can you then like charge and do a lightning attack?
It says that it's full type, and then the subtype is attack, melee, movement.
Yeah, in the text itself, it should say you get to move and then make a single attack action or a standard attack action.
Let's see.
I'll roll this with a 30, and then we can always decide afterwards.
It says that you make
Okay.
a single melee attack after the charge.
A single melee attack.
Well, it
Okay, in which
delivers a
case
single
it's not a
melee attack.
Yeah, in which
I'm
case
not
that is
sure.
a single one, so it's not a standard. So it is only a one attack. That is, however, a miss, as Brander deathly just dodges to the side, having quite easily seen this coming. The next one, however, is targeting Carolinus.
How do reactions work?
If you get hit, you can make a reaction. Or you can take it any other time, and it massively
Whoa!
misses. This one going like straight at you, and you just instantly sort of dodge backwards and then back forwards again as it sort of overreaches massively, putting itself at kind of overextended.
Isn't 97 a critical fail? Or do they not
No,
work
it's an
like that?
always fail. It's not a critical fail because
Okay.
there's other things that critical fail.
Right, okay. By the way, could you just go over reactions again? Because I think
At any
I'm about
point
to
that's
use
not
one,
someone
so-
else's turn, you can make a reaction. If you choose to try and avoid an attack that hits you, you can then make a reaction to take a dodge or parry action.
Okay, and in terms of attack,
No, an attack can only be taken on your turn. What special reaction thing do you
my
have?
mechadendrites can use a reaction to make a standard attack.
In which case you can make then a reaction now to make a standard attack.
Yeah, I'll attack it with my Medicae mechadendrite. So as he comes in, my medical mechadendrite just immediately uncoils and just all of like just opens up like a multi-tool of injectors and scalpels and other sorts of like pincers and even like a nutcracker, and just tries to gouge
A can
at
opener.
the guy who comes through.
Yeah. Okay, go for it.
So there we go. It's also the medical one counts as balance, but I think that only works for parry, doesn't it? It doesn't work
Yeah,
for
only works
the
for
balance
balance.
quality. Only works
Yeah.
for that. Okay, so let me just see this. It would just be a weapon skill attack. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did I just roll weapon skill?
Yeah.
Does this use up Cassius's
It would
turn?
be it's a single attack, so yeah, it would just be a plain weapon skill. No, because it's a reaction, he makes it outside of his turn.
It's a
Interesting.
parry thing.
Got 16.
Wow.
And you attack with 20. Yeah, that is a hit.
I'm used to taking things apart with this thing.
It is what? 1d5
I've had it for a very long
plus
time.
strength bonus?
1d5. Let me bring it up.
That's a hit to the
1d5
body.
rending damage, penetration 0.
Okay. Feel free to roll 1d5.
Okay, I will need to add these onto my melee weapons at some point, but I'll just roll 1d5 for now, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't prepared these. Roll 1d5, and that's it. Did that go through?
It tries to sort of the little scalpel on it tries to dig into the flesh near the neck. However, it quite quickly hits the machine implants around the collarbone, and it gets stuck and doesn't really do any damage before you have to pull it out. Apparently, no damage going through. Right, Cassius.
There's a second one on Cassius.
I whip out my straight blade with practice deficiency and whispering litanies into the air, go after the utility server beneath
apparently I was
me
meant
with
to
a
add the
stab.
strength bonus to the damage, but
Do you add it to strength bonus for damage for the mechadendrite?
people are saying you add your strength bonus to damage. I don't know.
You'd have to double check the mechadendrite and see if that actually allows you to add strength. But
Okay.
that
I'll
might be
check
a
it
special
after
case.
I
this.
don't
Turn.
think so.
Put it this way: with your strength bonus, it still doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, it's only +2.
Yeah. So Cassius, half action. You pull out that sword.
Yeah, and I throw my cloak back, and in the same motion, I whip the sword around and go for a stab on the one south of me.
Okay. So would you say you whip your sword back and forth?
Huh?
You whip your sword back and
I mean-
forth. You whip your sword back and forth. Anyway.
I'm
yeah.
not in on the reference. I'm so
Okay.
confused.
So it's a plus 10 to hit because it's a single attack, and it's plus 10 to hit because of the fine quality of the sword.
Okay.
It is a fine sword.
It is
That
indeed.
fine ass sword. Oop, that's the wrong button. Let's not press that.
Oh, that would be the wrong button.
That would definitely be the wrong button. Gotta get to my character sheet. There it is. I was gonna say I forgot where the button was.
There you go.
Yeah, that is 3 degrees success. You definitely hit with that.
Cool. And then we go bow.
In the...
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the way this works is if you get a 35, you reverse the digits, so it's a 53, and that determines hit location. There is a table that determines what is what, but however, 53 is body. However, you then got Righteous Fury with a 10 on the damage die, so because it's a mook, that results in critical damage and instant kill. You lunge forwards with your sword, having just instantly drawn it, seen the servitor come for you and try and go for a backswing. And you just see it overextend as it swings towards you, and you just sort of drop down into a cat-like pose and then ram upwards one-handed. Dueling stars you've been trained to do from a young age. The sword sinks effortlessly into the armpit, straight up and out through the top of the other shoulder blade. And the servitor shudders for a moment, sparks, and then goes limp. And you withdraw the sword.
Brutal.
I do
Just
the
brutal.
cool ninja shit from animes too. When it comes out, I go like, and then it's back into a standing position, back into a ready position. It's gonna be legit.
Oh yeah, and you do it and it looks awesome.
RCG. Doing okay so far.
Grimdark
I will-
ladies are like, ooh, I want to be with him right now. That was their response.
That is totally how that works.
Brander.
Branda, you're up. I will remove that servitor in a second. I'm just looking for hit locations. Got it.
Right. Just so I'm aware, where's the exit? Is it this bit above us?
No, it's all the
In
way
case
to the
we need
left
to run
where
away.
the park speeder is.
Oh, okay. I'll hold position for now. So I'm in melee combat now, I guess, with this guy. If I was to quick draw the chainsword, would that be a half action? And then
No, that'd be a free action because it's normally a half action.
right. And what would happen to the pistol? Would I keep hold of that?
Yes, however, you'd be using your offhand, which does have a penalty.
You can drop your pistol for free and
you can
draw
drop
your
pistol for
sword.
free.
I can probably get it back later. I will drop the pistol and quick draw the sword.
Okay, you drop the pistol and you quick draw that sword up.
And I guess aim and attack.
Sure. Yeah, that's a plus 10. You're doing a single attack, so that's plus 10 as well. Aims can be taken as a half or a full action. Each person in their turn has a half action, or a full action. So in this case, it's 3 to draw the sword because he's got a special thing that allows it to go down from a half action from drawing to being a free action, and then half action to aim, which is a plus 10, half action to hit. He's using a single attack rather than doing multiple attacks, which you only do with traits. Single attack is plus 10 anyway, so it's plus 20. And
Wow.
that is a massive hit. 11 with a target of 50. Yeah, that is 5 degrees success. Please roll
On my
damage.
right arm.
Now, damage for this, you need to roll twice and pick the highest because it's roll 2 die and pick the highest. Because it's a chainsword. Please remember the special abilities on your weapons. Yes, that does in fact do 12 rending damage with a pen of 2. And that was a hit to the... What did you roll?
Right
11.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's right arm. Let me just double check what my armor is on the right arm.
By the way, what's the speciality of rending damage? Is there any speciality to that damage type?
Damage types only matter when you get to critical damage. And then it does different effects depending on what you did. So yeah, you managed to do 12 damage, pen 2.
Is it the tearing that makes it so I roll 2 and pick 1?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, let me just calculate this. It does 6 points of damage as your blade digs deep into its arm, almost severing it in some places. But the mechanical elements still manage to push off most of the damage.
All right.
That brings us down to Garrett.
All right, I'm gonna run my sweet ass again. Those bastards weren't supposed to be able to see me.
Okay.
So that's 8.
If you're going diagonally, however, because you have to go around the utility servitor, it would bring you into combat range.
Okay.
You've boxed in, unless you go past the land speeders.
You mean like this way?
Yeah, and even then you couldn't go quite that far because you're going like diagonally, whereas in fact you'd have to go around the console.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. So you can't actually go from this position. You can't go past here?
Yeah, that would put you in combat with the utility servitor.
Oh, okay. Interesting. What about heading through these stairs? Is there anything down the stairs? Let's go through the stairs.
You just went for a wall.
That's a wall? How's that not the stairs?
There is literally a
Stairs?
wall right next to you.
That's a wall?
You were literally standing next to a wall.
Okay. Looks like stairs.
No, those are stairs, but there is a wall between you and the stairs.
Okay. I take your word for it. You're the GM.
It's on the map.
It's a wall. Okay, it's a wall.
There's a door over there.
I take your word for it.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, well, since I can't really move anywhere, I'm going to take out Las Pistol, which is half action, and I'm going to call a shot on Utility Servitor to the left over here.
Okay,
And,
where are you calling the shot for?
for his head.
Okay, so Garrett has a special ability which means that he can call a shot with no penalty. Normally you take a -20 aim penalty, but he can go, yeah, I shoot it in the head, and it doesn't cost him anything. So,
It's a
yeah,
really good ability.
It is.
No,
Roll to hit.
no penalty.
You're at short range, so +10. Single shot, +10 again, so +20.
Okay. It's a nice ability.
It is a really good ability, yeah.
You kind of have to have it if you're going to be shooty.
96, target 80. You do hit with 1 degree of success. Roll damage. It hits him in the head as well.
Wait, why did I rolled a hit?
Rolled
Sorry.
to hit. You need to roll damage.
Sorry. Here you go.
8 damage. The lasbolt pings into his head, and he's momentarily shaken, and a little bit of flesh is scorched off above his eyebrow, exposing wires and circuitry. Doesn't do very much damage, though.
Damn. Stupid Las Pistol.
Drackle.
Yeah, I kind of wish I'd brought mine so I could throw it to Drackle,
Okay.
in all honesty.
I will attack with my Medicae again. My Medicae Mechadendrite.
Not in your turn. You can't take a reaction in your turn.
No, I can use a standard attack for it as well.
Really? Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's a half action. Let me just bring up the exact text. Cybernetics.
Go for it.
Okay, I'll just roll it and then I'll read it out for you. So hit. Is this because I'm making a standard attack? Do I get like a +10?
Yeah, you get a
because
+10
I'm
for standard
not doing
attack. Are you aiming?
anything else? Yeah, sure, because it's
action
a
aim?
half action for the attack.
So you're plus
yeah.
20 in total.
Okay.
Yeah, that
we
is in
go.
fact a hit. 38 target 47.
Okay,
Roll your damage.
And try damage. 7 rending damage.
Your scalpel jams into it in the, what was it, 83, in one of its legs. However, it doesn't really seem to get through the thick skin and exoskeleton armor around there. It doesn't seem to have done any damage. Utility servitors. Excellent. That's just a
And now
normal
we
attack.
die.
That is a charge.
Roll to die.
That's a charge. That's a charge. In fact, that'll be up there against Carolina, so it's a bit more evened out. And that'll be a run.
You'll be able to pass me
Um,
and go through its friends.
ooh, with it.
You wouldn't have to go around them.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. It can just about skirt you because it's got 12 meters of movement, and it has to get very close to be in contact with you for combat. Yeah, it can just about get around you, but only just. It wouldn't be a charge or anything; it'd be a run. So, combat. Brander, that one whose arm you've almost severed, he's coming for you, man. However, servitors not designed for combat are too stupid to aim. So he does a single attack without an aim at all. And fluffs it.
Ah.
You sort of knock it aside with the back of the chainsaw as he tries to go for you. Next one is Cassius. Single attack. That was a plus 100. It shouldn't have been. I need to reroll that. Actually, no, I can just say it was 35. It was meant to... He got 51, so he failed. Next one is a charge against Cassius. Massively fail. Carolinus.
Is this a regular attack or a charge?
Regular attack.
Apparently
It's a
the spirit
hit.
of blowback lives on.
Okay.
There's one servitor, Carolinus, is a little bit too busy trying to jab it in the leg, and it manages to just about swing forwards, and it does.
Okay.
Ooh, 13 damage to the body.
All right. Well, I resist that with 3 armor on the body and 3 toughness, so it reduces it to 7.
Okay, yeah, you take 7 points of damage as it swings one of its armored industrial limbs into you, and you can feel like several ribs break as you almost push back a couple of paces. That hurt. Right, the next one is going to attack you with its charge.
Right. Can I dodge or parry that? But that's a reaction, isn't it?
Yeah, you could dodge or parry that if you want.
With a reaction, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have dodge or parry? Because that'll make it easier.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
You'd be making an
so-
agility test at minus 20 then.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well if you got nothing else going on. I mean,
Question on reactions. Is there like a pool of reactions that you draw from, sort
get
of similar
one.
to Fate?
1 per turn.
1 per turn. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can use my Mechadendrite to try and parry, which will give me a plus 10 because of the balance quality of it.
Okay, you can do that if you want.
Well, it would seem like the most likely thing to do.
Okay, make a dodge parry at plus 10. Yeah. Unfortunately,
53. No.
the Mechadendrite fails.
My
to
skill
get
is
there in
way
time.
too low.
Yeah. Oh!
Damn.
Damn, son.
Yep.
Next one swings in at you, hits you again in the body. You've had some really bad luck with these ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 13 hit.
8 points of damage to the chest.
That will mean that I'll take 2 points of damage, and that puts me at 0.
Okay, so Carolinus is now at 0 wounds. The way it works in Dark Heresy is you don't die when you get to 0 wounds or anything. You don't pass out. You go to critical damage. So anytime you get a minus number, that has a certain effect depending on where it is. So, for instance, if Carolinus is at -1 to the chest, we look up what -1 to the chest does, and it tends to be something like you get a point of fatigue at that low level. If it was -9, it'd be something like your torso explodes. So let's hopefully not go that far. Depending on where it is, instant death can occur. Like the head, instant death occurs sooner than, say, the chest. Legs, you can lose limbs, etc. It can get fun. Carolinus just got really unlucky that turn. Oh.
It will happen when you throw this many servitors at us.
He does not regret a thing.
That makes it the 2 up there versus you, Garrett. One's charging.
Bring it on.
Massively fluffs it. Arm smashes into the wall, bits of masonry falling down. Next one also misses wide. That makes it Cassius.
Okay. Having drawn my blade back into a ready position, I bring it around, and so when I draw back, I bring it up, back, and around for a chop at the shoulder at the utility servitor in front of me, I guess, to the right.
Okay.
And that's going to be... Can you aim with a melee weapon?
Yes. So that's a plus 10. And then a single
Okay,
attack
so
plus
I'll-
10 again.
So I'll get plus 30 plus the balance, so that's not too bad. Ooh, wrong thing.
If you
Whoa.
hit, that will be the damage, though. You
Yeah,
can stop
I'll
rolling
take
damage.
Gotta actually hit.
Sorry, I got a button that says sword on it, and I keep seeing it being like, I'm gonna click it! Like,
Okay, if the next one's a roll to hit and you hit, you can have the first damage roll.
yay.
Nice.
Especially since you rolled
Very
a 0-3.
nice.
That is a 30, which is the left arm. You instantly pirouette around, momentarily take aim, and then just lob upwards, and it just completely severs the left arm of the servitor, and it goes over end, over end, over end. And then for good measure, you just pommel it in the face once as it sort of is very confused about what's happened to its arm, and it just keels over backwards.
These poor servitors.
Yep.
Well, they're kind of like foot soldiers in TMNT. It's just like, they just get whooped on.
That makes it Brander Thrail.
All right,
Chainsword.
the guy that I was fighting, I will carry on. I think I'll aim and attack again.
You're damn
Carry
right
on,
you will.
then.
Cut this guy apart. That's the most English-sounding attack ever. I suppose I'll carry on with murder.
Go for it.
Indeed, let the killing commence.
Now all I can imagine is English people like in trenches just being carry on, firing then, reloading. Good sir.
That is in fact a hit. Roll your damage.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I'll pick the.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why did it roll twice?
Where did you hit? That was a 0-3-30. Oh, sorry, that was a 32, which is 23, which is again left arm. You strike into the left arm. The arm just flies off in a spray of gore as your chainsword cuts through it. Ribbons of sort of tendon and wire just left hanging out, and it kills over. That brings us back down to Garrett.
This is going
Damn it,
so
I'm
much further
pinched
than
in
the
over
practice
here.
session.
Can I do anything as being this agile assassin type thing? Can I do anything like get up on top of this car here?
Sure, I'd like you making an acrobatics check, but you'd also get attacked by the people next to you.
Okay,
There are talents that allow you to do something like that without getting attacked,
There's
but you need a talent for
A
that.
jump full action thing.
All right,
Yeah.
no, I'm gonna drop my pistol and it's chainsword time.
Like simple action, chainsword is coming out. Okay, you've got another
And-
half action.
I'm gonna swing at the guy who already took a little bit of damage to the head. I can't call action with this because I don't have the ability for what is that skill called anyway? It's called Precision Killer. It
Yeah.
only affects my ballistic, so it doesn't work
Yeah.
for melee. All
Okay,
right.
so you get
Let's-
plus
let's
10
swing this
because
guy.
it's a single attack.
Mm-hmm.
Because he actually used a half action to drop the pistol, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna fake
I know
that.
he's the half action to draw, and he's a simple action to drop. That's half of an attack.
I'm gonna fake that.
Okay, you fade it. Reroll.
Yes, sir.
Here comes the 99.
There we go. That's a
Yay!
hit. 33. That is also the body. Roll your damage. Remember to roll twice with a chain. Is it a chain blade you've got?
Chainsword.
Chainsaw.
I feel
okay.
bad. I convinced Carolinus to leave his gun behind, and now he's just getting beat on. I just feel like an asshole now.
Carolinas wouldn't have done it if you didn't think it was a good idea, to be fair.
So 7 pen 2. That does 1 point of damage. As you try and dig in with the chainsword in a lunge against this guy, a little bit of flesh flies up, a couple of wires get caught in the teeth, but you don't manage to get past much of the metal plating. Carolinus.
Hello.
Apparently I'm back. My Skype crashed, but
Oh, hello. Now my Skype has crashed. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, we'll be back in a second once we reboot the Skype.
Hey, hey.
Hey,
Hey, I
Let's
think the
never
problem
use
was,
Skype
like you said,
again.
I think we're not
We-
using
we
Skype
just-
again. Okay,
too
well, we
long.
are
Forget
live,
Skype.
so we'll dive straight back in.
Sorry
it's a
about that,
garbage
folks.
program.
Sorry
Okay.
about that, folks. So I rolled 7 on the damage.
Yeah,
your
and
strength
it
bonus,
took
so
1
it-
point of damage. That included
Okay.
the strength bonus, doesn't it?
Isn't it automatic to include it? Like when I click on the damage
Yeah,
button?
it's automatically
Sure.
included it.
Okay.
So how much? These things got a lot of armor on them, man. We actually like have to crit them to take them out.
Wait a second. It's not including your... It's not including your strength bonus. It should be.
Okay. Well, I can
Something's
add that
been
in manually.
typed in wrong. It's... Yeah, you've typed in one of the things wrong. I'm not sure how.
I don't. There's nothing in there as far as typing it in. It
Oh,
says
you typed
damage,
1 rend. It should
Is
just
that not what
say...
it's supposed to be?
It should say 1d10 plus 1. No Ren in there. Ren goes in the next box over, which is like type or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The
I thought it was
chainsword is
fizz.
D10 plus 2.
He's not got chainsword. He's got chain blade.
My chain sword.
No,
Yeah,
you're chain
it is
blade.
a sword, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it's a
Chain
chain
sword.
blade.
Chain sword.
I'm pretty sure it's a chain blade because that's the stats you've got.
Okay, GM. Okay, GM.
What is your character
I'm just
archetype?
searching.
Assassin.
Did you requisition one though? I thought maybe you requisitioned a chainsword.
I bet I
recall-
can pull it up. Dark Heresy.
Oh dear.
Sorry, folks.
I think it was a chainsword because I was so excited about having
Yeah,
one.
I remember Bentham being upset
he had
because he had a
one too.
chainsword. Yeah, Bentham
Yeah.
was like, I thought I was the
So
only
I'm the
chainsword
chainsword
guy.
And he's like, why does the assassin get a chainsword?
I think you said that when he got a chain blade. Let me
Are
just
we
double
looking at
check.
his archetype right now for the assassin?
Yeah, I'm looking
Fairly
for...
certain you requisitioned it, didn't you?
No?
Yeah, I thought he requisitioned
Did
it.
he? I don't think
Yeah,
he
I'm
did.
pretty sure he requisitioned it.
Okay, in which case, deal with it as
Because he heard
requisition
that
rather
Brander
than-
had one, and he was like, I want one. And I'm pretty sure that was one of his requisitions, his freebies at the beginning.
Okay, in which case it is a chain sword, in which case it should do more damage than that. It should do a d10 plus 2, rather than d10 plus 1. So that's plus 1 damage. You also do the strength damage, which I believe for you is what?
It's 2.
2. So that's another 3 points of damage. So yeah, that does a little bit more than just tickle him.
Okay, so I can change the damage roll to be 1d10 plus 2 plus 2.
No, just leave it at 1d10 plus 2. It'll add your strength automatically.
Okay, it'll add it automatically. Mind if I test it?
No, go ahead.
Yay.
There we go.
There we go.
So it did add the... Okay, it did. Good.
Right, so, Drackle.
Okay, what can I do with Wounds of 0, by the way?
Anything you want.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
not like Shadowrun, so you're not down or prone or anything.
Ah, right, and then every wound I get on top of that gives me another, like, critical thing, but I don't go down until I die.
Or you go
crits or
unconscious
something.
according to critical damage, whatever the critical damage says.
Right,
Next
right,
turn
okay.
is going to suck, though. Next turn is
Now,
going to suck a lot.
how does disengaging work?
You can take a full action to move a number of meters according to your agility bonus away from combat without getting attacked.
Right, so I'd just only be able to move 3 meters and it would be a whole full attack thing to do.
I
Is that
believe
right?
so. I'm sure Cassis is double checking for us now, but I'm pretty sure that it's something like that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but I wouldn't do that because then they'll be able to recharge you again.
Yeah, no, exactly.
No, they have to
If
be
you're
at
playing
4
the
meters or
numbers-
more. They have to be at 4 meters or more to charge you because they need to get enough momentum.
What was I looking up? I was looking at disengage. It's a full action, breaks off from combat, and can make a half move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would make more sense. How can I use a Medicae option, like with my Medicae Mechadendrite? Would I be able to just have the Medicae Mechadendrite trying to patch me up while I'm stood there?
Let me just double check. I think you can take a single action first aid option, which I will have to look up because I never envisioned it used in the middle of combat. But in theory, I guess you could. Medicae, first aid.
Is there a way that I could, like,
doesn't
kick my
say-
pistol over to him?
Doesn't say anything about it being used as a combat action. And it does
Yeah, Brandon
remove
should throw that pistol over there.
quite a bit of damage, so I don't think it can be used. It says, stuff like to perform first aid check, you must do. I will allow the use of first aid as a full action if you wish. For now, I will double check it later. First aid. To perform first aid action, you must make a challenging Medicae test with a -10 penalty if you're heavily damaged, which you are. If you succeed, you remove the amount of damage from your patient equal to his intelligence bonus plus 1 additional damage per degree of success.
Okay. Well, I'll give it a shot because my Medicae Mechadendrite gives me a +10 on medical tests.
Yeah.
So it'll bring it back to 0.
Okay,
And I
so
got
you
it.
got 2 degrees success plus your intelligence bonus.
Which is 4.
So you heal 6 points of damage.
6 points of damage. Not too bad.
Bear in mind, you can only do it once every 24 hours.
Right, okay. Well, that's fine.
EE, if you want to check chat when you have time.
Which chat?
Skype chat.
Skype chat. Just look at starting equipment.
I see chainsword.
Yeah, chainsword.
Oh, it's a chainsword. Who got a chain blade? I swear someone got a chain blade.
Not me. I don't use primitive weapons like that. I use like a ninjato.
Okay. Right. In which case you are done with your turn. It's utility servitors. Right. Swinging over there against our good old friend Garrett. Nope. Goes wide again.
We're lucky, so they're
Wide
so
again.
bad at attacking.
They've only landed 2 hits, yeah.
But they
Against it.
really, really hurt.
They
when
really
they
hurt
hit.
when they hit, though.
Miss.
Who's
I got my
attacking?
You.
Everybody rally hats. Hold your breath.
Miss.
Well, both of them that attacked me have missed now.
Yeah. And against
Lives in
Brenda.
Oh,
Okay.
Christ.
Missed.
Oh,
Wow. Every
And
shot.
against
My
Cassius.
I'm too pretty to hit.
You are indeed too pretty to hit, as all of them swing and miss wildly. I'm not
I'd
using
like
the gang
to
up.
use my
Chat of us, by the way.
reaction.
Give me a sec. Chat of us, by the way. Am I using the gang up rule? I'm not using the gang up rule for Svators because the servitors are unable to coordinate their actions efficiently to take advantage of each other. These are not combat Svators. They are literally menial Svators that are trying to swing arms and stuff. They can't really gang up properly, which is why I'm not using the rules for them, in addition to they're not getting aims. Yes,
have
you may
melee
take
skill,
a
Aavak?
reaction to attack with your little...
Okay. Yay!
Do you have melee skill, Aavak?
That is a hit.
Nice.
As in what?
As in, like, do you have weapon skill? Like, are you good in hand to hand?
I've only got 27 in hand to hand. It's one of my lowest ones. But
You've landed 3 hits
nevertheless, I
already.
managed to get a connection. This little Medicaid Mechadendrite is earning its keep at the moment. Holy crap!
He's trying. If it wasn't for the armor value of these things, he'd
I
be
know.
doing real good. If it was like a human being, he'd be cutting him to pieces.
Not really. It
So
only
it's
does
basically
knife
killing the enemy
damage.
and patching you up.
Like,
Did
8
I just
damage
get
is
a
a
5?
decent
Because
hit.
if I got a 5, that counts
No.
as Righteous Fury. Cause
Only
one-
counts if you get a 10. You got a 5 because you're rolling a d5. If you roll a... In the tabletop game, you roll a d10 and you
It
halve it.
says in Righteous
No,
Fury
it
that
says in Righteous Fury if you get a 10 when rolling a d5, which you then halve to get a d5. You have to roll a 1d2. If you get a 2, it's Righteous Fury.
I'm so confused.
Yeah,
Because
I'm confused
in the
as well.
board game, if you roll a d5, you can't. There's no dice of 5 sides. You roll a d10, you half and round down. A 10 on that dice, even when it's a d5, is counted as Righteous Fury. Problem is a 9 is still the same result because you're halving and rounding up.
Oh, well, I know what I got then?
You rolled a d5 because roll 20 rolls a d5, unfortunately. So you could have got Righteous Fury. I need to make a 50-50 check. Roll a d2.
Ah, right. I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. Right, I get you. I was very confused as to how we would work out how I was getting Righteous Fury or not.
Come on, Righteous Fury.
No.
Is it rolling?
No.
I'm not seeing anything.
You need to roll a 1d2. Is it not rolled?
Want me to do it?
Sorry, I thought you were saying you were going to roll. I do
No,
apologize.
no. It's your rolls. That
you
is
go.
Righteous Fury. So that hits 21 in the left arm. Your like medical Mechadendrite manages to find the sliver under the armor and the armpit, and it just dives in straight into
I imagine
the
this
armpit.
thing now, properly it's burrowed in
Yeah.
like a ferret into the carcass of a rabbit, and is now rooting around inside, just stabbing organs.
Yeah, you just
severing
sever
arteries.
some of the aortas and so on, and just cut a few like key wires here and there, especially with your knowledge of how the servitors
Winding around
work.
inside.
And just
Eventually, it just kind of picks itself back out of the neck, and then just unravels itself.
and the servitor goes down in a shower of sparks and
Thank
gore.
goodness. If I can get
And-
this Medicaid Mechadendrite like plated in gold and brass, I am going to spend quite a lot of requisition points trying to do this.
and
It's going to get a name.
with that, I believe it's Cassius's go.
Okay. I'm going to, let's go ahead and I'm going to aim and strike the one that's diagonal down from me, I guess.
Okay. Plus 20.
Did you take the servitors off of the turn order? It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
I'll add them again.
Doesn't matter. We know what they were. They were at
Yeah,
8.
they're 8. Yeah, doesn't matter.
I'll roll the initiative and I'll just change it to 8.
Okay.
Yeah,
Whoa.
that is a hit. 10 with a target of 65.
Cool. So that's 6 degrees
so
of
well.
success.
Guys,
Yeah.
Yeah.
rolling so well compared to. Why
It's
did it
because
take
we're
us 2 hours
live
to
now.
practice
We're
that?
live
So
now.
you
I'm
need
gonna
to replace it
replace
with
that
a-
too. Yeah, with a 6, so it's gonna be 9 damage total.
Yeah, so the way it works, if you get loads of degrees of success, you can choose to replace the damage die, if it's terrible, with your degrees of success. That way, if you get like an awesome hit, you don't go, I glanced against them. In this case, because it was a terrible damage roll, Cassius is replacing the 2 with 6, which was a degree of success. So 6 plus 3, 9, 2 points of damage go through.
Guess that represents the effect of actually putting the knife where it really matters
Yeah.
versus
Yeah.
just stabbing someone in the thigh.
Now, at the beginning of this turn, I need to make a load of intelligence checks.
Uh-oh.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Don't
When
be
we see
toys.
that big number, is it 2 or more? Oh,
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Yes, also.
And with that, both of the servitors fighting our friend Garrett up here become confused and agitated and then collapse on the ground, sparking. To the point that they're just confused, and Garrett can easily dispatch them effectively as a free action.
Yes.
The
can
same
do some
happens
intelligence
for the
check.
one fighting Branda. However, the one
how are they-
fighting Carolinus and the one fighting Cassius are still operational.
How are they failing? What is this intelligence check for?
You don't know. Branda, you'll go.
All right, I guess I'll jump up to the spot next to Carolina. Still be like a half action, right?
Yes.
There. And then chainsword the servitor.
Okay.
Can you make like an awesome chainsword sound?
Right, got it, I got it.
There's a noise and you haven't been using it?
I've been
We can't
using
hear
it.
sounds because we got the
Yeah,
music
we
off.
can't hear it.
That's right. We have it off. That's right.
Oh.
Ah.
I'll do it. There you go. Now you got it.
That is a hit. Feel free to roll damage. I'll turn the music on for you. This is... There we go. Ready?
Man, the audience is getting the full experience right
I
now.
know.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
yeah.
don't even hear any of that. This is like theatrical.
We didn't know what was going on either.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole load of damage you did there. 3 points of damage go through.
I like need a hand.
As you tear into its leg. Okay, Garrett.
I'm going to dispatch these 2 guys with my chainsword. Be like, haha! Victory!
Yep. And you've still got the rest
And
of
then
your action.
I'm gonna pick up my las pistol and put the chainsword away, and use the other half of my action to just get on the corner here and make sure everybody's
Use
doing
your
all right.
action.
Looks
So
like
you're picking something up and
Picking something up,
Oh.
half action. Putting something
Okay.
away, half action. So
Okay.
there you go.
I'm just gonna celebrate
will
my
you be
own
able
little
to pick up a
victory.
lance pistol with one hand though? Because I assume you're not holding your chainsaw with 2.
Yeah, you can have one
It's
in each
fine.
hand, but he put the one away, so... Carolinus.
Okay. Well, in that case then, I'm going to use my Mechadendrite again. Be aiming this time though.
Okay.
So that's plus 10, correct?
Yep, and a standard attack is another plus 10.
Oh, right. That's quite useful.
And that is indeed a hit. Roll damage.
Damn, we're rolling so well.
It's like we had that brief period of just screwing up, and now we're back on our A game.
Please roll 1d2.
Oh my lord.
There's a lot of crits this fight. Like, holy shit.
You had none in the other one.
I think you
I
need
know.
holy crit.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, this Medicae Mechadendrite just goes straight into
It's
the
learned their
body.
weakness now. It knows the armpit's the way in.
No, it goes into the
Straight
body
for it.
this time. It just dives straight in like there, just below the trachea, and then
Oh,
just
the way
goes...
it came up before. Yeah, okay.
Did it come out of his asshole?
You just hear
The
a lot of
servitor
like
asshole?
grinding, like bones just popping as it just slowly makes its way down the spinal column, just works its way into the top and just keeps going down, just popping all of the
one
the
versus
discs out of the
Cassius
back.
is going to make its attack.
Like hell it is.
It misses massively. Cassius easily out footworking it. Cassius, make your attack.
After ducking his blow, I swing down low towards the mid body, and we'll see what happens here. Like a baseball bat, essentially. I'm done with this shit. And this is going to be an all-out attack. No room for parrying anymore. So I get the plus 30 and then the plus 10, so it should be plus 40.
Can you just quickly tell people what all-out attack is?
So all-out attack essentially allows me to trade an entire combat turn for a plus 30, and then on top of that, I lose my reaction. So if you go all-out attack, you get a fat bonus to your attack, but I can no longer parry until my next turn.
You may also not benefit
So
from
it's
an
a
aim.
trade.
Yeah, because it's a full
Yeah,
action.
you can't add an aim to it either.
But hey, it's a hit.
There you go.
Oh, close.
I'm glad that
though.
I did that, because that was close.
Yeah.
That's 2
That would
degrees
have been a
success.
miss.
Wouldn't
if I
have done
had
it if
bet
it had just been a regular one.
Uh-huh. All right, let's go. Let's see what's up with this damage. Not a 1.
There you go.
There's an 8, and then I give it plus 3, so 11 damage.
Okay, so that's 4 points of damage go through.
Not bad.
As where did you hit it? You hit it in the 6006 in the head. As you take off a whole chunk of its lower jaw, and the Vox inhaler that's sort of sitting there falls out. I need to make another intelligence check. At
My jaw is on the floor.
-10.
At this point, Cassius seems to be kind of agitated. He just keeps shouting Glish over and over and over again. And traitor.
And at this
Traitor!
point, the servitor becomes confused and sort of turns around on the spot, and you just take your opportunity and drive the sword
Finish
home.
it off like samurai style, straight through the front. Ah!
At which point, the door to the south opens, and you can hear Reclamator Glish shout out to you from inside.
Come face the might of the Omnissiah. He speaks to me through the stone.
I ready my blade and I say, "As you wish it, heretic." And start
What
moving.
treachery is this?
You have betrayed the Omnissiah with your heresies.
Ah!
All right.
Let me just pop this out. Character sheet. His agility bonus is terrible.
Welcome to my world.
Better than you.
Got
Brando.
a good roll.
Brando, you're up.
All my everything just broke for a second and then fixed.
Yay.
My display driver stopped working and recovered.
Yeah, everybody in the
That's
party
good.
at this point is just drooling and smacking
Really?
the ground with their weapons, shouting heresy.
Your display driver crashed on this?
Mine does too. It's because it's OpenGL or whatever. It uses it weird. Mine crashes all the time. I gotta reload it like every 4 seconds.
Right,
Yeah.
I guess I'll go to grab my pistol.
Half action.
I guess.
Off action to.
This is a heretic! You're pissed!
Okay,
I'm
Brando,
gonna
what are you
shoot
doing?
him. I can't move my character. Somewhat broke.
Okay, where do you want to move?
Diagonally down to where I was before.
1,
Because that's
Two.
the other way, because that's where the pistol is.
1, 2. Pick up pistol. 3, 4.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, is that cover there? I assume it is.
Yeah, it's a little bit covered.
Okay.
Garrett, you're up.
All right. Can I want to go stealthy here. Can I go stealthy here behind this car?
Yeah, roll a stealth check. At plus
Stealth check.
20. You're pretty sure you're invisible.
Yes. Is that like a half action or is that the full turn?
That would be, I guess, because of the distance, I'll let you do a half action.
Okay. And then can I move when I'm stealth? I assume.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that.
Is it just normal like 4 movement or can I go 8?
It'd be half action because you only got half action left.
All right. I'll head over to this car.
Okay. Right, Carolinus.
Okay. I am going to move. Let's see. Now I can move twice my agility bonus if I'm running. Is that right?
Yeah.
4 times.
4 times. 6 times?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, run is 6 times your agility bonus. I got it right here.
Right. Okay.
So what's
And
the
that's
difference?
a full move, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, that's different. There's a difference between a full move and a run, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, full move is different.
A run gives you minus 20 to be
Sorry,
hit
no,
by...
I meant like that's a full action.
Yeah, yeah. A run is minus 20 to be hit by ranged attacks, though.
Okay. Well, I am going to. I'm going to be running, but this
Okay.
takes me 6 meters down to there, and I've got another lot. I'm easily going to be able to make it across to this corner here by that door. Quite easily, in fact, because
Yep.
I've got 18 meters with my
Yeah,
run.
so you head down to that door there.
So, yeah, and I'm going to say that once I get there, my optical mechadendrite just kind of weaves out and is actually peeking around the wall. I'm not. I'm staying quite safely behind here. While this little thing with lenses is just peeking out to see what's further down the.
That's
corridor.
fine.
Do you want your mechadendrite to get shot off? Because that's how you get your mechadendrite
It would
shot
be
off.
very hard for him to hit it. Well, he might. be
Reclamina
able to hit it,
Glish moves away from the corner.
but- okay.
Cassius.
Doesn't he shout something heretical?
Not yet.
I shout, "The traitor is mine!" And I take off running over next to Carolinus, I guess. Let me measure it out real fast and see. So I got 4 to there, and then like 6 to there, and then yeah, I can do it. There we go. That's all that I got, though.
Okay.
Brander.
All right. I guess I'll go to the other side of the door.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have control again?
There you
And
go. That's
I
your
guess
full
I'll
move.
switch to just my pistol, put the chainsword away.
That would be your full move.
All right.
Right.
I'm just
you're
there
out.
holding both things in the moment.
Yep.
This would be a lot easier if we had actually brought like our military grade shit.
Yeah, but oh well. Can I do a run if I'm stealthed?
Yeah, you can, but it's very likely you'll be seen then. But sure.
Oh, but I can just re-stealth up. It's all good. All right, let's see. How far is this going to be? Oh, perfect. Let's go. Grab my dude. Let's move Garrett. All right. Awesome.
Bam. Carolinus.
Okay, standing, I'm taking cover obviously behind this wall. I turn to Cassius and say, use your, what's that little bead, the communicator bead?
Microbead.
Microbead.
Use your microbead. Report this happenings to the Magos.
You do know
Inform
the
him
microbead
of-
has a range of about a few hundred meters.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
only a kilometer.
Yeah.
Ah, right.
Is
Is
the
there
maximum
no way
range.
for us to contact him then? 'Cause
Is
he
there no,
told
like,
us, "Oh, you've
repeater
got your
tower or
thing.
anything?"
Call me whenever.
We had access to an astropath from the way that he implied it, but the astropath's probably at the office in the city, the municipal, like whatever, the Munitorum or whatever it is.
So how
Very
would,
well.
just out of character here, how would a facility like this mine, contact the
They
Magus
probably
if
have a
it
Vox
needed
link
to?
here.
Okay, well, I'm going to use it. I'm going to try and look for something like that. Is there anything? That I can see?
You can see around, obviously, to the eye, not here, not in this room.
I'm using my auger. Can I track any kind of waves or anything like that that would imply the presence of such a communication
Sure,
device?
make a tech use test at plus 10 for the auger.
Okay. Would this be a perception? No, it would be an intelligence, wouldn't it? 50.
Yes, the room next to Branda has a
Okay.
signal coming from it. Seems to be powerful enough to be a Vox that can get to the northern hives.
Okay. Well, given that, then I'd say, Cassius, there is a communication device beyond that door, and I indicate it with the mechadendrite just like looking like a pointer at the door. Contact the Magos. Just tell him of the happenings here. Inform him.
That's
of...
as much as you can get out in that turn.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Really? Oh, okay. That's fair enough then.
You'd spent most of the turn doing the... Cassius, you're up.
I guess I'm gonna. I mean, I can't get to my agility's too low.
Couldn't you do a full run?
I can, but I still need to be able to open the door, and I don't know what the open a door action is.
Do a karate kick. Ah! Wait, can he charge
Smash
the
through
door?
it.
Would charge work?
If he wants to make an attack against the door.
Get Aavak to chant at it.
I cast magic missile.
Cass, what are you going to do?
I shout, I need the door open in the hallway just inside of there, and then I hold my action until somebody shoots it open or blows it open or whatever, uses a weapon on it, essentially
so
get
you
the
can
door
hold a
open.
half action to do that? Yeah.
That's fine.
You'll have to fight me if you wish to get in there.
I shout back, silence yourself, filth!
However, that is the end of your go, so you'd lose a half action as it goes into the next turn.
Oh well, it's worth it to call him filth.
Okay. Brander, you're up.
Brander!
This is 40k after all. Nobody said we were practical.
So we can't shoot at him right now because he's round the corner.
Also, the
Correct.
doors are kind of blocking you.
Yeah, we're stood behind doors. My Mechadendron's like 3 meters
I don't
long.
have a
I
ranged
can reach it
weapon.
out around it.
Somebody's gonna have to shoot it out with him down there.
Can I, like, so how easy is it to get through these doors? What sort of doors are they?
You could just... Oh, attack them. They're heavy inlaid brass and steel.
So it's
One's
like a
into
bulkhead.
the box room.
Yes.
Can a chainsword go through it? Can I just, will I kick it and the lock will go? I'm not sure.
You can try.
Your chainsaw might break, and your foot might break.
Right.
What are you doing, Brander?
No way to flank him.
By the way, a run action, you do get minus 20 to be shot at. You do get minus 20, plus 20 to be hit by in combat, but it's up to you.
Is there? Oh, I can Overwatch. That might work.
You'd have to be
I
somewhere where you
Overwatch?
can actually see.
You can't see him.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll move to like here. Then is that still like cover?
Yeah, I believe in Overwatch is a full action, though.
All right.
What are you doing?
Working
Can
out what
hold
half
your
actions
half
can be done.
action.
I have to press you for time.
I'll just hold there then. I don't know if there's
Okay.
anything I can do.
Garrett.
Need to ask a question out of character. Can I use different angles to make a run move that's going to go like around the door and then down the hallway?
Sure.
Or does it have to be one? Oh, I can do that? Okay.
Yeah.
So I've got 24 meters run. Is it 2 meters to the door, or do I have to clear it by going 3 meters this way?
You kind of have to clear Brander as well, unfortunately, so it's be more like 4 meters.
Damn it, Brander. You're such a fatty.
But when you get there, you've got 20 meters of run down that corridor.
Yeah, okay. So 4 meters past Brander. Assume I'm like right over, let's say, here.
I think
Doink.
this dude has like a Devastator bolt or something.
Yeah, it's gonna be
ugly.
bad. It's gonna be bad. And then 20 meters. Okay, that's 15 to this corner. And then I've got 5 more meters from there. So let's measure that out. 3, 4, 5. Can I get there?
Yes, you can, just.
Ping it for you.
When you come
There
around
you
that
go.
corner, all you're gonna hear is something spinning up. Just. I'm
As
like,
you go
well,
around that
we need-
corner,
That is some ninjing.
there was a held
Just run
action.
past him.
Oh, held action. Okay.
there's sorry, not a held action, an Overwatch action, but it disappeared at the end of the turn. You're fine. He's somewhat caught off guard as you notice his hand outstretched, somewhat luminescent as these electro tattoos going down. His bionics are glowing. He's caught off guard. He's like, ah. Carolinus, you're up.
Okay. Let me measure things out. Now it's a.
See, I'd like lock down his mind with my psyker powers, but I have no fate left, and I don't like to tempt the universe like that.
Tempt it.
Yeah.
Tempt it.
No, yes,
Tempt
no.
it!
I have
could
no
go
fate.
wrong?
Everything could go wrong. I could
No,
kill the
it's
whole
fine.
party.
It's fine.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
battling
going to
an angry
move over
tech priest
here.
and
It'll
a
take me
demon.
5 meters. 6 meters to get to the door, so it is a full move to get there.
Okay. That makes it. Recommend a glitch.
Recommender glitch. Bring it on.
See, now the entire chat's just gonna spam no balls at me. Tempt it, no balls.
Yeah, do it. look, these characters are made to die. They're disposable.
I spent too much time on my character. Character creation took too long for me just to throw him away.
He's going to run into close combat with you. He can't do a charge because you're just too far away for him. Right. Cassius.
Let me see what kind of range I got right now. So we've got... He's still inside range.
You've got to go around that door.
Well, I can get him with my psyker powers from wherever, I think.
If you can see him, you've got to go around the door.
Okay, I guess we'll go around the door then. I gotta move.
Around the door.
I'm gonna go full run, so I guess I've got 12 to work with here. Let me get my ruler back. So there's
That's full run.
3 to there. Yeah, I don't run real well. Agility's my dump stat, so I'm down to here.
You can't see him
There we
still.
I know. I just gotta hustle it out. But he's in melee now, which means I can run up on him and stab him in the back ninja style. Just
Randa.
like, whooshing, ah.
I guess I want to go there. Get a nice fighting position.
Sure, do a nice
That'll
run.
be a full move.
Geralt.
That's all for me.
All right. So you say I'm in melee already, just because we're close to each other. Is there any way to escape melee?
Yes, you can either just back up,
Disengage.
he'll get an attack, or you can disengage and it'll take your entire turn.
What happens if you disengage?
You move agility bonus meters away from him.
Ugh. It doesn't sound very good. All right, I'm just going to try for a run. I'll let him do his stupid attack. Let's see, 20. How far is that
He is
down there? I
going to
just
make
want to hit
his
around the
stupid
corner.
attack against you.
Yeah,
You could
whatever.
just drop your sword. You could pull
15.
your sword. I mean,
10. I can head way over there.
He swings
And he
with
misses.
his chain spear, and he misses.
he's got a chain spear, dude. That's so baller.
Yeah?
It's like a chain sword, but you can stab people with it from a range.
Isn't
It's
that the
got,
same thing we
like-
saw him with earlier?
Yeah, it's got 4
Why
like,
is
chain blades
everything
down the
chain?
side.
Because chains are
Even the
muscle.
scalpel's a chain.
Basically,
Yeah.
he's got that thing that they use to trim tree limbs with. So if they reach up in the air, but it's got
Geralt,
a chainsaw on the end.
if you're running over that rubble, I need you to make a agility test.
Oh, you can't just scoot around the corner there? All
If
right.
you're running around that rubble next to an
Okay.
open pit,
Plus or minus,
Best
or
of
just
luck.
flat?
plus 10.
Plus 10.
That's very generous. You
Man,
got
you're so
generous.
speedy. I'm jealous of
at
your
that.
movement.
You just poof, straight around that rubble, no issue.
Every surface is a platform to this man.
Carolinus,
Okay, can I use tech use on the door to try and open it?
you may indeed. There is in fact a little port there available for combi tools and so on, and you quickly interface with it and start messing around with the wires inside.
Okay.
Man, it was really
Let's
easy
hope.
to distract this guy.
Ah, such a rough roll.
The doors unfortunately stay locked.
How was that like a full action for attack use?
Yes, unfortunately.
Start breaking out
Um,
the candles and oils. And
Recommend a
praying.
glitch charges at Branda.
Oh, this is
Brander's
bad
now like,
day.
actually.
God damn it, I have
Harry!
abandoned here because
Harry
he's no
Brander!
melee already.
Harry!
This is our assassin bailout.
Unfortunately, the
Nice.
charge swings over your head with the staff, and you manage to just about avoid it, although the hair on your head is a little bit trimmed at that point.
Question for the
I need a
GM.
haircut.
So
Sure.
in Shadowrun, a bunch of characters had wasn't Fate. What was it called?
Edge.
Edge. A bunch of characters had Edge. Do any characters in this game have Edge, or is it just the players?
Yes, important NPCs can also have edge. Fate.
Okay.
Cassius.
I run into melee, I guess. It's my job, so off we go.
Can you charge it?
That's a charge, yep. Actually, no.
No, I
you're-
can't
it's
charge.
6,
My
yeah, you
movement is
run.
too low, so I just gotta run and get into combat.
Yeah, you and him have the same charge range. It's hilarious. Branda.
I'm glad I forgot to switch to the pistol. I still have the chainsword in my dominant hand, so I will aim and attack.
Okay.
That's a plus 20.
Go for it.
I keep forgetting to set up the rolls.
Plus 10 for aim, plus 10 for single attack.
There you go.
That is
is a very
definitely a
good
hit.
Yeah,
with
buddy.
6 degrees success.
9, the damage.
Except that was a roll of a 5, so you replace it with a 6. That's 10, pen 2, against the leg.
Okay. By my leg.
Hope.
And yes,
that much damage.
does 5 points of damage to his leg as it cuts deeply into him. Oh, damn it, I
How much
can't.
did you got 10, did you, against his leg? Wow. He's got rough armor.
Where is his wound number? There we go.
I like how my job so far has just been to run around.
Garrett,
Done.
you're up.
It's
Doing
been
nice
muted.
stuff.
I mean,
Garrett's
technically
gonna
you're a
run around
sniper,
again.
so
Garrett, what are you doing?
I'm gonna run to this corner. That's it. Full turn.
Okay. Carolinus,
I'm going to try and use tech use on the door again.
go for it.
No.
Sadly, no.
These
The
rolls
machine
are
spirit in
no
the door
longer good for me.
is precocious.
I know.
Recommend a glitch.
Doing it right. I'm doing the dancing on one foot properly. I've recited
by the
shaking
way-
the rain stick.
It's wondering why you're bothering it at this
Brando,
hour.
you should have got the ganging up bonus of +10, which means you should have got another level of success.
Ooh.
So that's another point of damage because you
What
replaced it with
happens
the.
I have the special ability called Gang Up. What does that do? It just
You
makes it
gain
more
an additional
efficient.
+10, I think.
Yay!
I'll double check it afterwards, but for now we'll rule it as that.
Yeah, I can't find it right now.
Recommend a
I'm looking
glitch is
for it.
going to attack Cassius this time.
Well, why would he do that? I'm a nice guy.
You just tried to stab him.
I'm just too
I
good.
did not. I just ran over
Like,
to
forget it.
investigate what was happening.
He's going to do
Gentlemen,
an
why are you
all-out
fighting
attack.
each other?
Heretic.
All-out attack.
Ah!
Oh yeah, 3 degrees of success.
I'm gonna
Damn.
You're gonna
Sure.
parry.
Go for the parry.
Thank goodness.
+10 because the sword's balanced.
I do not want to see what this thing can do.
It's probably gonna hurt. And I ain't got no fate left either, so this could go
Don't worry,
real,
I'll
real
heal
bad.
Unfortunately, your parry is just not enough. He easily presses through it with the spear, and he hit you in the body.
Well, at least it's not in the face, so.
Okay, he's
Not
going to
the
pick the
face.
14. 14 pen 4 to your torso.
Thank
God.
Wow.
Shit. I'm in critical, so I gotta look and see what happens.
Oh, how much
He
critical?
one-shot me.
Wow.
How much you got?
Um,
Minus...
Actually, no. My HP's different in this game. Hold on. Let me see what I got.
Imagine it's lower, honestly.
Yeah,
What's your HP?
I'm looking for it right now. I don't remember where it's at on my skill sheet.
It is
Armor and defense
down
underneath
at
movement.
the bottom by armor and defense. Wounds, total and current.
Apparently, it didn't save on my sheet.
I believe you were
I think I
fairly
had a
tanky.
No, I got a
you
low
had-
roll. I had like 11 or 12, I think.
Yeah, you had 11. Because
Okay.
you had 2 points higher than me, and mine was 9.
Yeah, I had
Oh,
a
you-
bad.
Which makes
You
you
didn't save your
minus...
wound?
Which
How
leaves you
much
at minus
armor
3.
and what's your toughness?
I've got 6 armor with tough. I'm sorry, I got 3 armor, 3 toughness.
So that's pulling off 6 damage from the 14.
That makes you
Yeah,
at 0.
so actually,
You are exactly at 0.
okay.
Because it ignores your armor because it's
Damn.
pen 4.
Wow.
And
Brutal.
four.
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
It rips into your torso, doing severe amount of damage. The armor not counting for anything as it
It's just his toughness that
gores
saved it.
parts of your ribs and so on. But it doesn't manage to go through deep enough that it's causing you any
You're basically where I was.
problem right now.
I regret
Yes.
this decision intensely.
Now-
I should have never
now-
done this.
So this is something that's big difference from Shadowrun. So even though Cassius is at what zero
fine.
right now,
Yeah.
he doesn't actually have any penalty to his rolls.
Nope. It's a much quicker,
That's real
simpler
nice.
system than Shadowrun. Cassius, though, you're up.
I'm going all out attack on him. Fuck this guy.
Heretic!
All the gang up bonus.
Fuck, I hit the wrong thing. Hold on. That was a misclick.
Misclicking
Okay.
is heresy.
We'll go.
You've angered the God Emperor.
Oh, so
You
close.
miss.
Shit.
He's perturbed by the gigantic bloody gash in his stomach.
Brenda.
With that kind of
bullshit
damage, your
rolls.
entrails are hanging out.
Brander,
Yeah.
No,
go
not
for it.
quite yet. That comes later. That comes critical damage. Brander,
Aim attack.
aim attack, plus 20.
Nice.
I should have
Damn!
added 10 for the
Gang up.
gang up bonus, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should have got a plus 10 for the gang up bonus.
Shouldn't have
So that's
Cassius added
6
20?
Wait, Cassius, did you
from-
add plus 10 for the gang up bonus?
I didn't add the 20 for the gang up bonus. So
Then you hit. Would you
Oh,
kindly
okay.
roll damage, Cassius?
There you
8
go.
against his 28 arm. It doesn't go through his arm, unfortunately. His flesh and steel of his arms just manages to deflect it. Brander, if you could roll damage. 13 pen
13.
to what location is that?
Zero
Head.
1.
0-1 is the head. Yeah.
0-1 is the head. Yes, you do.
Good.
5 from that is you do 8 damage to the head,
Nice.
Die, heretic.
which puts him at minus
Yeah, shout
4
it.
to the head
Shout it.
with rending. So
conviction.
let's look at the first time on the critical hit
People
table.
asleep nearby.
I've got the tables here.
Head,
on the
minus
CD.
4. The concussive that staggers the target. The target must make a challenging toughness test to be
Imagine
stunned
I
for 1
screamed it.
round and knocked prone. Right.
Prone. Cool.
So he must make a challenging toughness test or be stunned for 1 turn and knocked prone.
Your rending critical flex are different than mine. Was that minus 5?
Oh,
or
sorry,
was it
that's
minus
impact.
4?
Wrong one.
Minus 4.
Yeah. The attack slices across his eye socket, possibly scooping out an eye. The target suffers 1d10
Okay.
perception damage. He must make a routine plus 20 toughness test. If he fails, he gets a lost eye.
Oh,
Okay,
damn.
lost die it is. Let's find out.
I wish it was the stun one.
You lost?
His eye is ripped out of its socket as the chainsaw scars across his face. Garrett, you're up.
Called shot head. Aim first. Called shot head.
Okay. Go for it. Are you at short range with the pistol? I don't think you are.
Yes.
Yes,
it's
you
30
are.
meters. Yes. So it
It's
does,
half
does
that.
that another plus 10? Yeah, so
short is
another
less than
plus
half,
10 then.
so... what range are you from, Klish?
I can show you. 8.
Yeah, you're easily within the short range. Short range being effectively 15 because it's half normal range.
Okay,
yeah,
so
so you get plus 10,
plus 10.
plus 10 for aim.
And then the called shot is plus 10.
Shooting into
No,
combat,
it's-
minus 20.
That's minus 20 for shooting into combat. Right. So it's just 0.
Just 0.
Okay. Nope. I'm going to reroll
Nope.
that.
Okay.
Please shoot him.
Nope.
Nope. And you fell by 2 degrees, so you don't hit any one of your friends.
Darn it.
That makes it
Do you wanna explain
Carolinus.
that quickly to the chat?
So, chat, basically, if you're shooting to combat and you've got friends in combat and you miss, if you miss by 1 degree of success, you hit your friends.
But if you
Unless
miss by a
you've
lot,
tons.
then you hit nothing.
Yeah, because you don't even hit anyone near the combat. Carolinus, you're up.
Okay, I need to measure this out. It's 12 meters. I can
Charge.
run that, and I'm going to. Whilst calling out, "Hold, brother! You will not die this day!" As I just abandon the door because, like, you know, he's really badly hurt, and so is EE. That's Nurgle's blessing.
You
Oh,
kick the door as you run off.
I told you guys this combat was going to take an hour and a half, by the way. I just had to get my I told you so in.
Okay.
No, you were completely right.
That makes it Reclamator Glish.
The curse
I think-
continues. If he ever says like 5 minutes, think 45. If he says half an hour, think about 2.
I think he takes a penalty for gang up too, by the way, because he's
You
he's
sure?
fighting multiple people at the same time.
I
Yeah,
thought it just he got a positive. I didn't think he got a negative.
I'll check it, but I don't know where it is in the book right now. I've been looking for it, but
We're already way over time. You might as well look it up. So how are things, Aavak?
I think it's pretty good actually. My
is it a trait? Is that what
Mechadendrite
it
is
No,
It's proving
it's
to
a
be
normal
a
thing in combat.
wise
So,
choice.
Reclamator Glish is going to attack Brander because Brander is the one who injured him last. And actually has
Does
a
he
more
have
dangerous
like a
weapon.
negative because he's missing an eye?
No, only 2 perception tests and stuff. He is going to make an all-out attack against you, though.
There
Which
you
is a
go.
hit. Are you going to
3
make a parry?
degrees success.
When do I dodge?
You can
No.
parry
Yeah,
if you want.
parrying.
Oh, you've got
like
parry dodge.
10. Yeah, like 10
Okay.
times better. So
Yeah, make a dodge now.
do I do that now?
Yeah.
Any modifiers?
No, it's your dodge skill and stuff.
However,
There you
you
go.
dodge easily to the side as this blow that would have probably like taken a good chunk of your head off. Just goes straight past your face.
I imagine he's just using like sword play at this point. It's not quite parrying, but he's like, whoop, 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 whoop.
Carolinus, you're up.
And just like turning like
Jumping
karate
side to side
kid.
going, aha!
Carolinus. That's sorry, Cassius.
I am going
Is it
to use.
Cassius?
Oh, no, it's Cassius, not me. I was
It's Cassius,
why
yeah.
am I up already?
My character, I definitely look shaky at this point. My stance has been broken slightly by the damage. But I steel myself and I go in for one last thrust with an all-out attack.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna live ballsy.
And
Any day
Sorry,
now.
I was tabulating how much I got to my plus. It's a lot.
Oh, damn.
Oh, so
whoa.
Wow.
close. So close.
No, that's a hit.
Yeah,
that
no,
really-
no, I mean, it's
Oh,
so
okay.
close that it
Plus
hit.
Oh, it was a hit, wasn't it? I thought I rolled
How
a
many pluses
95.
did you get? You got
95.
plus 10 for ganging up, plus 10 for the bonus for ganging up, plus 30 for the... Yeah, that would explain it. Unfortunately, the
If it had
damage
been
just
95 or higher,
bounces
it would
off
have been
him.
an auto fail no matter what
Yeah.
his stuff was.
I do feel like the brackets for like weapon damage in this game feel like they're really, really wide. Like you can do nothing or you can do like everything.
It's because
like
they
every
switched in
weapon.
Dark Heresy 2 to doing only D10s.
Yeah, it seems like some weapons should be like D6s, 2D
Yeah.
like 4s and stuff like that to even it out a little bit better.
I-
It feels like
I
you
agree.
can. It's
yeah,
a
but
wide,
on
wide
the
bracket.
downside, his chain spear were probably like 4d10.
Brando.
Well, it's like you. It feels like you either one-shot people or you don't do anything.
Brandon,
and it's
you're
like
up.
that's basically it.
Branda,
I'll
show us your skills.
aim and attack. This is like
Okay.
a 30 modifier, isn't it?
Yes, because you've got ganging up, plus 10 for the single attack, plus 10 for the aim.
Oh,
However, you fluff it. Do you want to fate?
Wow.
Fate.
Yeah.
I will actually
There
use
you go.
fate.
That's my guy. Don't let me die, please. I know I'm flailing
I used it
miserably
yet,
right
huh?
now, but please don't let me die.
It's all serious now, Splat. It's like, I'm on 0 health. Oh my god.
I know. This is
Bam!
fucked
However,
up.
that is a hit. 5 degrees success.
There you go.
Roll your damage.
11.
11.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, 11.
Let me just double check.
It's
Yep. That was to the body. 7 points of damage to the body.
He's dead.
He takes another 2 points. He's now at -6.
Oh, maybe not.
Rending effect body. The mighty attack takes a sizable chunk out of the target and and knocks him to the ground as he clutches the oozing wound, shrieking in pain. The target is knocked prone, suffers blood loss, and suffers toughness damage. Which you'll be pleased to know.
Okay, but look at man. It's like, that's right. Look upon me and despair at my skill. I am everything. You are nothing. I am the alpha and the omega.
He now takes 1 more point of damage as his toughness falls down a bracket. So, Garrett.
Question for you. If I aim and shoot again, is this still shooting into melee if he's
It's
prone
shooting
now?
into melee, and he's prone, which means that you suffer even more negatives.
Yeah, because when someone's down on the ground, it's much harder to hit them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you point back.
Just fade it. It'll be fine.
No,
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and charge here. I'm within 12 meters, so I'm gonna charge this guy. I still have. I'm gonna drop the pistol and charge this guy with a chainsword. Can we do that? Tell me.
I think charge is a full action. You can charge with the pistol,
Yeah.
though, and shoot the pistol in combat.
But then I'm still shooting it into melee, right?
How far can you move by default?
I don't want to shoot into melee
You
here.
can't. No, you'd be in melee shooting. You'd still be shooting in melee, but you wouldn't really suffer the same negatives because you're in the melee. You wouldn't suffer the
Oh.
-20.
Okay, done.
Okay, you charge into combat, and you fire your pistol. You don't get the bonuses to hit from charging into combat because you're not carrying momentum with
Right.
you. But you get a +10 for single shot, and you get a +10 because he's on the ground prone.
Okay, called shot head. Let's do it. Oh, I forgot the +10 for prone. Wow, I need to fate
Doesn't
that.
matter.
Yeah,
That
doesn't
you
matter.
Really, really do.
Fade
No,
that.
you. Go for it.
What do you mean it doesn't matter, Aavak?
Oh, you can say I forgot to add the +10. And I was like, it wouldn't make
Right.
any difference. It would still be
Right,
99
gotcha.
80.
Gotcha. There you go. That's
Oh,
better.
so much.
Yes, and it hits in the head. Roll damage.
Oh boy.
That is not damage.
I'm sorry. My bad.
I wish it was. 81 damage, please.
There you go.
Yeah.
That goes through to the head, takes him down to -9 energy.
Really? Has he got no armor on the head now?
No, he takes 6 points of damage away on the head, but it's now 5 because his toughness went down.
I take
That's
bets
8,
that his
so it takes
eyeballs are
-3.
going to pop like popcorn.
Superheated by the attack, the target's
got one
brain
left.
explodes, searing apart his skull and sending flaming chunks of meat flying across his nearby. The target is very, very dead. And with that, Recommender Glish head pops like cantaloupe, and chunks of superheated brain matter explode everywhere.
From the
Wanted to,
force
like,
of the
plunge
explosion
the
of his
chainsword
head,
into him.
I stagger backwards and lean against
Might
the
do that
wall,
anyway.
breathing heavily.
As he tries as he's doing that, I'm just kind of cursing under my breath as he staggers back. I'm like, hold still! As the medical mechadendrite has to make a very sudden adjustment, just as it was about to inject him with something, and it almost injected his eye because he moved.
I look at Carolinus and I say, I fear I've been undone.
Right, so I want to roll a Medicae plus 10 for the Medicae mechadendrite.
There you go.
That is 4 degrees success plus intelligence bonus, so it's 8
Plus his
points of health
intelligence
back. So, just to expedite things for you, do you go down and check the mine?
You said it was
yes,
toxic
and
down there. I
also
don't trust that.
over. Well, I would say that I'm going to check over the fallen tech priest, fallen excavator glish, reclamator glish. Sorry.
Check his body for
Sure.
loot.
You check his body. He has 1 chain spear. He also has a data slate.
Okay, I'm going to take the data. Good.
He also has a number
I'll
of
hold on to the chain spear.
How much
Sounds
did I
like
get
fun.
healed?
8.
You got healed by 8 points of damage.
Oh, cool. Wow, I'm almost back up.
and
to
as
full.
you do that, you're like, I fear I've been undone. And I'm like, the Omnissiah wills that you live to fight on.
I whisper, we'll see, and I pull out a low stick and light it while I'm leaning against the wall bleeding. I'm getting one last one in. I ain't dying like this with nicotine addiction. We're taking off one of these
That
things.
is fair enough. And you also get 5 chunks of tourmaline. However, these chunks of tourmaline, rather than being these sort of nice sort of transparent crystals that you normally expect, they seem to have some sort of like a cloud trapped inside them, and which when you pull
As
it
I
up
find
shifts
the
slightly.
tourmaline, I recoil. I'm not touching that because he specifically spoke about the stone. In fact, I'm going to caution my companions, do not touch the stones. Do not look at them. I fear heresy.
Did you find a way to access the Vox console?
No, but I'll look at that now.
Eventually, you do
And I
manage to
hand
tech open
over the
door.
chain spear to Branda. You performed admirably.
Good on you. That's no weapon for
We'll
me
take
to
it
use.
and
Okay, the
have a
chain
look at
spear
it, admire it a bit.
is called an excavation staff.
Write this down.
It has
Like, add it in
1d10
your
plus 2
melee
damage, penetration 4.
Wow. That is a weapon.
It is two-handed, however. It is rending, and it is balanced and tearing.
Does it still count
Wow.
as a chain weapon, or do you need some special skill to wield it with
It's a
two
chain
hands?
weapon.
It's a chain weapon.
Wow, that's really good.
It's like a chainsaw, but with plus 2 pen.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I
It's
mean,
alright.
You have to use both hands for it. That's the downside.
But it does
Maybe not
4
very subtle.
penetration.
I hand over the data slate to Cassius as I walk past to return to the door. Hold on to this for me. We'll investigate it later.
thumbs up,
And
and I
then-
take a drag.
Can we just say I'm just going to keep rolling tech use until
No,
I
you eventually
to
get through the door. Don't worry about it. Eventually, you get through the door, and you manage to call the Vox up, and you call in reinforcements. After explaining the situation, do you want to go down and check the mine? That's the question.
I've conferred with my teammates. Should we investigate the mine?
He said it was tainted down there, and I would assume after a plasma
I
rupture, it's probably
suspect-
none too pleasant.
I suspect that was a ruse.
I wouldn't-
But my suspicion is that everyone in the mine was simply murdered.
Does anyone
wouldn't
have
leave
breathing
it.
apparatus? Just to be
I
safe?
have a rebreather.
Well, then I suggest those two go and check it out. I'm in no shape to go
Actually,
anywhere.
can I use my auger array to test the mine for any trace of plasma radiation or anything like that?
You find no sign of any dangerous compound after a good half hour to an hour spent at the top. Just keep scanning.
There
That said,
seems
it
to
could be
be
so
no
deep down
taint in this
that
area.
you can't reach it, but it seems fine.
How deep is the mine shaft? Like hundreds of meters or?
About a kilometer.
Okay. It's possible that there will be some corruption further down, but I can continue to check as we're descending on the elevator.
I'm not going with them, by the way. I'm role playing this out as like I'm drugged up, wounded. I'm staying right where I'm at.
Okay. I clap Cassius on the shoulder. You'll recover your strength soon, but I'm going down.
Microbeat is on. I'll let you know if anybody comes this way. And then I move around to this side of the wall right here before slouching down, my blood kind of smearing a little bit on the wall.
Okay.
I'm going to encourage Cassius that we head into the Vox and just try to talk to the Magus in the meantime.
So
You're
Brandon
staying
and
up, are
Carolinus going down?
Right.
All right,
Okay.
I go with him to the Vox console.
Carolinus and Brandon, you go down, and there's a massive tunnel complex. However, all the recent activity seems to be focused down one tunnel. You go down that tunnel, you notice veins of tourmaline here and there, sort of crystals etched in the stone.
If you'd like me to make any further auger array rolls, because
It's quite easy
Carolinus.
because you notice that all the stuff has gone down one track, which leads you to a rock face in which a very large tourmaline crystal is embedded. This tourmaline crystal, however, has another of that cloud that you saw before etched into its being, and the cloud sort of slightly shifts.
Can I do a Psyniscience roll to see if I sense whatever's going on?
Sure.
How strong is the veil here? Do I get pluses or minuses?
You get a plus 20.
Okay.
You can't really tell. It seems to be some sort of emanation given off here that is very much churning up the background. Carolinus Brandy, you are confronted with a very large crystal.
seeing the shifting cloud in there, I take a step back. This reeks of heresy. You should
I
not
don't go
proceed.
near it.
Can I hear any of this
This
over
is-
Brander's microbeat? Is
You
it an open
cannot hear it.
microphone?
It's way too far away.
And besides, we're gonna call the Magus. Come on,
Oh, he's
man,
more than a
compose
kilometer
yourself.
away?
The
I
chef
keep
was one
my
kilometer down.
attention on Brander. Like I'm shielding my gaze from this thing. I don't want to look directly at it. Even my optical mechadendrite is tending to look everywhere else.
We must report this to the what was it, Forge Master? I can't remember the name.
The Fabricator General.
We must report this to the Fabricator General and the Interrogator immediately.
The interrogator,
This mine
yes,
must be sealed.
but we cannot be certain that this corruption hasn't spread to other members of staff at this facility.
True. We may need to check the other mines as well.
At that point, I'm going to start heading back. I've seen what I needed to see, and that is there's a deeply suspicious giant rock.
Okay.
I follow close behind.
Okay. So for expediency's sake, you head back. You report your findings to the interrogator, who asks you to just go over a bit more of a detailed check the other people on the planet. You have to inform the Fabricator General of what you found, and you start doing investigations with the other tech priests there. It doesn't seem to extend any further than recommend a glitch. What action do you recommend as to the mine?
The destruction of all servitors that were touched by Reclamator Glitch.
Mm-hmm.
The purge of all convicts because they were in contact with direct heresy. That I would add that onto the list.
Any of those who were present in the mine before being relocated, and those they may have come into contact with.
All the penals,
Oh.
or just those ones?
I would recommend just the ones that they had direct contact with. Like, so for example, we'll have records of who they bunked down with, that sort of thing. since
I
we
recommend
moved to the
all
other
of
mine.
them because heresy spreads. Chaos
Bear in
is
mind that
malignant.
will slow down the production at the mine complex.
I would caution that this would not only inconvenience my brothers in the Order Adeptus Mechanicus, but also the Imperium at large due to the slow production. I do not feel that we need to purge all of the convicts.
I don't think you're taking this seriously enough. You need to track down everywhere that these crystals have traveled to. Every single
Without
production
doubt.
destination that this facility has sent their merchandise to. We must follow up every trail on this. The convicts here are no importance.
I'm in agreement.
I will defer to Cassius' judgment on this. But I will caution that this will inconvenience the Adeptus Mechanicus.
So, are you going to go
But
for
of course,
wipe out all the penals?
That is my recommendation to the interrogator, but I give him a subnote saying that if the blowback between the Inquisition and the Adeptus Mechanicus is too large, then I recommend only eliminating the ones that were down in the mine. It's up to his judgment.
Okay. What do you recommend for the mine complex itself, and particularly the large crystal embedded down the bottom?
there can be
Charges, destroy
there can
it
be
all.
no opposition on this. This entire mine has been tainted by heresy. It must be destroyed. It must be
Indeed.
sealed.
Okay.
Whatever steps need to be
Wait,
taken. The other
do you want to
mines.
seal the mine, or do you want to destroy the crystal and seal the mine?
The heresy shouldn't be allowed to continue, so destroy the crystal and then seal the mine
Mm-hmm.
would
Okay.
be my recommendation. The mine itself has been corrupted. We cannot be certain how extensive the corruption has spread.
Okay. So, in your investigation, you find no other tech priests have been particularly touched. You managed to oversee the extermination of 12,500 penal convicts as interrogator Titus Khan approves of your zealous methodology, Cassius, and makes sure that they're all shot. You're helped by Legion of the Scutari, who make sure they're fully rounded up, and then dumped down into the mine shaft at Charian before it is sealed. However, before it is sealed, you go in, and one of you has to place melter bombs on the tourmaline crystal.
Can we not use a servitor for this task?
Any servitor
certainly
trying to
would
get
push for
close
that.
enough to the crystal begins to refuse to touch it and starts to act oddly.
Can we rig a servitor to simply walk down there and then remote detonate the
To
explosive
properly
rather than
damage the crystal, you'd want to place it on the surface. You could do that if you want, but you would risk a cave-in rather than destroying the crystal. It's up to you if you want to try that.
I've no tech use, so I don't know how to plant melta bombs.
It literally is, you get a very quick primer. Bloop. Bloop. Boop, 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 boop.
I ain't going down there. That place stinks of heresy. I did my part. I killed 12,500 people. My arm's tired. I said,
Unfortunately, you also killed all of the convicts, and we've not got any convicts now. We can send down there to do it.
I'm sure we could find one guy that we could trick with some thrones and be like, oh, look, go take this happy kit down to the bottom of the mine.
The mine full of
You'll
dead
get-
bodies.
You'll get all the blessings of the Emperor if you do it. People are indoctrinated. It'll be fine.
On a Forge World.
All right, Garrett's. I'm getting sick of this crap. I'll do it.
Well done,
Okay.
Garrett.
Garrett, as you approach the crystal, whispers fill your head. Temptations, promises of riches, of glory. Make a willpower test. A plus 20.
Come on, buddy. You can resist the powers of darkness.
We're all hoping for you to succeed.
You've got fate.
Yes. No.
Willpower,
No.
50,
Fate.
target 42.
Fate.
Fate it. Fate it.
Fate.
It's the last fate.
Yeah, fate
Do
it.
it
We
now.
get it back every session. Fate it.
No.
99.
Superman!
Garrett, you find yourself unable to advance further down the tunnel. the mere glimpse of the crystal, and you find yourself shuddering at the knees as you fall to the ground, and you try and just book it out of there before you give in anymore.
I am out of there.
Yep.
I couldn't do it.
When he comes back up, she said, I couldn't do it. I turned to Cassius. Could he be corrupted?
What do you mean you couldn't do it?
I am
Garrett,
on my
you
knees
also take
on the
3
ground,
corruption
panting.
points.
Okay.
I go, fine, I'll do it. Hand me the thing. Where's the button?
You get a quick primer on how to work the melter bomb. You go down there. As you go down, thoughts and promises of riches, of glory, of your every whim being fulfilled go through your mind. Make a willpower test with +20.
Oh no, I've typed 20 in a random window.
See, that is how one resists corruption.
Managed to just about press through.
Yes!
You take 1 corruption point, but you steal your resolve.
Oh.
You manage to just about get close enough to the crystal to place the melter bombs against it, and then you book it back down the corridor as fast as you can, followed by a dull... And then there's a sort of static discharge in the air, and then you hear a rush of gas behind you and a sort of sigh, and in your mind you hear... Thank you.
Do I sense
gonna
anything
carry
with my
on running.
synescience?
Like,
Do I feel any of this discharge?
You feel this
I'm
discharge.
assuming
You
That just
cannot
be the
not
one
feel
time
this
you've used it
discharge.
that it works.
How strong is the veil right now?
Like +40.
Oh, wow.
Temporarily.
Shit's going down out here.
What you can only describe as some sort of intelligence sweeps up the mine shaft past you and is gone.
I shout suddenly and then fall backwards, looking very, very shaken.
Did we screw up?
I'm not sure. I know what was ever in that crystal. We didn't kill it, though. It just left the mine.
My attention is currently on Garrett. How is he? How is he standing? What's he doing? What's he look like? What's his expression?
He's collapsed on the floor. He's holding his head.
He's crying.
Yes.
He's just weeping.
Lie down on the ground. Try not to cry. Cry a lot.
We must report our findings to the interrogator. We cannot keep a truth like this to ourselves. This planet is definitely under threat right now.
Looking back to Cassius, I nod my head back at Garrett. And that truth?
Whatever was inside that crystal is now free. It flew past me with a psychic force that I can't even describe. It's rare. Sometimes when I reach into the warp, I see hazy pictures, slightly shifting images. This was defined, and this was definite, and this was powerful, and it rushed out of that crystal and past us like it had a place to go.
We need to report this at once.
We've not heard the last of this situation.
And that is where we end for tonight. Congratulations.
Nobody died!
How much XP do we get for being ballers?
Close.
You get quite a lot of
How
XP
much-
for being baller.
How much XP do...
I love how he said, nobody died. We're about to tell the interrogator. But yeah, you went down with a job. You came back weeping like a child. We think you're corrupted by heresy.
And how much experience do Cassius and Carolinus get for refusing to go down there?
None, because they didn't know that was a problem.
I would have, out of character, I would have volunteered if I had any fate left, but I got no fate left, so I was like, well, this is a terrible plan. You're sending the psychically attuned person down there, the perfect vessel for whatever is down there, and you're sending him, don't do that. That's
Nope.
a terrible plan.
That's why Carolinus was like, don't worry, your strength's going to come back, and just moved on. Didn't press him to like, no, you need to come down with us. He was like, Yeah, no, he's told me he's a psycho. Yeah, Carolinus wouldn't be too hot on him going down there. At least Carolinus is at least past machine.
I'm just like, you're all useless.
Navy discipline. Orders are orders.
You'll get corrupted by heresy. You'll get corrupted by the fact that it's metal-containing heresy, and you just come back up crying. Sod it.
There's only one thing for it, Exterminatus. So we'll be back same time next week. Not as long, but since it was an intro episode, I think it was, welcome. As per usual.
He still needs to learn how long fights actually take.
Well, it's hard to gauge going to a new system, but that said, you did kill servitors a lot quicker than you killed people in the practice episode. Which, interesting segue, if you want to watch the practice episode, you can subscribe to our Patreon at a certain tier, and you get all of our terrible behind-the-scenes videos.
Why has his voice changed? Heresy?
Must be another voice changer thing.
Definitely not. No heresy here. Move along. Nothing to see. Move along. These are not the droids you're looking for.
So yeah, if you want to support us, you can go look over on the Patreon page, which has a load of interesting fun perks, including things like getting MP3s of the episodes so you can listen to them. Things like being able to watch character sheets, behind the scenes VODs, if you want to see like all the stats belonging to Recommended Glish. They'll probably be up as soon as I give them to Cassius. Splat! Damn it, I'm in RPG mode.
Just call me Castback. It's fine. I'm Castback now.
Yeah, so loads of cool stuff there. Do go check it out. Be really appreciated if we could, get our Patreon off the ground nice and quick. We're also doing some character art, which hopefully we should have an artist lined up pretty quick, and a number of other cool things. So, thank you very much. Please do go check that out. But yeah, until next week, Aavak, where can people find you? What you're doing?
They can find me over on youtube.com/Aavak, where I am currently playing Avon Colony, Rimworld, and I recently finished The Final Station. What a fantastic game that I'm not going to spoil for EE. But
I finished it. I finished recording it. It's really good. It's really good.
Such a good game. Such a good game. I really enjoyed
Such an
that
ending.
one. I know.
Yeah.
I know. I couldn't stop. I literally started playing it.
Show.
I
Save
finished the
after
whole
show.
thing in one go.
We'll save it for
But,
the after show.
yeah, so
it's fine.
Also on Twitter, where it's Aavak_, and on Twitch, where it's just twitch.tv/Aavak, where I am currently mostly streaming Thea, The Awakening, but I'm probably going to start on Mass Effect 2 pretty soon, possibly over the weekend. It is time.
It is time.
You use a Vox for that. Can you make it even more demonic?
Oh,
Can you make it like
yeah.
really rumbly?
It's time for what? You gotta throw it in there. You kicks, what's coming over here?
Awakening. There has been no awakening. I have felt a disturbance in the Force.
Oh, he's got outside assistance now.
I know. He's got his Vox doing all of this. I can do it with my actual thing.
You little socket kicks. Get out of here.
Bentham, where can people actually what you're doing?
Oh, okay, I'm the guy with two names because I'm terrible at names. So, I
Also
am
really
Bentham,
indecisive.
but my channel is called Mangledpork Gaming. It'll make sense one day. Where I play Factorio all the time, and also at the moment I'm playing Rodina, which I think is how it's pronounced, which is like No Man's Sky, but better.
No,
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Apparently it's Russian-based, so it's Rodina or something. And then on Twitter, I am Bentham Plays because Bentham was taken.
Let me just switch over to the overlay, and they can see. Shen.
Hi, I'm Shen. You can find me on YouTube /Shenryyr2 and on Twitch /Shenryyr.
You killed
been
Shenryyr
playing-
once.
Yeah. Shenryyr 3 was just terrible. I've been playing Stellaris, Victoria 2, Polybridge, and XCOM, and also Avon Colony. If you want to come check it out, find me every day on Twitch, 9 to 5 Pacific.
Get in there and watch him play XCOM. It's really funny when he kills his viewers.
It is.
And Splat.
You can find me at youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming and Twitch TV /SplatterCatGaming. Right now, I am actually gearing up to swap things around quite a bit. I've got the end. God, I just cannot finish This Is the Police. It's like taking forever. It's got like 4 episodes left. It's like, please end. Please end.
What day are you on?
I'm on day like 175 or something like that. I'm
you're
so
almost
close.
there, yeah.
And then I'm also playing a little bit of Final Station. I'm playing Forest Village. And then I'm also playing on and off. What else do I have going on? I got something else going on. I don't know. I got too much going on right now. No idea. I need series to go away now. No, I can't.
Yeah.
Yes.
As for myself, you can catch me over at youtube.com/Enterelysium or twitch.tv/Enterelysium. Currently doing Hearts of Iron, Stellaris, Final Station, and Aven Colony.
I'm noticing a theme here.
Yeah,
No.
it's like we almost all like similar games, which is possibly
I know,
why we're all doing the
crazy.
same RPG show.
We're all nerds.
I mean, that's like a
it's-
prerequisite.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mother Russia Bleeds. I forgot I started that one. The most violent
That is so
side-scrolling beat 'em up
legit.
ever.
That is so awesome to watch.
You chew people's faces off. That's one of the attacks, is she just gnaws a dude's face off. Like, Jesus Christ.
Next week in Dark Heresy, you'll have ideas. Do you want to use your sword? No, I want to know his face off.
You're definitely chaos if you do that. That's a very spiky git thing to do. Not
Oh,
even an orc
hungry.
would chew somebody's face off. Orcs are either shooty or they're choppy. That's it.
They're not
Nothing in
chewy.
between.
Never
Not
I
chewy.
don't know. You go for a bit of a chew now and again. You know, a bit hungry.
A bit of a chew.
But that's squigs. That's not combat chewing. That's eating
Combat
smaller
chewing.
gits.
I would like to do a combat chew attack.
Weaponized chewing.
But yeah, we'll be off now because we're hilariously over time. But if you've enjoyed, do go follow the Twitter.
We're going to be doing an after show?
We'll be doing an after show depending on if anyone is actually available. Because I know we've gone massively over.
We're only over by 2 hours.
Yeah, like
who
nothing.
has plans?
But yeah,
This is a
hopefully you've
feature-length
enjoyed.
first
Hopefully you've
episode.
enjoyed the new theme and so on. Do feel free to go either way to the fan Reddit, which is reddit.com/rollforit, and yeah, chat about things, discuss things, talk to other people about lore or the characters, whatever you want. It'd be interesting to see, because I know that I get a kick out of going on there and then seeing what people's favorite moments of the campaigns are. But yeah, until next time.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
I was going to say, because I saw El Young asking, oh, where are the ferrets? And I was, they're in the other room sleeping. They weren't in here today.
They're being very nice.
I'm keeping them safe from heresy.
And you're not seeing them
I
jump
don't need
up.
heretical ferrets. I would be
We don't see them in the window behind you,
Pharisee?
so yeah, they're doing fine. Pharisee, yes.
Oh god. And until next week,
glorious.
glory to the Empire, the Emperor, and may you
Glory to the Empire.
manage to live out the grim darkness in at least some form of peace. And don't do heresy, kids. Don't do heresy.
Definitely not through your nose. Don't snort heresy. Don't inject heresy. No heresies for you.
No. No heresies.
Heresy is a gateway drug.
And with that, enjoy.